in a dark forest. A cave entrance is decorated with human skulls, dripping with a sinister energy. A hooded figure asks if they are certain about the information they've received. A kneeling scout confirms that the target is definitely that specific village. The leader tells his group to get moving, giving them permission to slaughter anyone who stands in their way. He looks up, his red eyes glowing from under his hood as he orders his cult to begin their march. The scene shifts to the lush green forest near the target village, but the peace is about to be shattered. Rayon stops in his tracks, his red eyes narrowing as he spots another group in the distance. It's Kane Sieghart, the top trainee from the 6th training hall, looking just as surprised to see them. Both squads stare at each other, confused as to why they both ended up at the exact same mission site. Rayon recognizes Kane, remembering rumors that he had to join the 6th hall late because of an injury. Rayon analyzes him instantly, sensing that Kane is a high-tier sword user with a very disciplined aura. Kane steps forward, asking Rayon what the 5th hall is doing here on their orc raid mission. Rayon responds calmly that they are the ones on an orc raid mission. They both realize they've been assigned the same job, and a flashback to a local bar explains everything. The night before they left, Rimmer was drinking and bragging about how great his students were. He was shouting that his kids could handle an orc raid in their sleep, which annoyed the other instructors. The instructor of the 6th hall, Mithun, stepped in and told Rimmer to shut up, saying his hall was taking that mission. Mithun argued that teamwork is vital for raids, and the 6th hall is far more disciplined than Rimmer's individualistic squad. He claimed his students just finished a hell week without a single failure, making them the superior choice. Rimmer, being the agent of chaos he is, suggested that if everyone is so confident, they should just send both groups at once. He argued that a bit of competition would make the mission go faster and ensure the orcs are wiped out for good. Rimmer got permission from the Patriarch, excited to see how the 2 training halls would clash. Back in the present, Buren tells Kane there must have been a communication error and that the 6th hall can just go home. He claims the 5th hall can handle the entire mission by themselves, which immediately sets Kane off. Kane glares at Buren, asking if the 5th hall has grown arrogant just because they've been getting some attention lately. Kane insists that their superior teamwork will make the 5th hall look like a bunch of amateurs. Buren fires back, telling Kane not to underestimate them, and the two stare each other down while Rayon watches silently. Rayon realizes Rimmer set this up on purpose, but he wonders why the elf didn't give them a heads up. He realizes that to Rimmer, real-world experience is everything, and this competition is a lesson in itself. The mission isn't just about killing orcs, it's about learning to handle high-pressure politics and teamwork. Rayon thinks Rimmer wants them to see what the 6th hall does better so they can improve their own weak spots. He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose as he thinks about how snake-like his instructor really is. But he accepts it, knowing this is a good chance for the other guys to grow as warriors. He remembers his mother's words about being a swordsman who protects others, and it keeps him grounded. Rayon steps between the arguing leaders, asking if they're just going to waste their energy on words all day. He points out that neither of them is going to back down, so they should just settle it with a bet. Kane is confused, wondering what kind of bet could possibly decide who gets to lead the raid. Rayon tells him that since no one wants to give up the mission, they should compete to see who's fit to be the commander. He notes that since this is a raid, there will definitely be high orcs in the mix, and they'll need a single leader for the final push. Kane agrees, proposing a challenge. Whoever wins this mini-battle becomes the commander for the entire mission. Kane explains that a coordinated strike on the orc leader is the only way to win, and the better team should take point. Kane asks if that sounds fair, and Rayon gives a simple, confident all right. The 2 halls prepare for a mock battle on the mountainside to prove their worth. Martha and Buren charge forward with a ferocious intensity, determined to crush the 6th hall quickly. Martha smirks, thinking she's about to teach these guys a lesson in real power. The conditions are simple. Either take down the entire enemy team, or capture their flag to win. Rayon suggests they make a plan, but Martha just scoffs, calling the 6th hall a bunch of losers. She tells Rayon to just sit back and watch as she wipes them all out single-handedly. She spots her target and lunges, a predatory grin on her face. She shouts that losers don't deserve tactics and swings her heavy practice blade with all her might. A massive clash of wood on wood echoes through the woods as she meets their defense. Rayon activates his legendary senses, closing his eyes to see the battlefield through aura and sound alone. He senses the fighting has officially begun, and things aren't looking good for his team. Runan looks at him, worried that they're fighting without any strategy, but Ryon knows they wouldn't have listened to him anyway. He bluntly tells her that as they are now, they are definitely going to lose. Martha and Burin are shocked when their attacks are parried with perfect precision by the 6th Hall members. Martha can't understand how these weaklings are managing to keep her at bay. The 6th Hall trainees move like a single machine, their blades working in perfect tandem to block her strikes. She realizes their defense is too sturdy, and she's starting to drain her own aura just trying to break through. One of the 6th Hall members shouts that they aren't the center of the universe and tells the 5th Hall to stop looking down on them. Martha flinches as she realizes she's been baited into a trap. The sun begins to set as the 5th Hall trainees are forced onto the defensive, their arrogance being their downfall. Martha and Burin stand battered and bruised, staring at the ground in disbelief. They are panting and covered in dirt, having just been handed a humiliating defeat. Ryon walks up to them, his tone dry as he asks if that was as easy as they imagined it would be. He tells them the world doesn't stand still while they're improving, and they were stupid to look down on their peers. He scolds them for being drunk on their own arrogance, wasting their aura and exposing their techniques to an enemy who prepared for them. Kane watches from a distance, noting that everyone trains every day, and a recent win doesn't make you invincible. Runan asks Ryon if they've officially lost the bet and the command of the mission. Ryon smiles, saying they still have a chance, which makes Martha practically jump out of her skin with hope. He's glad to see they're still willing to try, even after being humiliated. Under the orange glow of the sunset, Ryon gathers them close and tells them exactly how they're going to win the next round. The 6th Hall trainees are laughing among themselves, talking about how easy the legendary 5th Hall was to beat. One of them warns the others not to let their guard down, reminding them that the 5th Hall did actually beat the Snow Tiger bandits. But then Martha appears, walking into the clearing with a look that would kill most people on sight. She points her blade at them, warning them they're going to regret talking trash about her squad. She calls out the forward attack 4th formation, ordering everyone to concentrate their aura to the front. She slams her foot down and charges, her speed and power even higher than before. The 6th Hall defender is shocked when Martha suddenly shifts her weight and attacks from the side instead of the front. The sun peaks over the mountain as the tide of the battle begins to turn. Burin takes a stance, his blue aura swirling around him as he prepares his next move. The 6th Hall opponents try to counter him based on his straightforward style, just like they practiced. Burin ducks low, moving with a fluid grace that catches them completely off guard. He whispers "fooled" as he delivers a blindingly fast strike to their blind spot. The 6th Hall leader can't believe Burin changed his movement so quickly in the middle of a strike. They realize the 5th Hall has completely changed their fighting style in just a few minutes. They stare in horror, wondering what the hell happened to make these brutes start using high-level tactics. The sound of blades clashing fills the forest as Martha and Burin start dismantling the 6th Hall's formation. Martha has a wide, manic grin on her face, realizing that Ryon's advice was spot on. In a brief flashback, Ryon asked them why they think they lost when they're individually stronger than the 6th Hall. Burin realized it was because of information and tactics. Kane knew exactly how they fought. Ryon explained that the 6th Hall planned their tactics around Martha and Burin's personalities, which are way too predictable. Dorian panicked, asking if that means they're just doomed to lose every time. Martha grabbed him by the throat, screaming at him to shut up and not jinx the mission. Ryon admitted they were at a disadvantage in terms of aura and stamina, but he had a plan to level the field. He told them they weren't the only ones with access to information and tactics. Burin asked if Ryon already had an idea, and our guy looked at them with total confidence. Ryon explained that Kane relies heavily on his legendary senses to notice them coming from afar and send in counters. He noted that Kane sent sturdy fighters to drain Martha's aura and quick-witted fighters to outthink Burin. Ryon said the simple way to win would be to switch who they send in, but he knew they wouldn't want that. Martha and Burin both shouted that they had to win their own fights to prove their growth. So Ryon told them they just needed to fight differently than they ever have before. He told Martha to find the openings in the sturdy guy's aura, and told Burin to use deceitful plays instead of his usual straightforward speed. Martha was skeptical, asking if Ryon had just been sitting back and watching them fail the whole time. Ryon admitted that Kane's senses are better than a normal trainee's, which is why he was so effective. But then Ryon smirked, declaring that his senses are even better. Back in the present, Ryon notes that Martha and Burin are doing great, and that Runan is also holding her own. He stands up from his rock, the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. He turns around and asks Kane Zeehart if he's ready to begin their own duel. Rayon knows Kane had no choice but to come looking for him, since the flag is right here. Kane admits he was wondering why his team was suddenly losing, and realizes Rayon was the brain behind the change. Kane tells him that this fight ends right here, standing tall as the sun sets behind them. Kane grips his hilt, mentioning he heard Rayon's aura is a fire type. Kane unleashes his own aura, a massive, swirling vortex of bright red flames that heats up the entire clearing. Rayon looks on, realizing that Kane is also a fire aura user, which makes this an elemental mirror match. Kane boasts that he has the highest tier of fire aura, and more of it than most official swordsmen. Rayon sighs, wondering why everyone in this family feels the need to give a long speech before they actually start fighting. The two stand amidst a ring of fire, the heat distorting the air between them. Rayon declares he's going to show Kane that his own fire can easily overpower anything Kane throws at him. Rayon moves with a speed that shocks Kane, leaving a trail of golden embers in his wake. Kane remembers hearing that Rayon beat Martha and the prince, but he's still confident his own aura is more powerful. Kane lunges, his red flames roaring as he tries to end the fight in a single strike. He screams that he's still stronger as their blades collide in a massive explosion of sparks, but Kane's eyes go wide when a massive wave of golden flames erupts from Rayon's blade. Kane is pushed back, gasping as he asks how this is even possible. He realizes in shock that his own fire, which he thought was the highest tier, is actually weaker than Rayon's. He screams that it can't be true and tries one last desperate strike with everything he has. A massive fireball explodes in the forest, lighting up the sky like a second sun. When the smoke clears, Kane is lying face down in the dirt, his aura completely extinguished. Rayon stands over him, looking down with a bored expression and asking, "Your fire is stronger?" He stares into the distance, mockingly adding, "Yeah, sure," as the chapter ends with his absolute victory. Our boy Rayon isn't just playing for the win, he's playing 3 steps ahead of everyone else, and the real war hasn't even started. Kane is standing there looking completely lost, wondering why the hell a trainee from the 5th Hall is calling the shots. Rayon keeps his cool, explaining that if you're losing a fight, the smartest move is to just take out the leader and end it quickly. But he's not just talking about the duel they just had, he's looking at the bigger picture. Burin jumps in, admitting that Rayon's tactical orders were the only reason they didn't get absolutely crushed by the 6th Hall earlier. Martha crosses her arms, looking annoyed that she has to agree, but she admits that Rayon's advice was the key to their victory. Burin and Runan officially step up, acknowledging that Rayon is the top dog of the 5th Hall, and they're ready to follow him without a single complaint. Seeing his teammates actually grow up a bit and trust each other brings a rare, small smile to Rayon's face. This is the squad he's been trying to build, a group that actually functions like a team instead of a bunch of arrogant brats. Rayon addresses the whole group, telling them they did a good job but reminding them that this fight was a massive wake-up call. He warns them that being blinded by their own pride is a death sentence, and if this were a real battlefield, their lack of planning would have gotten them killed. His voice is stern as he tells them to burn the lessons they learned today into their memories. As the sun starts to set, Rayon orders everyone to set up camp in the forest and organize a watch rotation. Watching from the side, Kane realized that Rayon is on a completely different level, both in mental strength and raw combat skill. He used to think the 5th Hall was just full of egomaniacs, but now he realizes he was the one being arrogant. He walks up to Rayon, showing some genuine respect for the first time. Kane admits that Rayon taught him the most important lesson: never let your guard down and always have a plan B ready to go. He confesses that he was so sure they were going to win because they had the drop on the 5th Hall from the start, but after losing the mission and the duel, he's finally realized he's not as strong as he thought he was. He reaches out his hand, calling Rayon his savior for showing him the truth before he made a fatal mistake in the real world. Rayon gives a small, satisfied huff, seeing that the 6th Hall leader has finally been humbled. They shake on it, and Kane promises that his hall will fully support Rayon throughout the rest of the mission. 2 weeks pass, and the landscape turns into a frozen wasteland as the team moves deeper into the mountains. The group stands at the edge of a snowy cliff, looking sharp in their dark winter coats. Rayon stares down at the small village below, knowing this is where the real work begins. It looks like a peaceful, boring farming village with nothing special about it, making this mission seem like a routine monster hunt. But Rayon's instincts are screaming at him. He can feel eyes watching him from the shadows of the forest. This doesn't feel like an instructor checking on them, it feels way more sinister, like a predator sizing up its prey. He decides the best move is to play it smart, pretend he doesn't notice them, and stay on high alert. He turns to Burin and tells him he's got a special favor to ask. He tells Burin that he wants him to take the lead position for this entire mission. Burin is completely caught off guard, looking at Ryan with total confusion. Ryan plays it off, saying since he and Runan handled the last mission, it's time for the others to show what they can do. He challenges Burin to prove that he's actually changed and improved since they first started training. Determined to prove his worth, Burin steps up and agrees to take command. The rest of the group acknowledges the change, with Martha and the others prepping to follow Burin's lead. Ryan pulls Martha aside for a second, telling her there's a reason for this, and to just play along for now. Martha doesn't even need the explanation. She's already decided to follow whatever Ryan says, showing how much she's changed. Ryan watches them walk off, his mind already focusing on the hidden threat lurking nearby. Wrath pops up, and Ryan asks him if he can feel the people watching them too. The demon monarch is surprised that Ryan noticed, crediting it to the traits Ryan stole from him. Ryan tries to get more info, but Wrath plays hard to get, accidentally letting slip that it's just one person watching. Ryan catches the slip-up instantly, noting that Wrath said his location, not theirs. Ryan smirks, thanking the demon for the info, while Wrath starts fuming over being tricked so easily. Even though it's just one person right now, Ryan knows they probably have backup hiding somewhere else. The thought of hidden eyes watching their every move keeps Ryan's senses sharp. He knows he can't let his guard down for even a second in this environment. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing this mission is going to be way more complicated than a simple orc hunt. Elsewhere in the mountains, a hulking figure in a dark cloak sits on a rock, wondering where these kids came from. A second cloaked figure joins him, identifying the kids as Siegharts, but they don't seem impressed by the 6 Emperor's name. They figure it's just a bunch of trainees on their second mission since there's no instructor in sight. The scout is confident that none of the kids noticed him, laughing at the idea of trainees seeing through his stealth. They're confused why the family sent kids when they've already taken control of the local orcs. They look down at the village, frustrated that they haven't found a specific item yet and thinking it must be hidden in the town. One of them wants to just rush in and slaughter everyone right now. But the other one tells him to wait, seeing this as a perfect chance to kill the Sieghart trainees first. They're worried that if they act too fast, the Siegharts might find them on a stone before they do. Their plan is to let the kids kill some random monsters so they think the mission is over. And then, they'll make their real move. The figure picks up a terrifying horned mask that looks like an orc's face. The plan is simple: wait for the kids to leave, then hit the village with everything they've got. They're going to ravage the entire place, and the glowing green eyes of the mask signal that a massacre is coming. Night falls over the quiet mountain village, and everything seems peaceful under the bright moon. Inside, the trainees are chowing down on a hearty meal, completely unaware of the threat outside. Raon keeps a close eye on Burin, watching how he handles the pressure of leadership. He was worried at first, but Burin is actually doing a much better job than anyone expected. Instead of acting like an arrogant noble, Burin prioritized the safety of the villagers and reassured the chief. Raon can see that Burin is genuinely trying to be a better person and a better leader. But Burin isn't the problem. The trainees can handle a few monsters on their own. The real problem is the person monitoring them, who seemed to vanish toward the mountains the moment they entered the village. Rayon wonders if this is a secret test from the Sieghart family, or if they've stumbled into something much darker. He finishes his meal, knowing that the truth will come out tomorrow. The next morning, the team finds massive monster tracks pressed deep into the snowy ground. Burin checks the tracks, confirming that the monsters are definitely lurking nearby. The village chief explains that while monsters show up every year, this time there are 3 times as many as usual. They've spotted over 100, which means the total horde could be well over 200 beasts. The chief introduces a guide named Kanbar to help them navigate the treacherous mountain peaks. Kanbar looks absolutely terrified to be leading a group of elite warriors into a war zone. Rayon walks up to the nervous guide, calmly promising him that they'll make sure he gets home in one piece. Burin gathers everyone, warning them that while orcs are the main threat, the smaller goblins and kobolds fight dirty with poison. The trainees shout their agreement, their voices echoing through the cold air. Burin orders Training Hall 6 to surround the area and prevent any monsters from escaping. The air grows heavy with tension as they prepare to launch the raid against the creatures threatening the land. With a fierce command, Burin tells them to show the world the power of the Siegharts. The trainees charge forward with a massive battle cry, rushing toward the dark shadows in the trees. Wrath watches them go, calling them idiots for screaming and giving away their location during what was supposed to be an ambush. Rayon defends them, saying they're just trying to shake off their nerves since it's their first real raid. Wrath notices that Rayon isn't nervous at all, looking at the battlefield like a seasoned veteran instead of a kid. He stares at Rayon, realizing the boy has the aura of someone who has survived 1,000 wars. Suddenly, a group of massive orcs bursts out, let out blood-curdling roars as the battle begins. Martha leads the charge, her eyes wide with excitement as she prepares to tear through the monsters. Burin shouts orders, telling the group to clear out the smaller pests before focusing their strength on the orcs. But the monsters aren't acting like normal. They break through the formation and head straight for the non-combatants. 2 massive orcs charge right at the terrified guide, Kanbar, who freezes in place as they scream. Kanbar lets out a scream of pure terror, regretting ever coming up here as the orcs raise their weapons. In a blur of motion, Rayon steps in, his hand moving to his blade with lethal speed. With a single, powerful swing, he cleaves through the first orc, dark blood spraying across the snow. He doesn't stop there, spinning toward the second monster before it can even react. The second orc is sent flying backward as Rayon delivers a devastating strike that ends it instantly. He stands over the fallen beasts, his expression cold and focused. The orcs collapse into the snow, their weapons shattered by Rayon's overwhelming power. Kanbar is stunned, staring at the dead monsters and wondering when they even died. Rayon checks on him, and the guide shakily confirms he's fine, looking at Rayon with total awe. Rayon uses the moment to ask about local legends, specifically any stories about hidden treasures or strange monsters. Kanbar remembers an old legend about a fierce battle between an ancient king of goblins and a group of knights hundreds of years ago. He says the Goblin King's legendary ring is supposedly still buried somewhere in these mountains. Rayon's eyes narrow. He finally understands why he's being watched and who the enemy is. The enemy is Eden, one of the most dangerous organizations in the world. They are known as the 5 Demons, a group of fanatics infamous for their absolute insanity. Eden's goal is restoration, taking the world back to a time when monsters ruled everything. They want to worship monsters as gods and see humanity brought to its knees. They have the terrifying ability to tame monsters and even use monster skills themselves, making them as dangerous as any top-tier warrior family. Their powers are a secret to almost everyone on the continent. But Rayon knows their secret because of his past life. It was all because of his former master, Darius Robert, the man who eventually betrayed him. In his past life, Rayon was sent on a mission by Darius that led him right into Eden's path. His entire squad was slaughtered in a horrific massacre, leaving Rayon as the only survivor of that hell. He can still see the bodies of his comrades lying in the dark, a memory that fuels his hatred. He realizes now that Darius knew about Eden's use of monastones all along, but he kept it a secret from the rest of the world for his own gain. Wrath interrupts his thoughts, asking Rayon what's going through his head right now. The demon can feel a deep, dark rage boiling inside Rayon, a fury so intense it's making the boy physically shake. Rayon forces himself to calm down, knowing that Eden is here for the Goblin King's Mana Stone. The stone has been buried for centuries, but its power is still immense. Eden's plan is to let the trainees think they've won so they leave, giving the cult a clear path to the treasure. Nearby, Burin spots the orc leader and prepares his ultimate attack to end the fight. A massive explosion of energy clears the field as the trainees finish off the remaining monsters. Burin stands victorious, looking satisfied with his leadership. But Martha jumps in at the last second, claiming the kill with a wide, predatory grin on her face. Burin just tss, calling her undignified, but the tension between them has cooled into actual teamwork. The trainees cheer as the leader falls, thinking they've officially completed their mission. Raon turns back to the guide, asking if anyone has ever actually found any jewels in these mountains since the legend started. Kanbar remembers a story from when he was a kid. The village chief once went to the summit and came back with a glowing red jewel. Raon's heart sinks as he learns the jewel is buried right underneath the chief's house in the middle of the village. He realizes the situation is a nightmare. If Eden doesn't find the stone in the mountains, they're going to burn the entire village to the ground to get it. The trainees celebrate their victory, shouting that the raid is finally over as they look at the clear field. Back at the village, the chief shakes Burin's hand, thanking the Ziagharts for saving them from the horde. He praises their skill, and Burin politely tells him that they were glad to be of help. Rayon stands in the background, his face shadowed as he watches the peaceful scene, knowing what's coming. Martha walks up to him, asking if things went the way he wanted them to. She's perched on a tree branch, eating an apple, and looking at him with genuine curiosity. She knows Rayon was planning something deeper, even if she can't figure out exactly what it was. Rayon tells her he's not sure yet, but he'll explain everything when the time is right. Martha hops down, telling him it doesn't matter because she's following his orders until this mission is officially over. Runan walks up next, noticing the dark look on Rayon's face. She asks if he's okay, but Rayon just brushes it off and tells her to get ready for the village banquet. He knows Eden won't step in until they see the trainees actually leaving the area. The next morning, the team gathers on the outskirts of the village under a clear blue sky. Buran has a proud smile on his face, thinking they executed the mission perfectly. They cleared the mountain with barely any injuries, and the 6th Hall leader is feeling pretty good about himself. He figures that's why Rayon isn't trying to take over the leadership role again. Buran honestly thinks his leadership was flawless and is starting to feel equal to Rayon. He hopes Rayon realizes that their skills are on the same level now. He cheerily tells the group it's time to head out and get back to the family. The team starts marching through the snow, leaving the village behind. Rayon stops in his tracks, his eyes fixed on the horizon behind them. He suddenly orders everyone to stop, confusing the trainees who are ready to go home. His voice is cold as he tells them that their real mission is actually just starting. The group is stunned, wondering what the hell Rayon is talking about after they already killed all the orcs. Buran demands to know what the problem is since they protected the village and cleared the mountain. Rayon drops the bomb. There was someone watching them until just a few minutes ago. He explains that he felt an intense hostility that was way too dark to be a training instructor. He sensed those eyes before they even reached the village, and they only disappeared once the group had moved far enough away. The trainees are horrified as they realize someone has been stalking them this entire time. Martha finally connects the dots, realizing Rayon gave Buran the leadership role just so he could hide his own presence and sense the enemy better. Buran is shaken, realizing that even with his legendary senses, he didn't feel a single thing. Rayon confirms it, saying he trusted Buran to handle the trainees so he could focus on the shadow in the forest. He compliments Buran, telling him he did such a good job as a distraction that the enemy thought he was the top trainee and ignored Rayon entirely. Rayon pats him on the shoulder, telling him he's a true Sieghart, and he'll recommend him for a promotion once they return. Buran is absolutely devastated inside, realizing that while he was feeling proud and equal to Rayon, Rayon was actually operating on a completely different level of reality. Rayon points out that orcs and goblins never cooperate, which proves someone is using magic to control them. He stares back at the village, knowing that a massive threat is looming over the people they just saved. He orders the team to head back to Cebu village, but they're going to be stealthy, so the enemy doesn't see them coming. He laments that they don't have the right stealth equipment for a sneak attack. Dorian suddenly steps forward, laying out a massive spread of high-quality stealth gear and dark cloaks. The group stares at him in shock, wondering when the hell he got all of this. Dorian just gives a thumbs up, saying he likes to be prepared, and Rayon can only give him a stunned, good job. Rayon picks the fastest trainee, Crane, and tells him to sprint to the nearest Sieghart branch to call for backup. He turns to the rest of the squad, his voice hard as steel, telling them to obey his orders no matter what from this point on. He makes it clear that he will not tolerate a single moment of disobedience as they prepare for the real fight. 5 hours later, at the enemy's hidden camp, a scout reports that the Sieghharts have finally left the area. The leader of the cult gives the order to begin the plan, calling out the word restoration. A massive, mutated orc stands up, its body pulsing with dark, unnatural energy. The beast lets out a deafening roar that shakes the very mountainside. A whole new army of monsters begins to swarm down toward the village. The leader stands on a cliff, pointing his blade toward the town and giving the order to kill everyone. The monster's glowing green eyes show that it won't spare a single soul. Back near the village, the trainees watch in horror as dozens of orcs reappear, charging toward the defenseless houses. Buran wants to rush in immediately, shouting that they need to put an end to them for real this time, but Rayon stops him, telling him it's not time to move yet. Buran argues that the villagers can't stop that many orcs on their own, and they're all going to die. Rayon tells him the timing isn't right, and reminds him that if they rush in blindly and lose, everyone dies anyway. The trainees gasp in terror, as Rayon mentions that their enemies are from Eden. The mere name of the 5 demons sends a chill through the group, knowing how strong the cult is. Burin's voice shakes as he admits he knows how strong Eden is and that Rayon is right to be careful, but he can't stand the idea of hiding while half the village is slaughtered in front of them. He's practically begging Rayon to let them fight, thinking this cowardice isn't what a Zigart should do. Burin shouts that they need to act now, because that's what it means to be a swordsman of their family, unaware that Rayon is waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Emotional hook, Burin is ready to die for his pride, but pride doesn't stop poison from stopping your heart. He shouts that a true Zygarde swordsman doesn't run when people are in danger, his face twisted with a mix of fear and determination. Burin bolts forward, telling the rest of the squad that he doesn't care if they follow him or not, he's going to save that village. Runan watches him go with her usual blank stare, but she immediately tells Raon that she's heading in too. She leaps off the snowy cliff without a second thought, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. The rest of the trainees start feeling the heat, realize that as members of the 6 Emperors, they can't let a bunch of cultists scare them off. They all start sprinting down the mountain, shouting that they have to hurry and protect the villagers. Cain takes charge of the 6th Hall, leading his group to back up the 5th Hall against the ghosts of Eden. Rayon stands at the top of the ridge, watching his team go. Everything is playing out exactly how he predicted it would. He knew their personalities wouldn't let them sit back and watch an injustice happen, and they'd rush in to stop the massacre. He even sent an aura message to Runan earlier to make sure she followed them, knowing that with Burin, Runan, and Cain together, even Eden will struggle. He notices Martha is still standing there behind a tree and asks why she didn't just run off with the others. Martha keeps her arms crossed, reminding him that she said she was following his orders down to the very last detail. Rayon gives a small smirk and tells her it's time to move, but they need to stay completely hidden. He can feel a massive, suffocating killing intent coming from the mountains, not the village itself. The trainees can handle the regular cultists, but if they face the big guy head-on, it's going to be a bloodbath. Rayon narrows his eyes. A head-on fight is one thing, but an assassination? That's his specialty. Down in the village, Burin is shouting orders, telling everyone to use footwork and counterattacks rather than tanking the orcs directly. He slashes through an orc, green blood splattering the ground as he leads the defense. He tells them to form teams if they can't win alone, reminding them that the entire village is toast if they fail here. Burin is sweating, realized these orcs are way more aggressive and ferocious than the ones they fought yesterday. He grits his teeth, realized Rayon was right about everything. Eden is not a joke. Suddenly, he senses something coming from above and warns everyone to watch the trees. It's the green phantom core, Eden's specialized ambush unit, dropping out of the sky like shadows. Burin looks up in shock as cloaked figures with goblin masks surround them. He expected a fight, but he didn't think there would be 40 of these elite cultists waiting in the wings. He knows they're in deep trouble and they have to play their cards perfectly to survive this many enemies. He tells Cain to hold back the orcs while he orders Runan to use her ice to freeze everyone's feet. Runan nods, her purple eyes glowing as she gathers her mana. She unleashes a massive breath of winter, shooting ice pillars across the ground to lock the enemies in place. The orcs let out confused grunts as the frost starts creeping up their legs, slowing them down. Burin doesn't waste a second, jumping into his continuous flow sword technique. He moves like the wind, his blade a blur as he strikes down orcs left and right. But then he spots a phantom in the trees aiming right at him. Clang! He barely blocks a strike, the force of the impact vibrating through his entire arm. The phantoms start raining down poison needles, and Burin yells at everyone to dodge or block with their aura. Suddenly, a bag of poison gas hits the ground, exploding into a thick, purple cloud. Burin realizes this poison is way stronger than anything the monsters use and tells everyone to cover their mouths. It's too late, the trainees start collapsing, their bodies going limp as they lose the strength to even hold their swords. Even Burin is trembling, his vision blurring as the toxin starts taking over his system. He looks over and sees Runan's face turning pale, while the Eden cultists and orcs seem totally immune to the gas. Just as he thinks they're about to be executed, a massive shockwave of energy rips through the clearing. Burin stares in awe at the sheer destructive power of the aura that just arrived. It's Martha! She crashes into the battlefield like a meteor. She calls them all idealistic fools and tells her group to clean up the Eden trash and not let a single one escape. The fallen trainees cheer, realizing their reinforcements have finally arrived just in the nick of time. Burin thinks that even without Rayon, Martha and her squad are enough to turn the tide and win this. The Eden cultists start panicking, realize these recruits are way stronger than they should be, and they start to retreat. A deep, booming voice stops them in their tracks, asking if they're really trying to desert the battlefield. Martha, Runan, and Burin all freeze as a massive, suffocating pressure fills the air. A giant orc-like monster with a champion's headgear and a massive blade steps out, and it's speaking human language. It's the Green Battle Phantom, an officer of Eden, and even Martha is stunned that someone this high-ranked is here. The three trainees take a defensive stance, realize they're facing a monster that could wipe them all out. The Phantom laughs, saying he heard they were leaving, but asks if they came back just because they smelled his ambush. He looks at Martha, calling her black-haired broad and mocking her for having some talent. He tells them the only reason they're going to die today is because they didn't know their place and came back to a fight they can't win. With a single massive swing of his giant blade, he unleashes a blast of energy that levels the trees. Burin is sent flying, coughing up blood and gasping on the ground. The other trainees are in total despair, wondering where Kane is and, more importantly, where Rayon is. The Phantom walks toward the downed Martha, surprised she's even able to try and stand back up. He admits she's the best of the garbage here, since she could at least sense his presence. He leans in, his glowing eyes filled with malice, calling them bugs with no discipline who have run out of luck. He raises his massive sword high, declaring that everyone is going to die, right here, right now. No! A voice cuts through the chaos, and suddenly the air is filled with a vortex of golden fire. Rayon appears in a blur of flames, shouting that the only one dying today is the monster. He unleashes the Thousand Flames technique, First Flame, his sword becoming a pillar of golden light. Shloosh! In a single blinding stroke, he cuts clean through the giant's arm. The Phantom is stunned, laughing at the successful ambush, but Rayon calls him a crazy bastard for sacrificing his arm just to avoid a neck shot. Rayon stares him down, his eyes glowing with the fire of an assassin who just missed his mark but is ready to finish the job. He tells them their last stand was totally meaningless and they should have known their place. The Phantom looks at his severed arm, admitting that Rayon is a promising Z-Heart for even managing to land a hit, but he points out that Rayon looks completely gassed, having used up almost all his stamina on that one sneak attack. Rayon's hands are shaking on his hilt. The monster is right. He overexerted himself trying to end it in one shot, and now his body won't move. Rayon asks if he's the one in charge, and the monster laughs, saying his superiors wouldn't waste their time on a tiny village. The Phantom's eye glows green behind his mask, impressed by Rayon's sharp tongue even while he's dying. He leaps into the air, bringing his massive blade down with enough force to shatter the earth. Rayon barely has time to react, his body still screaming in pain from the previous move. Bam! He blocks the strike, but the impact craters the ground beneath his feet. The Phantom is shocked that Rayon is still standing after taking a direct hit like that. Rayon grits his teeth, saying if he couldn't even handle that much, he might as well quit being a swordsman right now. The monster lets out a furious roar that echoes through the trees. He swings again, the force of his blow sending up clouds of snow and dirt. He calls Rayon a brat, but admits he likes the kid's mindset as they continue to clash. Clang! Clang! The sounds of their blades hitting each other ring out like thunder. Burin is watching from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he's seeing. He can't believe Rayon is fighting that monster on equal footing when the Phantom just one-shotted everyone else. Burin realizes he wasn't even close to catching up to Rayon. The guy is on a totally different level. Martha walks up to him, her face grim. She says that what Rayon showed them before was just the tip of the iceberg. But she knows it's not enough. Rayon hasn't had any time to recover his aura, and he's running on fumes. She worries if he can actually win this fight with the tiny bit of strength he has left. Runan starts walking forward, her hand on her sword, saying they have to go help him. Martha stops her, telling her she's being reckless, and that if they make one mistake, they'll die in a single hit. Runan doesn't care, she's already drawing her blade, her purple eyes filled with a cold, sharp focus. Martha is surprised to see Runan so calm. It's like she's a different person when Rayon is in danger. Burin stands up too, feeling embarrassed that he even hesitated for a second. He tells Martha they can't just leave a comrade to fight alone. They are swordsmen of Sieghart after all. Martha sighs, telling them they better take responsibility if things go south, but she starts drawing her own sword. The three of them walk forward together, ready to put their lives on the line for their friend. The Phantom is still pushing Raon back, surprised the recruit has lasted this long against him. He asks for Raon's name, and our boy gasps it out through his exhaustion, Raon Ziehart. The monster pauses, realizing that with hair and eyes like that, Raon must be a direct descendant of the main bloodline. He can see the blood of the Northern King flowing through Raon, making him a prime target. The monster takes back his offer to recruit Raon, realized he has to use every dirty trick to kill the kid now. He lets out a massive scream, his aura turning into a dark, swirling storm of energy. He swings his giant blade with everything he has, aiming to end it right now. Raon sees the monster's eyes glow even brighter as the speed of the attack increases. Raon's eyes widen. This lunatic is burning his own life force just to get faster and stronger. He barely dodges the strike, the blade whistling past his ear and smashing into the ground. Raon is using his ring of fire to stay conscious, but his recovery isn't fast enough to keep up with this pace. Suddenly, a massive burst of Titan aura slams into the side of the monster. It's Martha! She's jumped in, her face set in a look of pure aggression. She drives her sword down with a powerful overhead strike, catching the Phantom off guard. The monster snarls, calling her a small fry for even daring to touch him. But then he feels a sudden chill as frost starts creeping over his armor. Runan slides underneath his guard, her blade moving like a silver needle. She unleashes her frost aura, breath of winter, freezing the joints of the monster's armor. Now! She shouts, creating the perfect opening for the others. Burin leaps in from the other side with a fierce battle cry. He uses his starlight-entwined radiance, his blade glowing with a bright, piercing light. But the Phantom is too fast. He catches Burin mid-air, his massive hand crushing the trainee's chest. He lifts Burin up like a doll, mocking them for thinking petty tricks could bring him down. He tells them they're not even on the blonde brat's level, and they'll never land a real blow. Burin smirks through the blood in his mouth, saying they don't need to win, they just needed to buy time. Martha roars, unleashing her meteor form with her Titan aura at maximum power. She challenges the Eden officer to take her strongest hit head-on. Crash! She slams her sword into him, but the monster just swats her away like a fly. Martha is sent tumbling through the snow, her body battered and broken. The Phantom is screaming in rage now, calling them all brats as he prepares to finish them off. He doesn't notice the golden aura swirling behind him, hotter than any fire he's ever felt. He punches the ground, sending a shockwave that knocks back Burin and Martha again. They collapse, gasping for air as the monster looms over them with his giant blade. It's not meaningless. Raon stands up, a massive pillar of golden fire erupting from his sword. The monster spins around in shock as Raon thanks his friends for giving him enough time to recover. Martha and Burin look up with small smiles, relieved that they actually made a difference. The Phantom is sweating now, wondering how the kid still has this much strength left in him. Raon tells the monster to feel honored, because this is the first time he's using this new technique against an enemy. He unleashes the Thousand Flames technique, winds of blazing dominion, and the entire forest starts to glow. Raon's eyes are glowing with a fierce red light, his golden hair standing up from the sheer heat. The monster's instincts are screaming at him. These flames are way more dangerous than the ones from earlier. He roars, throwing everything he has into one final, desperate strike. Raon moves like a bolt of golden lightning, his blade cutting through the air with a high-pitched whistle. The golden fire and the dark energy of the monster collide in a massive explosion that blinds everyone on the battlefield. The thought that they've been looking out for him brings a strange warmth to his chest. The golden flames swallow the dark energy whole, incinerating everything in their path. Raon stands there, his face calm and cold, as the monster's giant blade is melted into nothing. The Phantom's mask shatters, and his head hits the ground with a dull thud. The giant body of the Eden officer collapses into the snow, smoke rising from his scorched remains. Raon stands over the fallen demon, his chest heaving as he finally lets out a breath. Runan, Martha, and Burin stare in total shock. He actually did it. He defeated a high-ranking officer of Eden. Raon raises his sword high, shouting to the rest of the group that it's not over and they need to wipe out the remaining cultists for the peace of the village. The trainees find their second wind, shouting, "At your command!" as they charge the remaining enemies. The forest is filled with the sounds of battle and the sight of Ziehart blades cutting through the darkness. One by one, the green phantoms are hunted down and defeated by the inspired trainees. After the battle, Burin walks up to Raon, his head bowed in respect. He admits Rayon was right, and that without him and the second group, they would have been annihilated. He apologizes for going against orders, but says he'd do it again because ignoring injustice just because you're weak isn't his way. Rayon simply tells him, "You did well," which catches Burin completely off guard. He tells the group that it was their fight and their distractions that allowed him to land the finishing blow. He says if even one of them hadn't been there, the battle would have ended in a disaster. Rayon tells them all that he is genuinely thankful for their help, and he means it from the bottom of his heart. Burin is flustered, promising to get stronger so he won't need help next time, while Rayon just laughs it off. Rayon turns to Martha, telling her she did great too, especially with that final distraction. He thanks her for following his orders, and Martha looks away, trying to hide her reaction. She gives a rare, tiny smile, realized she actually feels proud of what they accomplished together. She tells him she's heading to the village to help with repairs, leaving Rayon alone for a moment. Rayon lets out a heavy sigh, his body finally starting to feel the weight of the exhaustion. As the tension leaves his body, his legs give out and he starts to fall. But someone catches him. It's Runan, who was waiting nearby the whole time. She asks if he's okay, and Rayon is surprised she knew exactly when he was going to collapse. She says she knew because she saw how drained he was during training, and Rayon realizes his friends have been watching him just as closely as he watches them. He quietly thanks her, leaning on her as they look out over the village. A blue system window pops up. Rayon has performed beyond his limits, and all his stats have increased. He's even earned a new trait called Backstab, and a title called Indomitable. He checks his status window, seeing his strength and perception have reached new heights. He tells Runan he's fine, and to go ahead to the village while he checks the area one last time. He sits on a rock, realized the Indomitable title is way more powerful than he expected. It gives him a 3% stat boost whenever he fights someone stronger than him, a buff that will grow as he does. The Backstab trait is perfect for his assassin roots, increasing his critical injury chance during surprise attacks. Wrath pops up, fuming about why the system is giving Rayon so many rewards for killing a weakling. Rayon just smirks, thanking Wrath for the help, which only makes the demon scream about how he'll crush Rayon's body for eternity. Rayon just waves him off, telling him to do it if he actually can. Wrath lets out one last frustrated roar as Rayon heads toward the village with a small smile. The trainees are hard at work, fixing fences and helping the villagers rebuild their homes. Rayon watches them, realized his team is actually becoming a family. He accidentally falls asleep for a bit, exhausted from the battle. When he wakes up and opens the door to his room, he's greeted by the sounds of the whole village. He's stunned to see that they've finished all the major repairs while he was napping. Runan walks up with a bucket of water, asking if he's feeling better now. She tells him there's somewhere they need to go quickly because everyone is waiting for him. They walk into the center of the village, where a massive bonfire is roaring. All the residents of Cebu village bow down to Rayon and his squad, calling them their noble benefactors. The chief thanks them for risking their lives, saying they will never forget the battle that saved their homes. Rayon stands there in silence, taking in the scene under the bright moon. He looks at his companions, Burin, Martha, and Runan, who are all looking at him with pride. He can feel it, the admiration and the gratitude flowing toward him from every direction. It's a feeling he has never felt in his entire life. In his previous life as an assassin, he was just a tool, a shadow in the night. No one ever showed him favor. No one ever thanked him for a job well done. Back then, the only things that existed were life and death. Everything he was and everything he did belonged to his master, Darius Robert. No matter how many people he killed, all the recognition always went to Darius while Rayon stayed in the dirt. But here, for the first time, he is being acknowledged for who he truly is. He clenches his fist, realizing he wants more of this. He wants more people to look at him with admiration. He knows that by living as a swordsman instead of an assassin, he'll be able to see this scene 1,000 more times. He looks up at the moon, the wind whistling through the ruined village. This is just the beginning. He's going to make sure the name Rayon Sieghart is known by the entire world. The village is buzzing with excitement after the raid, but our guy Rayon isn't joining the party just yet. He pulls the village chief aside, his face serious because he knows the danger hasn't actually passed. The real story is just getting started, and things are about to get a lot more complicated. Rayon wastes no time and asks the chief what's really going on behind the scenes. He brings up the cultists from Eden and asks the chief if he has any idea why they'd target such a small, boring village. The chief looks genuinely baffled, claiming they have nothing worth stealing in this unremarkable place. Rayon mentions the legend he heard about a red gem found on the mountain, and the chief's face goes pale instantly. The chief realizes that his lucky charm is exactly what the cult is after, and he feels like he's accidentally brought ruin to his people. Rayon warns him that even though they won today, Eden will keep coming back as long as that gem is in the village. The chief explains that after they buried the stone, the village became warmer and the fields turned fertile, so they treated it like a guardian god. Terrified, the chief asks if they should just dig it up and chuck it into the woods to save themselves. Rayon stops him, telling the old man that he's going to take the stone with him when he leaves. The chief is worried that Eden will just hunt Rayon instead, but Rayon doesn't care. Zeahart can handle the heat. Our boy stands tall, telling the chief that protecting the weak is simply the way of Zeahart. The chief is moved to tears, staring at Rayon like he's seen a ghost from the past. He mutters that once again, the Zeahart family is showing them immeasurable kindness. He reveals that decades ago, the current head of the family, Glenn Zeahart, saved this same village when he was just a young man. Rayon is stunned to hear that his terrifying grandfather was once a hero who smiled and treated commoners with respect. The chief remembers Glenn as a kind-hearted warrior, which is the complete opposite of the destructive king Rayon knows. Rayon tries to imagine his grumpy grandpa smiling kindly, but the mental image just doesn't compute. The chief cuts the story short and leads Rayon to the spot where the gem is hidden. He starts digging under his house, explaining how they wrapped the stone to hide its cursed glow. As the dirt is cleared, a massive red light erupts. This is the Goblin King's mana stone. Rayon knows that if this thing falls into the wrong hands, Eden will use it to create a monster of legendary proportions. A monster with the power of a king would be born, and the continent would burn. Rayon tells the chief to wrap it back up quickly, but he suddenly feels a chill down his spine. A massive, hulking shadow appears behind Rayon, looking down at the gem with greedy eyes. Rayon is horrified. This guy got right behind him without making a single sound or letting out a drop of killing intent. The man is an absolute unit, and he mocks Rayon, asking who the boy thinks he is dealing with. The pressure in the air becomes so heavy it feels like the world is shrinking. The stranger holds up a terrifying green mask that looks exactly like a monster's skull. Rayon recognizes the gear instantly and asks if he's a blood-mad fiend from the higher ranks of Eden. The man laughs, confirming he's an executive, and praises Rayon's sharp senses for identifying him so quickly. He looks at Rayon with predator-like eyes, realizing this is the kid who killed his subordinate, the Green Ogre. Rayon realizes this is the superior the ogre mentioned, the one who wasn't supposed to show up. The fiend admits he only came because Rayon was strong enough to kill his pawn, and now he's curious. He towers over our guy, his presence alone making the ground feel like it's vibrating. Rayon is paralyzed by a wave of pure killing intent, realized that even if his whole squad was here, they wouldn't stand a chance. Wrath pops up, bluntly telling Rayon that there is zero chance he can win this fight. The demon monarch gives him two choices: die like a dog or surrender his body and let Wrath take over. Outside, the other trainees are working on the fences, completely unaware that their leader is about to be slaughtered. Rayon stares at the monster in front of him, while Wrath waits like a vulture for his chance to strike a deal. Burin and Martha are still bickering in the village square, keeping the vibe light for just a few more seconds. Burin asks Martha why she's here, looking annoyed as usual. Martha mocks their carpentry skills, saying they're better at fixing fences than they are at swinging swords. She snaps at Burin, reminding him that only one person, Rayon, has the right to give her orders. Runan walks up to them, carrying a basket and looking as spaced out as ever. She says she's brought some fruit for the group. But she specifically mentions she picked the freshest ones just for Rayon. Martha teases her, saying she acts like she's already married to the guy, which makes Runan just blink in confusion. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the village, sending a pillar of smoke into the sky from the chief's house. Runan drops her basket, her eyes widening in pure terror as she whispers Raon's name. She doesn't wait for the others, bolting toward the blast zone with everything she's got. The fruit is crushed in the dirt as Martha and Burin realize this is a code-red emergency and start calling for the other officers. They scream for Rayon to answer them, dreading what they're about to find in the ruins of the house. They burst through the dust and debris, desperate to find their friend. They stop dead in their tracks, their faces going pale with shock. Rayon is slumped over, covered in blood and coughing his lungs out, while the blood-mad fiend looms over him like an unstoppable god of death. Emotional hook, the strongest trainee in the family, is being crushed like a bug, and for the first time, Rayon looks truly helpless. Rayon gasps out for the others to take the chief and get the hell out of there. He's on one knee, using his sword just to keep himself from collapsing completely. He screams at his friends to save the chief and run, his voice full of a desperation they've never heard before. Martha is frozen, unable to process how someone as strong as Rayon could be beaten this badly in seconds. Suddenly, the air gets heavy, so heavy that the trainees fall to their knees, feeling like their lungs are being flattened by a mountain. The fiend chuckles, calling them cuties and mocking their pathetic weakness. Burin recognizes the armor. It's the legendary ogre plate worn by Eden's highest-ranking monsters. The shadow of the giant falls over them, casting the entire area into a dark, suffocating gloom. They realize with horror that they aren't just fighting a cultist, they're fighting an executive of the 5 demons. The fiend laughs at how weak the Zeahearts have become, while Martha can only tremble in fear. Rayon roars at them, asking if they have a death wish and telling them to wake up. His shout snaps them out of their trance, and they look at him with wide, terrified eyes. He tells them to concentrate their aura and fight the pressure, or they're all going to be annihilated right here. Burin finally grabs the chief and nods, promising to evacuate the villagers and come back as fast as he can. Rayon tells Martha and Runan to stay back and focus on creating distractions rather than fighting head-on. He stands between them and the monster, warned them that a direct hit from this guy means instant death. He reminds them of Instructor Rimmer's words that a real warrior has to surpass their limits when the world is ending. Rayon takes his stance, pushing his physical and mental limits to the absolute breaking point. The fiend gives a creepy smile, admitting he likes the kid's spirit. But he mocks Rayon, wondering if just surpassing limits is enough to bridge the gap between a human and a demon. The real fight begins now, and Rayon knows he's the only thing standing between this monster and a village full of innocent people. He realizes that the moment he takes a single step back, everyone behind him dies. He's looking for any kind of opening to take the monster's head, but his own body is betraying him. For the first time, our MC honestly doesn't know if he can pull off a win. He feels like he's standing at the edge of an endless cliff with nowhere to go but down. The fiend taunts him, asking if he's just going to stand there and watch while his friends run away. With a sudden burst of speed, the monster lunges forward, the ground cracking under his feet. Boom! His fist hits the ground, creating a crater and sending a shockwave that rattles Rayon's bones. He roars that if Rayon won't come to him, he'll just have to go and crush the boy himself. Rayon's eyes go wide. The monster is even faster than he was a second ago. Rayon doesn't have time to think. He just reacts. He unleashes the 10,000 Flames cultivation, 10 flames, spinning into a move called Revolving Sky. A massive vortex of fire erupts around him, catching the monster in a pillar of golden heat. The fiend is impressed by the output, but he doesn't even slow down as he charges through the flames. The golden fire swirls around his massive body, but it doesn't seem to be doing any real damage. Rayon is horrified to see the monster just pushing through his strongest fire technique like it's a warm breeze. He barely has time to get his sword up to deflect a punch that could have easily decapitated him. The impact sends Rayon skidding backward across the dirt, his arms numb from the force. He only survived because he used his ring of fire to predict the flow of the strike and move just enough to not get crushed. He wants to retreat and regroup, but he knows he can't leave his squad exposed. He stares at the fiend, knowing his friends are watching him and he has to show them a way to win. He charges back in, looking for that 1% chance of survival. The monster laughs at Rayon's guts, crouching down to unleash even more power. The fiend admits it would have been boring if Rayon's flames were extinguished with just one punch. He looms over the small boy, a giant shadow that seems to swallow all the light in the area. The ground beneath them is turned to rubble as the intensity of the fight ramps up. The monster strikes again, his movements a blur of dark, violent energy. He screams at Rayon to entertain him even more, his bloodlust reaching a fever pitch. Crash! He smashes his fist down, and the entire village seems to shake from the impact. A massive cloud of dust and debris hides the two fighters for a split second. The fiend admits that Rayon's flames are on a completely different level from any ordinary aura he's ever seen. But he tells Rayon it's regrettable, because fire simply doesn't work against him. Rayon gasps out that he knows why. The monster's helmet and armor have the traits of an ancient ogre. Ogres are the kings of the forest, creatures that can walk through a raging forest fire without taking a single scratch. The blood-mad fiend has harnessed that trait, making him functionally immune to fire-based attacks. He tells Ryan it's a shame, because no matter how much aura the boy unleashes, it will all be meaningless. Ryan stares at him, his expression suddenly turning cold and calm. He tells the monster that if fire is meaningless, he'll just have to use something else. Suddenly, the golden flames around Ryan vanish, replaced by a freezing blue mist that turns the air to ice. The fiend is stunned as the temperature drops. Realized Ryan is now using a high-tier water-ice attribute aura. He can't believe a kid this young has mastered two completely different advanced attributes. He stares at Ryan, genuinely asking, "Who the hell are you?" for the first time. Ryan tells him he doesn't need to know, because he's going to die by his hands anyway. The monster's shock turns back into rage, calling Ryan an arrogant brat. He lunges forward, ready to see just how long Ryan's spirit will last against a master. Kaboom! Their collision creates a massive explosion of frost and shadow that knocks the nearby trainees off their feet. Burren and Kane stare in total awe, unable to believe what they're seeing. They watch the two blurs of energy clash in the distance, the speed of the fight exceeding their ability to even follow. Burren is shaking. Ryan is using frost aura. He's reached the expert realm, and he's fighting a literal demon officer all on his own. Ryan stands his ground, his new blue blade glowing with a cold, lethal light as he prepares to end the fiend once and for all. Burren is paralyzed with fear, but he realizes that if he doesn't snap out of it, he's failing his duty as a Zeehart. He finally finds his voice and orders everyone to retreat, telling them to focus on getting as far away from the mad blood demon as possible. Runan looks back at Ra'an, her eyes full of worry, as she's dragged away by the others. Ra'an gives a tiny, confident smile, whispering "got it," as he watches his team finally get to safety. The fiend scoffs, wondering why Ra'an thinks those insects can actually run away from him. In the world of warriors, everyone is ranked by their skill with aura, from beginners who just learn to use it to aura users who can coat their weapons. But then there are the aura experts, the elites who can release their energy into their surroundings and use devastating sword energy. This confirms that Ryan has officially reached the level of an expert, a feat that should be impossible for a 15-year-old. He's mid-air, clashing with a monster that should be way out of his league. Kane is watching from a distance, terrified because he knows the blood-mad fiend isn't just an expert, he's a veteran killer. Ryan is fighting back with everything he has, but he still hasn't been able to deal a single point of significant damage to the giant. He manages to ignore the massive power gap for a second, catching Burren's eye from across the battlefield. They've spent so much time training together that they can communicate with just a single glance. Burren realizes that Ryan is going to create an opening, and he needs the team to synchronize their final attack. Martha and Runan get the message too, their expressions hardening as they prepare for one last desperate play. They tighten their grip on their swords, reminding themselves that they are Zeeharts, and they don't back down. They have to protect this village, and they have to protect Ryan. Ryan's ice aura flares up to maximum power as he thinks, "If we're with Ryan, we can actually do this!" He slams his blade against the monsters, a massive burst of cold energy freezing the ground between them. The fiend just grunts, seemingly unimpressed by the flurry of ice. "Now!" Ryan screams, giving the signal for the coordinated strike. Martha, Runan, and Burren all charge in at once, their combined aura creating a wall of light. They're convinced they can win if they just hit him all together with everything they've got. But the monster's eyes glow with a sinister, dark yellow light as he watches them come. He mocks them, saying he was actually waiting for all the insects to gather in one place so he could finish them all off. With a massive roar, he unleashes his fighting spirit, a shockwave of raw pressure that hits them like a physical wall. Burren is knocked flat, his lungs burning. He realizes the monster can spread his killing intent like an actual explosion. He realizes with horror that this guy isn't just an expert, he's pushing the power level of a master. The fiend laughs, telling Ryan that watching hopeful expressions turn into total despair is his favorite hobby. He raises his massive, armored fist, declaring that every single one of them is going to die right here. He towers over our guy, calling him a brat who didn't know his place. Ryan smirks through the blood on his face, telling the monster he wasn't the only one waiting for this exact chance. He taps into all the murderous intent he built up during his past life as a legendary assassin. He lets his cold energy seep into his fire technique, focusing every drop of his mana into a single needle-thin point. He unleashes the Thousand Flames technique, Zenith, a move that combines his dual attributes into one lethal strike. Sage Slash! The attack hits home, a massive explosion of energy engulfing the monster's torso. For a second, it looks like a direct hit that should have ended the fight. But as the smoke clears, the monster is still standing, his eyes filled with a new, terrifying intensity. He drops to one knee, the ground beneath him scorched and frozen at the same time. Reborn is gasping for air, his vision swimming as he realizes he's completely empty of aura. "Damn it!" he mutters, seeing that even his ultimate move wasn't enough to kill the beast. The fiend calls it incredible, realized that Reborn took advantage of the split second his defense was down to strike. He stands back up, towering over Reborn again, his presence even more suffocating than before. Crack! He hits Reborn with a backhand that sends him flying across the battlefield like a ragdoll. The monster tells him that if he wants to bridge the gap in their skill, that move was still far too weak. Reborn realizes with despair that he couldn't even pierce the monster's skin, because the fiend strengthened his muscles with aura at the last millisecond. He stares up at the giant, finally understanding the true, terrifying gap between an expert and a master. He hangs his head, thinking that all his plans and all his hard work are finally over. But then he snaps, standing back up and commanding the other trainees to run away immediately. He tells them they can't win this fight, and they have to evacuate the villagers while he stays behind. He shouts at Burin, asking if the guy really thinks it's honorable for a Z-Heart to die a dog's death here. The fiend just watches, mockingly asking Reborn if he really thinks he can hold out while the others run. Reborn ignores him and whispers to the blue fireball floating beside him, "Wrath, I suggest a wager." Wrath gets a wicked, toothy grin, excited that his turn to take over has finally come. The demon monarch tells Reborn he's about to die anyway, but asks what the boy is willing to bet. Reborn's eyes glow with a new, dark light as he makes his offer. "Restore my body and my aura, and I will take your rage in exchange." Wrath realizes that if he doesn't help, he won't get a body to possess at all, so he agrees to the restoration. Suddenly, Reborn's entire body starts to glow with a violent purple energy as he takes in the demon's rage directly. The monster stops in his tracks, staring in shock as Reborn's wounds literally knit themselves back together in seconds. He can't understand how a human can recover like that without drinking monster blood. It exceeds all reason. Reborn stands tall, his aura now 10 times more intense and terrifying than it was before. He points his sword at the demon, his voice cold as ice as he tells him, "Come, I'll keep you company until dawn." When you've lived as a tool your whole life, dying for someone else is a choice you never thought you'd have to make. Burin screams for everyone to move according to his orders. The evacuation has started, and there's no time to waste. The trainees are shaking, wondering if they're even going to make it out of this alive. Everything's falling apart the moment they arrive. Martha stares back toward the battlefield, her fists clenched. She can't believe they're leaving him. She reminds them that Reborn is back there facing a literal monster alone just to save their skins. Even with broken ribs and a shattered arm, he hasn't stopped fighting. Martha loses it, screaming at the others for their pathetic attitudes. She's disgusted that they're just standing there while Reborn bleeds for them. Burin looks her dead in the eye, his expression heavy. He's not being a coward, he's trying to be a leader. He grips his sword so hard his knuckles turn white. He knows she's right, and he's not going to let Reborn's sacrifice be for nothing. Burin bellows for everyone to move faster. He reveals that Crane has already been sent to get reinforcements from the main family. He tries to keep the momentum going, but suddenly, he stops in his tracks. A massive shadow looms from the forest. A giant ogre emerges from the trees, and the trainees' hearts sink. Why the hell is a monster like that here? Burin's face goes pale. The king of the forest shouldn't be hunting them like this. Another roar rips through the air as a second ogre steps out, blocking their path. They're completely surrounded. It's a pincer movement, and it feels like the forest itself is trying to swallow them whole. Martha's eyes widen in realization. This isn't a coincidence. This is a trap. She realizes that Eden is controlling these monsters. The blood-mad fiend didn't ignore them. He had already set the hounds on them. The fiend's toothy grin flashes in her mind. He planned to massacre them all from the very beginning. One of the trainees drops to his knees, completely broken. He thinks it's all over and they're going to die without even getting a swing in. But a voice cuts through the despair, sharp and commanding. Burin stands tall against the ogres. He tells them that if they die here, he'll never be able to look Reborn in the eye again. Martha steps up beside him, a fierce smirk returning to her face. They have to clear these monsters out and get back to help our boy. The trio, Burin, Martha, and Runan, draw their blades. They've finally found their resolve. They charge forward, determined to do the absolute least they can for the guy who's currently dying for them. The ogres roar and swing, but the trainees are fighting with a new kind of desperation. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind ripples through the trees, making Burin gasp. Something powerful is coming. Back on the main field, the blood-mad fiend looks down, annoyed. He can't believe Rayon is still breathing. Our boy is leaning against a rock, his body a mess of blood and dirt. He looks like a corpse that hasn't realized it's dead yet. Rayon's left arm is useless, hanging by his side. He's actually considering cutting it off just so it stops getting in his way. Darkness starts to creep into his vision, and everything starts to feel distant. In the silence of his mind, he starts to question it all. Why is he even doing this? In his past life, he was a tool. He would have run away the second things got this bad. Every inch of his body is screaming in agony, a kind of pain he never even felt as a professional assassin. His eyes go cold. If this was his old life, he would have been long gone by now. But then, a memory flashes, a warmth he never had before. He sees his mother, Sylvia, hugging him tight. She tells him she wants him to become a proud warrior, a true Zygarde. Her words hit him harder than any punch from the fiend. It's not just her. The faces of his squad, the people he called tools, start appearing in his mind. He thinks of Runan, the girl who looks bored but cares more than anyone. He thinks of Burin, the rival who actually stepped up to become a leader he could trust. And Martha, the rough powerhouse who finally gave him her respect. They've grown on him. He realizes he doesn't want to see them as tools. He wants to see them grow into legends. Wrath, the blue demon cat, is floating nearby, realizing Rayon was just stalling for time this whole time. Wrath is furious. He tells Rayon there's a limit to how much he can look down on a monarch of the devildom. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy explodes from Rayon's chest. The rage is taking over. Wrath laughs, telling him he failed the moment he took in that power. Once he hands over his body, he's never getting it back. The fiend watches Rayon collapse, thinking the kid finally hit his limit. He gets a twisted, good idea. He decides he's going to kill the comrades first and leave Rayon for last. He thinks it'll be more entertaining. The fiend tells Rayon to imagine the look on his face when he tears their heads off right in front of him. Rayon's eyes snap open. He knows a master-level warrior will slaughter his friends in seconds. He forces himself up, his voice low and raspy. He tells the fiend to listen up. He stands tall, declaring his name, Rayon Zygarde. He is the descendant of the King of Annihilation, and he will be the strongest. With blood dripping down his face, he tells the mad demon of Eden that he isn't going anywhere. The fiend actually stops, impressed by the kid's spirit. He decides to show proper respect to such a warrior. The fiend's aura explodes, turning into a terrifying red mist as he prepares to end this once and for all. Raon closes his eyes. He doesn't have the strength to dodge this. This is it. Everything goes white for a second. But the impact never comes. Rayon opens his eyes, confused. He sees a flash of green leaves and a familiar red mane. A man is standing in front of him, his back to Rayon. Long red hair flows in the wind. The man's blade is out, effortlessly blocking the fiend's massive strike. The ground beneath them is cracking from the pressure. Rayon lets out a small, bloody smile. He tells the man he's late. Rimmer, the lazy instructor, turns back with a cocky grin. He jokingly says he just overslept a bit. He tells Rayon to take a break. He's got it from here. Rimmer stands ready, his lazy eyes now sharp enough to cut steel. The real fight is about to begin. The fiend recognizes the man immediately. He calls him Zygarde's Sword of Light. Rimmer just calls him a baldy. The fiend is shocked. He can't believe Rimmer actually found them out here. Rimmer's blade starts to glow with a blinding light. He tells the fiend he won't let trash like him trample on his new sprouts. They clash, and the shockwave rips through the forest like a bomb went off. Rimmer moves like a ghost, mocking the fiend's sloppy punches. He brings up the rumor that Rimmer was supposed to be a cripple. Rimmer just laughs it off. He tells him those rumors are ancient history and that they're way behind on the news. The fiend gets frustrated. He says Rimmer's sword used to be filled with bloodlust, but now it feels like a breeze. He laughs, thinking a weak blade like that could never cut him down. The fiend lunges forward, his dark aura swiping at Rimmer like massive claws. Rimmer sidesteps the attack with zero effort, moving with a grace that makes the fiend look like a toddler. He mutters about how barbaric the fiend is, his face calm and composed. Rayon watches from the ground, mesmerized. Rimmer is switching between offense and defense as easily as a leaf in a storm. The surprise attacks Rimmer throws in are terrifyingly perfect. Rayon realizes that if Rimmer were using astral energy, the fight would have ended in 1 second. He wonders why he's dragging it out. Then, it hits him. Rayon looks at Rimmer's precise movements and realizes what's happening. Rimmer is actually teaching him. He's using a master-level battle as a private lesson for Rayon. Our boy thinks he's absolutely out of his mind. Rimmer taunts the fiend, asking if he's really going to lose his helmet to a weakened elf. The fiend screams for him to shut up and slams his fist down, creating a massive explosion of dirt and dark energy. He demands Rimmer stop playing around and fight him seriously. Rimmer sighs. He tells Ron to watch closely because the teaching material is starting to lose control. He tells Rayon that this is the Zygarde way of battle, the realm he needs to reach one day. Rimmer raises his sword. He whispers the words, "Swordfield creation." The air begins to hum. The leaves around them start to swirl in a perfect circle. He calls it the Eye of the Storm. A massive, glowing tornado of aura erupts around Rimmer. The fiend feels the pressure. The aura is filling every inch of the area, crushing everything and making escape impossible. The fiend realizes he can't run. He decides his only choice is to charge head-on with everything he has left. He screams, "Get crushed!" as he brings his massive fist down toward the center of the storm. Rimmer just takes a single step forward, his foot planting firmly into the cracked earth. The fiend's massive shadow is swallowed by the blinding green and gold light. The ground shatters into a million pieces. Rimmer stands in the center of the destruction, his back to the viewer. He looks like a god of the wind. The fiend's attack is completely nullified, redirected by the sheer force of Rimmer's field. A final, massive explosion of light clears the battlefield. The fiend is still standing, but he looks stunned. He's never seen anything like this. He realizes that Rimmer's field cut his physical ability and aura output in half. He incorporated the very wind into his blade. The fiend asks how he can create a sword field when he isn't of the direct Zygarde lineage. Rimmer just smirks, saying elves are close to nature. The fiend admits that even though Rimmer is old and sick, a tiger is still a tiger. The fiend looks over at Rayon, regretting that he couldn't kill the kid. He knows Rayon is going to be a problem. Rimmer warns him that he won't let anyone touch their young king. The fiend scoffs. He tells them not to be full of themselves, as Eden has talents just as monstrous as Rayon. In a flash, the fiend vanishes into the shadows of the forest. Rimmer lets him go. Rimmer stands there for a moment, the wind finally settling around him. He walks over to Rayon and asks if he saw that. He tells our boy that the sword field is the ultimate technique he'll need to master as a Zygarde. He explains that unlike a magician's mana, a sword field is built from the karma of your soul and spirit. Since Rayon is a direct descendant, he has the potential to activate it one day. He tells him to gather experience until then. Suddenly, Rimmer's serious face disappears, and he starts laughing with sparkles everywhere. He's back to his goofy self. But then, voices shout from the distance. Martha, Runan, and Burin come running out of the trees. They see Rayon on his knees and scream his name. They can't believe he's actually alive. The squad crowds around him, checking his injuries. They're genuinely relieved, and the tension finally breaks. Rimmer watches them, his arms crossed. He thinks to himself that pretending to be fine is a massive struggle. He reveals the truth. For an elf with a broken energy center, using a sword field is a death sentence. It literally consumes his lifespan. Every second that storm was active, he was burning away his very life. But as he looks at Rayon standing between his friends and a monster, he saw something he never expected. He saw the birth of a new king. Right then and there, Rimmer made a choice. He decided he would serve Rayon as his new lord. He felt dead inside ever since his energy center broke, but these youngsters gave him a new reason to live. He stands tall, looking at the future. The four of them walk together, the new generation of Zygarde warriors. Rimmer watches them with a gentle, proud smile. He doesn't regret losing his lifespan. He's happy to pay the price. Because before he dies, he wants to see Rayon become the king of Zygarde. News of the battle spreads. The image of Rayon standing alone against the blood-mad fiend is etched into everyone's mind. Back at the manor, Rimmer reports to Glenn Zygarde. The patriarch is shocked that the fiend, who is a match for a swordmaster, was held back by a trainee. Glenn asks Rimmer if he's really telling him to believe a 15-year-old survived that. Rimmer tells him he has no choice but to believe it once he sees that Rayon has officially reached the sword expert realm. He reveals they used the Elvrin sap, a priceless treasure, to heal Rayon's shattered body. The whole room goes silent. Glenn tells him to say that again. The patriarch's eyes are glowing, with a mix of disbelief and intense interest. Rimmer laughs, saying he knew he'd get that reaction. He swears every word is the absolute truth. He mentions that the other trainees and the villagers can all back up his story. Another flash of the battle, Rayon facing the darkness alone. It's a legend in the making. Glenn asks about the damage the squad took. Rimmer says most are fine, but Rayon took the brunt of it. The patriarch is still processing the fact that the kid survived until Rimmer arrived. Rimmer emphasizes that seeing is believing. Rayon is a monster in his own right. Glenn brings up the Elvrin sap. It's the sap of the Second World Tree, a treasure you can't even put a price on. Rimmer just smiles. He says what the boy did deserved every drop of it. Glenn accuses Rimmer of giving the kid preferential treatment. Rimmer just beams, saying he's just helping the sprouts grow into something great. Glenn's red eyes narrow. He's starting to see the bigger picture. He orders his butler, Rowan, to summon all the division leaders. He wants a full household conference the moment the trainees return. Rowan turns to Rimmer and tells him he's had a tough time. It's a rare sign of respect. Rimmer acts shocked, asking if that was the first compliment he's gotten in 20 years. He starts acting like a drama queen. Cut to the gates of Zyhart. The trainees are finally marching back into the city. Rayon is at the front. He looks tired, but his eyes are sharper than ever. The mission in Cebu village is officially concluded. It took longer than expected because of Eden's interference, but they made it. We see a montage of the trainees helping rebuild the destroyed village before they left. They didn't just fight, they cared. While the others worked, Rayon spent days in the village chief's house just trying to recover from his wounds. When he finally woke up, the first thing he did was check the rewards from his bet with Wrath. Wrath is mauling in the background, trying to say the bet should be cancelled because Rimmer did most of the work. But the system doesn't lie. A new trait has been created, Iron Will. Rayon is surprised. He didn't expect to get a trait out of this, only stat points. He realizes that with Iron Will, he can resist the mental pain from Wrath's rage much better than before. Wrath is screaming, wondering how such a broken trait went to a brat like him. The demon monarch is genuinely pissed. If it wasn't for that trait, he would have had Rayon's body by now. Wrath tries to calm himself down, muttering that he has plenty of time. But deep down, Wrath is worried. The rate at which he's recovering his own abilities is accelerating, but Rayon is growing even faster. He promises that the moment he wins, Rayon will be locked under a glacier for eternity. The sun shines bright over the Zyhart training grounds. The squad is standing in front of the massive manor. External Commander Ilyun greets them. Ilyun looks serious as he welcomes them back. The trainees are exhausted. Runan is dreaming of bead ice cream, while the others just want to sleep for a week. But Ilyun tells them they can't rest yet. Rayon is confused. He orders them to head straight to the Lord's manor. They enter the massive throne room and drop to their knees. Glenn is sitting on his throne looking down at them. The whispers from the nearby executives start. They're wondering if Rayon is that kid who supposedly slayed an Eden officer. Rayon keeps his head down, realizing that every single executive of Zyhart is gathered here. He thinks back to the battle. He knows he needs to get stronger even faster if he wants to survive the future. He notices the direct lineage palace masters are also here. This incident has Glenn's full attention. Rayon knows how Glenn works. He makes a clear difference between public and private matters. He rewards success. Rayon decides he needs to prove their achievements so he can get a new martial art. Glenn speaks, his voice booming. He calls Rayon the central figure of the mission. He demands Rayon tell them all the details right there. Rayon begins his report, explaining how he noticed the probing gaze the moment they arrived at the village. He mentions how he volunteered to act as bait against the fiend to save the trainees. One of the executives looks stunned. That executive explodes, calling Raon a liar. He can't believe a kid did any of that. He asks Glenn if he really believes this story. He calls it a blatant fabrication. Raon doesn't even flinch. He just tells Dorian to take those out. Dorian nervously pulls a sack out and dumps it on the floor. 2 helmets clatter across the marble. The room goes dead silent. Those are the helmets of the Green War Demon and the Blood-Mad Fiend. Rayon then asks the Lord if he has permission to draw his sword. Glenn gives the nod. Rayon grips his hilt, and the air around him begins to shimmer with heat. He draws his blade, and a massive pillar of golden flames erupts from the steel. The executives are losing their minds. It's a pure aura blade, and the flames are incredibly powerful. Ryon holds the flaming sword high, asking if that's enough of an explanation. The executive who called him a liar is gritting his teeth, unable to say a single word. The proof is right there. Glenn stands up. He looks at Ryon and the rest of the 5th and 6th Hall trainees. Then, the words no one expected come out of his mouth. "You did an excellent job." The room is stunned. Glenn has never given praise like that in decades. Usually, it's just, "good job." Some of the trainees are actually tearing up. Hearing that from the destructive king is like winning the lottery. Ryon finishes his report, handing over the Goblin King's Mana Stone. In return, the trainees get bronze tablets, and Ryon gets a silver tablet. Ryon looks at the tablet, feeling a bit disappointed. He was hoping for something more to get a high-tier martial art. Wrath mocks him, calling him a fool for giving up such valuable info for basically nothing. Ryon thinks to himself that he shouldn't have trusted Glenn to be generous. As he walks out, a voice stops him. It's Rowan, the head butler. Rowan asks if he can visit Ryon at the Annex building tonight at midnight. Ryon is confused, but Rowan gives a knowing smile. He says the head of the house asked him to bring Ryon to him. The chapter ends with a shot of Rimmer's cocky grin. Glenn isn't done with our boy yet. The real reward is coming under the cover of night. When the strongest man on the continent offers to show you his moves, you don't just watch, you engrave every step into your soul. Ron finally makes it back to the Annex building. The maids spot him and shout out the news as Sylvia comes running out, her face filled with worry. Sylvia checks him over, her hands shaking as she asks about the rumors of his fight with Eden. She's terrified that her son's arm might still be broken. She pulls him into a tight hug, apologizing with tears in her eyes. She feels guilty, thinking it was her wish for him to be a proud warrior that pushed him into such a deadly fight. Ryon feels the warmth of her hug, realizing how much she truly cares. She's blaming herself for him facing those demons alone. Our boy looks at her with a gentle gaze, telling her he's actually grateful. He admits that when things got bad, his first instinct was to run away or even use others as bait. But then he remembered her voice and her wish. He wanted to be the man she believed he could be. He stands tall, telling her that her words were the only reason he was able to stand his ground as a true swordsman. He gives her a rare, soft smile, thanking her for giving him the strength to stay. Sylvia can't hold it back anymore and starts sobbing. The maids join in, wailing about how much the young master has grown up. Ryon is left standing there, totally confused why everyone's suddenly crying their eyes out. Later that night, Ryon talks to Judiel. She informs him that the Central Martial Palace has ordered her to return, which basically means they're going to get rid of her for failing as a spy. Ryon realizes they're taking out their frustration on her because they're pissed about his success. He tells Judiel that if she wants to live, she needs to follow his orders from now on. He tells her to send a letter saying she's become his personal maid instead. He knows the enemies will think she's just in a better position to steal info. He tells her to leak a bit of truth, that he's recovered significantly, to keep them on the hook. Judiel is stunned by his tactical mind and agrees immediately, heading off to write the letter. Wrath pops up, calling Ryon's actions pathetic. He doesn't see why our boy is bothering to keep a useless spy around. Ryon explains that she's not useless. She's a trap he's setting for his uncle, Karun Zeehart. But deep down, he tells himself he just doesn't want to see someone discarded after being used, just like he was in his past life. As the clock hits midnight, Ryon prepares for his final task of the day. He arrives at the Patriarch's room. Glenn is sitting there like a god on his throne, waiting for him. Glenn skips the pleasantries and asks Ryon a weird question. Which footwork did you use the most on your mission? Ryon is caught off guard but answers honestly. He used the basic river footwork because he believes simple proficiency is what keeps you alive. Glenn nods but points out that simple moves have clear limits against powerful enemies. He decides that Ryon's real reward for the Eden mission will be a personal lesson. Glenn stands up, his massive cape billowing. He's going to personally teach Ryon a footwork technique suitable for his level. Ryon can hardly believe it. The strongest man in the world is going to be his personal instructor. Glenn warns him to watch closely because he's only going to show it once. Glenn takes a step, and the ground seems to ignite with golden aura. He moves across the floor, and it's like watching a disaster and a miracle happen at the same time. Ryon's eyes are glued to him. He knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The footwork Glenn is showing is unlike anything Reborn has ever seen in his 2 lives. It's slow but impossibly fast, hard yet incredibly soft. It looks like Glenn could be anywhere on the continent in a single stride. It's absolutely perfect. Glenn calls it the Supreme Harmony Steps. Even with Reborn's Ring of Fire, he can barely grasp the complexity of it. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. The Ring of Fire has observed the perfect state, and Reborn's learning speed for the first step, Heavenly Advance, is getting a massive boost. Glenn stops and asks if he followed that. Reborn honestly admits it was too high level for him to catch it all. He confesses he only managed to witness the first step. Glenn lets out a small "I see," but there's a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He tells Reborn our business is done. Whether he can actually learn it or not is up to him now. Reborn bows and takes his leave, his mind already racing with the mechanics of that first step. After Reborn leaves, Rowan admits he was worried about the boy learning such a difficult art. The Supreme Harmony Steps were created by Glenn himself, and they are notoriously impossible to master. But Glenn reveals that Reborn actually did follow the first step. That step alone is half of the entire technique. He realized that Reborn instinctively understood the foundation of the movement. Glenn smirks. The kid doesn't even realize how much of a genius he's being right now. He's confident that one day, Reborn will be the only one besides him to use those steps. A few days pass, and Reborn is back at the annex, training like a madman. Wrath is in his ear, calling him a weakling and saying he'll never learn it. Suddenly, a sharp voice screams his name. Sylvia catches him training and blows a fuse. She told him he had to rest until his injuries were fully healed. She's fuming, and Reborn realizes he messed up. He tries to calm her down, but she's not having it. He retreats to a swing in the garden, thinking to himself that his mom is way scarier than any demon monarch. His training is officially paused by her nagging. Even the maids are keeping an eye on him now. Helen and the others are basically acting as his wardens. They look like they're having way too much fun making sure the young master doesn't pick up a sword. Ron sighs and settles into the swing. He admits it's actually kind of nice to just rest for once. But the piece is shattered when a maid runs up, looking absolutely terrified. She gasps out the name. Raiden Zieghardt is here. A man with a sharp, arrogant face walks through the garden, his hands in his pockets like he owns the place. Reborn recognizes him as the son of Baldur. There's no good reason for a direct-line prick like him to be here. The maid cries out that he started being violent towards Sylvia and the other maids the second he stepped on the property. Reborn's eyes go cold. The lazy rest is over. Someone just crossed a line they shouldn't have. Respect in the Zieghardt family is earned with a sword, and today, Reborn is going to teach his cousin a lesson in manners. The news of Raiden Ziehardt's arrival hits the annex like a lightning strike. Raiden stands in the garden, looking bored and irritated. His butler stands right behind him, just as smug as his master. The maids are huddled together, terrified of the man who represents the core of the family's power. He's already causing chaos. His presence alone felt like a weight pressing down on everyone. Rowan arrives on the scene, his expression unreadable, but his eyes are fixed on the intruder. Raiden is currently berating Sylvia, shouting about how the garden is messy and demanding to know if she's lying about not receiving a letter. He's trying to humiliate her, accusing her and her maids of making a mistake or being lazy. Sylvia tries to stay calm, saying they'll clean it up quickly. She starts to reach for the dirt herself, and Raiden looks down on her with pure disgust. Raiden's internal thoughts reveal his real motive. He's pissed because he recently achieved a victory against the white blood religion, but no one is talking about him. Instead, the entire house is obsessed with that boy Reborn. He can't stand that a paltry collateral like Reborn is outshining him. He screams at them, demanding to know how long they're going to keep a member of the direct line waiting. Sylvia flinches as she picks up a piece of a broken vase, cutting her hand in the process. Helen, the head maid, finally snaps and tells Raiden he's going too far, even for a member of the direct line. Raiden doesn't even hesitate. He slaps Helen across the face so hard she flies into the dirt. He towers over her, sneering that he's her master and that even if he killed her, he'd only get a slap on the wrist punishment. He raises his hand again, and Sylvia screams for him to stop. Judiel jumps in, trying to shield her lady. Everything seems to slow down for a second. Then, a heavy footstep sounds. Ron walks into the center of the garden, his voice flat. He says it's perfect timing. Raiden sees the sword in Ron's hand and laughs. He asks if Ron is really planning to swing that scary thing at someone from the direct line. He mockingly tells Ron to sheathe his blade before he makes things worse for himself. Raiden starts bragging about being the son of Baldur's Eyeheart, but Rayon cuts him off with a cold, "So what?" Raiden's butler tries to intervene, drawing his sword, but Rayon's blade flashes with blinding speed. Rayon doesn't just block, he slams the hilt of his sword into the butler's face, calling him a crazy bastard. Raiden is trembling with rage, asking if Rayon even realizes who he's attacking right now. Rayon looks at him like he's trash. He says he sees a robber who intruded on his domain. Raiden is losing his mind, shouting that he's the legitimate master. Rayon moves like a blur, landing a brutal kick straight into Raiden's gut. As Raiden grovels on the floor, Rayon tells him he isn't anyone's master, and this annex isn't his home. He raises his sword, his eyes glowing. He declares that this is his home and his family's home. He brings his blade down and Raiden screams, thinking he's about to lose his head. Suddenly, a calm voice tells Rayon to stand back. A man in a black cloak appears. It's Rakael from the Heavenly Blade Division. Rayon wonders why an elite soldier directly under Glenn is here. Raiden immediately starts pointing fingers, screaming for Rakael to kill the crazy motherfucker who attacked a direct line member. Rakael doesn't move. He coolly states they only obey the Patriarch's orders and tells Raiden to withdraw. Raiden's butler whispers that they should leave. Antagonizing the Heavenly Blade Division is a fight they can't win. Raiden grinds his teeth so hard they might break. He turns to leave, swearing he'll never forget this. He promises Rayon that the sin of pointing a sword at him will be paid in pain worse than death. Rayon just watches him go, his face a mask of cold fury. Helen is shaking, apologizing to Sylvia for acting on impulse. Sylvia tells her she was incredibly brave for stepping up. Sylvia tells Rayon not to worry and that she'll resolve the issue with the family council. But Rayon shakes his head. He tells her he is the one who took the bait, so he'll be the one to finish it. He tells her to just believe in him. The scene shifts to the throne room. Both Rayon and Raiden are kneeling before Glenn Zeehart. Glenn's voice booms through the hall. He's heard there was trouble yesterday. Raiden immediately starts lying his face off. He claims he sent a letter and was given cold treatment when he arrived. He says Rayon attacked him without even talking. He puts on a pathetic act, saying he could have died from Rayon's surprise attack. Rayon speaks up, calmly stating that Raiden's entire testimony is a load of crap, especially the part about Rayon going easy on him. Raiden loses his cool and grabs Rayon's collar right in front of the Lord. Rayon just tells him he should probably stop. The butler Roen steps forward, his shadow looming over them both. He reminds them exactly who they're standing in front of. Glenn snaps his fingers and calls for the witness. Rakael steps out from the shadows. Rakael tells the absolute truth. He confirms there was no letter and that Raiden started the violence against the maids. Rayon is actually surprised. He thought an elite would side with the direct line, but Rakael is being perfectly impartial. Glenn's red eyes fixate on Raiden. He calls his name, and Raiden looks like he's about to pee himself. Glenn's aura starts to flare. He tells Raiden that his story is quite different from the truth. He asks if Raiden really dared to lie in his presence. Raiden panics, screaming that the hierarchy is more important than the truth. Glenn agrees that a collateral attacking a direct line is a problem, but since both sides are at fault, he'll punish them both. Raiden wants Rayon's head, but Rayon speaks up. He tells Glenn he'll accept any punishment, but there's something he needs to do first. Glenn looks intrigued. Something you need to do? Rayon brings up how Raiden humiliated his mother and beat his maids. He states firmly that Raiden hasn't paid the price for that yet. Glenn's expression goes cold. He tells them both they've been far too loud. His massive aura explodes, asking if they don't know their place. Raiden feels like his lungs are being crushed just by the pressure in the room. Rayon is struggling to breathe, his hand clutching his chest, but he doesn't back down. He reminds Glenn that he once said this house is the land of swordsmen. He drops to one knee and officially requests a sword duel to decide who's worth more. Glenn lets out a small, twisted smile. He thinks it could be a bit of entertainment. He allows the duel. He declares that the duel will take place in the Great Training Ground in exactly 1 week. The two cousins stare each other down. The stakes couldn't be higher. When you spit on the family that raised me, you're not just starting a fight, you're signing your own death warrant. News reaches Baldur Zeehart about the duel. He's sitting in his office, looking unimpressed. Raiden explains the conditions. If he wins, he gets to break Ron's energy center. If he loses, he and his butler have to apologize and leave the annex alone forever. Boulder scoffs. He calls Reborn the son of a collateral and tells Raiden to show him why the direct line is superior. Raiden is overconfident. He claims he was only taken by surprise before, and that as an intermediate expert, Reborn is no match for him. Boulder laughs, telling his son not to get too excited and accidentally kill the kid. It would look bad for the family. Instead, he gives a brutal order: just cut the tendons in Reborn's wrists. He wants Reborn crippled for life to completely destroy his hope. Raiden smirks, agreeing with his father's plan. Reborn is back at the annex, training intensely for the next week. Sylvia and the maids watch from the balcony, their hearts in their throats. The maids are terrified, wondering if they should have tried harder to stop him. They know Raiden is an intermediate expert, while our boy is supposedly just a novice. Sylvia is gripped by fear, thinking Reborn only agreed to this because he panicked or felt he had no choice. She knows Raiden's father, Boulder, uses a flexible sword style that is notoriously hard to read. But then she remembers the look in Reborn's eyes when he protected her in the garden. She tells the maids to have faith in him. She admits she's nervous too, but she knows Reborn wouldn't have asked them to believe in him if he didn't have a plan. She settles on one thought: let's just believe in Reborn. Judiel approaches Reborn during his lunch break, bringing him some sandwiches. She tells him to eat slowly so he doesn't upset his stomach after all that training. Reborn notices something hidden under the plate. It's a small book. He opens it and is stunned. It contains every single bit of information on Raiden's flexible sword techniques, laid out perfectly. He realizes Judiel compiled all of this in a single day just to help him. He looks at her and gives a sincere thank you. Judiel just nods, her eyes loyal and determined. The week flies by as both sides prepare in their own ways. The day of the duel arrives, and the entire house has gathered to watch. The tension in the air is thick enough to choke on. Raiden is standing across from Reborn, looking incredibly cocky. He tells Reborn he's been looking forward to cutting him down. He whispers that he's going to crush Reborn's body so he can never hold a sword again. Our boy just stares back with a terrifying calm. The referee tells them to come forth. Raiden mocks him one last time, but Reborn just asks if he'll even be awake to see his own face after this. The drums roll, and the duel officially begins. Raiden lunges forward, screaming that Reborn's bluffs aren't going to work anymore. He swings his sword, and it bends like a whip, a wave of dark aura trailing behind it. Suddenly, Raiden's eyes widen. Reborn has completely disappeared from his sight. Reborn is standing right behind him, his expression cold as ice. Raiden is panicking, wondering how the hell the kid got behind him so fast. Reborn just tells him this is the first time. He tells Raiden he's going to die 8 times today. Before Raiden can react, a massive punch connects with his jaw. Bam! Raiden is sent flying across the arena, blood spraying from his mouth as he hits the ground hard. He's coughing up blood, his mind reeling. He couldn't see Reborn's movements at all. Reborn towers over him, asking what he's waiting for and telling him to stand up. He repeats his promise: 8 deaths. He says the first one was for lying about the letter. Raiden is furious, calling him an arrogant bastard. He swears he'll make him regret not finishing him off. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, his flexible blade dancing through the air. But Reborn just weaves through it all like a ghost. Raiden is gasping, thinking he cut him for sure, but our boy just keeps reappearing. Reborn whispers, "I'm on your left," and delivers a brutal strike to Raiden's head. Crack! Reborn tells him that one was for spitting on the flowers his mother raised. The beatdown continues. Another strike to the face! He tells Raiden that one was for hitting Helen. Raiden is losing it. He realizes Reborn is only using the basic star-connecting sword and river footwork. He can't understand why a novice expert is absolutely destroying him. His face is a mask of terror and disbelief as another fist flies toward him. The maids and Sylvia watch in total shock. They can't believe what they're seeing. They realize Reborn could have finished this with the very first hit, but he's deliberately dragging it out. Helen clenches her fists as tears start to flow. She realizes Reborn isn't just fighting for a win, he's taking revenge for every bit of violence they suffered. Even though they're worthless maids in this house, Reborn is destroying a direct line member just for them. Sylvia whispers his name, her heart swelling with pride and a little bit of fear at his power. She thinks about how cold this house has always felt, where only power mattered. She always felt out of place, even being from the direct line herself. She remembers running away and looking away from reality. But looking at her son, she realizes she should have relied on her own strength to overcome the cruelty of this land. Reborn is showing them all what it means to have a real will. He's proving that no matter how weak you are, you have to fight until the very last moment. He is teaching them to advance instead of running away. Raiden is finally incapacitated, lying face down in the dirt. The referee shouts that the duel is over. The winner is officially Ryan Zieghart. The crowd is silent as our boy stands there, his golden hair catching the light. He's no longer just a sickly kid. He's a legend in the making. The hierarchy of Zieghart just got flipped upside down, and our boy is the one holding the spatula. The referee shouts it for the whole world to hear. Ryan Zieghart is the winner. Raiden lies in the dirt, completely broken and humiliated. Raiden's father, Baldur, looks down from the stands, his face twisted in shock and rage. He can't believe his genius son just got demolished by a collateral. Rimmer is having the time of his life, laughing and bragging to everyone that he knew Ryan was going to pull it off. Runan, Burin, and Martha are hyped up, cheering for their leader. They knew he was a monster, but seeing him crush a direct descendant like that is something else. Glenn Zieghart sits on his throne watching the crowd. His head butler, Rowan, notes that this is the first time in history everyone is rooting for a collateral, without caring about status. Glenn's red eyes are fixed on Ryan. He's surprised by the boy's swordsmanship, but there's something else that caught his eye. He realizes that during the duel, Ryan actually managed to pull off the supreme harmony steps. Ryan moved like a flickering flame, his movements so perfect they left Raiden swinging at thin air. Glenn thinks to himself that this footwork is something ordinary warriors couldn't learn in a lifetime, yet our boy grasped it in just 2 weeks. The patriarch looks closer, his expression softening just a tiny bit. The entire arena is chanting Ryan's name. He's not just a trainee anymore, he's a star. Glenn reflects on how he built this house on raw strength, and because of that, he can't change the law of the jungle rules he created. But looking at Ryan, he thinks that since the boy knows the unfairness of the system, he might actually be the one to change this house one day. Rowan reminds him that the duel conditions must be carried out. It's time for the losers to pay up. Glenn gives a cold order to Rowan, slash the budget of Baldur's true martial palace by half. He tells him to use any excuse he needs. Talk about a grandpa tax. The arena clears as Glenn oversees the final fulfillment of the bet. In front of everyone, Raiden is forced to drop to his knees and bow his head in the dirt, apologizing to Sylvia and the maids. Glenn points a finger at the true Martial Palace members, warning them that they are officially forbidden from ever touching the annex again. The maids are finally able to breathe, their tears of fear turning into tears of pure joy. Ron takes his mother's hand, and they walk back to their home together, the shadows of the main family finally lifting. Sylvia is beaming, clinging to Ron's arm and asking him when he got so incredibly strong. Our boy just tries to play it cool, though he's clearly a bit embarrassed. From the shadows, the division leaders are watching Ryan, realizing he looks like a totally normal kid when he's with his mom. They admit that Rimmer wasn't lying. Ryan's swordsmanship and footwork are basically perfect. They're already planning to scout him. The Black Tiger division leader says he's going to take Ryan, but the others immediately shut him down. Everyone wants a piece of the new genius. They note that the 5th Hall trainees are graduating soon, and after that, every division in Zieghart will be fighting over them. Ryan might be the top, but the leaders realize the entire 5th Hall is full of monsters. Martha, Burin, and Runan are all high-level talents who could reach the peak from anywhere. The next selection ceremony is going to be a war. Back in his room, Judiel asks Ryan if he planned this entire duel from the start. Ryan admits he was confident he'd win, so he made sure the stakes favored them. Judiel smiles, telling him he's a frightening person to have as an enemy. But then she adds that he's also incredibly kind. Ryan just looks away, asking, "Am I really?" She thanks him from the bottom of her heart for saving her from Karun Zieghart back then. She bows and takes her leave, telling him to get some well-deserved rest. Ryan sits in the quiet room, his mind finally settling after the chaos of the duel. He thinks about Judiel's expression and realizes it wasn't fake. She's genuinely loyal now. He decides that it might be time to tell her the rage worm he used to threaten her was just a bluff. The scene shifts to the main palace, the snowy peaks of Zieghart looking as majestic as ever. Rimmer bursts into Glenn's office with a "Greetings, my lord," and more jewelry than a dragon's hoard. He's literally sparkling. Glenn and Rowan just stare at him like he's lost his mind. Rimmer brags that he won all this gold by betting on Ryan against Baldur. He's basically the richest elf in the house now. Glenn sighs, realizing his son Baldur got extorted by his own instructor. The patriarch tells him to stop bragging and get to the point. Why is he actually here? Rimmer's face goes serious. He says he has a suggestion to make regarding the trainees. Glenn is curious, thinking Rimmer has already done enough with their training. Rimmer asks for permission to completely alter the trainees' graduation exam. Glenn leans in, telling him to explain himself. Rimmer notes that the usual exam is just sparring or getting instructor approval, which is way too easy for this group. He points out that these kids have already fought Owen Kingdom Knights and survived life-or-death battles. They've even survived an attack by the cult Eden. Normal tests won't help them grow anymore. He clasps his hands, his eyes glowing with a new purpose. Rimmer declares that the theme of this graduation exam should be one word: survival. We see a vision of trainees standing alone in the wild. Rimmer wants them to leave the family name behind and survive on their own. He believes that if they can thrive without the Zyakart shadow, they'll reach realms no one else can. He asks Glenn what he thinks of his pretty good suggestion. Glenn stares at him in silence for a long moment. Finally, he tells Rimmer that he's changed. Glenn remembers how Rimmer's face was always shadowed and lethargic after his energy center was ruined years ago. But now, Rimmer's face is full of passion again, just like the trainees he's teaching. Rimmer gets embarrassed, flailing his hands, but Glenn and Rowan both agree that he's finally back to his old self. Rimmer scratches his head, admitting he realized he has a talent for teaching kids, not just swinging a sword. He whispers that he might be able to create the next king, who will succeed Glenn with his own two hands. Glenn looks at him, the weight of the future hanging between them. He asks if Rimmer is talking about Raon, but the elf just shrugs, saying it could be any of them. Glenn gives a rare, genuine smile and says, "I see." He orders Rimmer to have a full report on the graduation exam, ready in a week. Glenn notes that if Rimmer can't pull it off, he'll pretend this conversation never happened. Rimmer just smirks and holds up a document. He's already had the whole thing planned out. The graduation exam isn't a test, it's a death march. And Raon just got sent to the front of the line. The trainees are gathered at the training ground, annoyed because Rimmer is late again. They figure he's either at a gambling house or a pub. Rimmer kicks the door open, claiming he was late because he dropped by an orphanage. Buren screams at him to at least make his lies believable. Rimmer walks to the center of the field, his tone suddenly dropping into something serious. He announces that their graduation exam is starting soon. He explains that while the normal test is a spar, theirs is going to be different. He reminds them of their experiences, Owen, the South-North Union, and even Eden. They've already done more than most veteran soldiers. He tells them they're going out into the world by themselves to see how vast it really is. Rimmer smiles and drops the bombshell. The topic of the exam is survival. In 1 month, they must abandon their status as Zyakart trainees and survive in various locations across the continent with nothing but their swords. Runan immediately turns to Raon and asks if he's going to do it. Our boy doesn't hesitate. He's in. Seeing Raon's resolve, Runan immediately agrees too. She's basically his shadow at this point. Buren and Martha join in, saying they've been surviving since the moment they were born. They aren't about to back down now. Rimmer warns them not to decide too easily. He hasn't even told them where he's sending them yet. He looks at Raon, warning him that the others are just following his lead without thinking. Raon replies that he knows Rimmer wouldn't give them a trial they couldn't overcome. Rimmer lets out a small smirk at the kids' trust. He tells them he won't go easy on them just because they're brave. He opens the mission list. The tension rises as he prepares to read their destinations. Buren is sent to the Levine Desert, Martha to Cyan Canyon, and Runan to the Katam Jungle. All of them are death traps. Finally, he looks at Raon. His destination is Habun Castle in the northeast. Rimmer explains that Habun is a hellish battlefield. Monsters from the northern sea and Stalin Mountain attack every single day. He tells Raon that while the others have it hard, he's going to have a truly miserable time. The squad is dismissed to prepare. We see Raon back at the annex, training even harder than before. The maids and Sylvia watch from the distance. They're worried because he's even started cutting back on his sleep to train. The head maid wants him to refuse the test, knowing how dangerous Habun Castle is. Sylvia looks at her son with a mix of sadness and pride. She knows this is an opportunity for Raon to grow into the legend he's meant to be. She tells the maids they should just support him from behind so he can stay focused. Raon is sweating, his muscles screaming. Even though he's increased his training, he still feels like it's not enough. He thinks about the monsters at Habun. They have tough skins and massive bodies that are hard to cut even with aura. Zekehart's swordsmanship is balanced between attack and defense, but against those monsters, he'll be at a disadvantage. He realizes he can't just rely on the Ring of Fire and 10,000 Flames forever. Those techniques consume too much aura for an extended war. With 3 weeks left, he decides he needs a new technique, something purely offensive to complement his current style. He needs an offensive swordsmanship. His blade flashes in the sunlight, but he's already thinking about his next move. To get what he needs, he knows he has to make a big investment. He looks at the silver tablet he earned from the Eden mission. It's a pass to the family's highest library. Rayon stands before Glenn, asking to trade his silver tablet for a specific sword technique. Glenn notes that Rayon originally wanted to use those tablets to restore his mother's status to the direct line. Rayon admits that was the plan, but he realized something after the Cebu village mission. He tells Glenn he's listening. Rayon explains that a silver tablet won't make a difference for his mother's status, only a golden tablet can do that. He decides it's better to use the silver tablet to get stronger now, so he can earn golden tablets later. It's a long-term play. Glenn stares at him, then suddenly pulls a dark book from his side and tosses it to Raon. He tells our boy that this technique is appropriate if he's heading to the hell of Habun Castle. Raon catches it. The title reads, Fangs of Insanity. Raon is stunned. Since Glenn picked it himself, its effectiveness is guaranteed. He bows deeply, thanking the Lord. Glenn just tells him to do his best at learning it. As Rayon turns to leave, Glenn stops him with one more question. He asks Rayon why he didn't refuse the Habun Castle assignment if he knew how dangerous it was. Rayon stops and thinks for a second. He tells Glenn that his fight with Eden proved that a single life-or-death battle is worth a year of normal training. He says he's sure it will be painful, but he wants to reach the point where he's grateful for the experience. Glenn stares at his grandson, his eyes unreadable. He tells Rayon one last thing before he leaves the room. There are more than one way of using a sword technique. Broaden the range of your thoughts. Rayon thanks him for the advice and finally leaves. After the door closes, Rimmer steps out from behind a pillar, saying this is why he can't stop cherishing the kid. Rimmer notes that Raon already understands Glenn's intentions. As an instructor, nothing is more gratifying. He jokes that Raon is way better than that nag Burin, or foul-mouthed Martha. Glenn calls him a terrible teacher for insulting his students. Rimmer points out that Fangs of Insanity is actually worth a golden tablet. Glenn basically just gave Raon a massive discount. He teases Glenn about his boundless love for his grandson. Glenn just tells him he talks too much. The patriarch admits Fangs of Insanity is a violent style, and he's worried if Rayon can control it, but his job is done now. Rayon walks through the hall, wrath floating behind him and looking at the book with suspicion. Rimmer continues to tease Glenn, calling it grandfather's love one last time. Glenn's patience finally snaps. A massive surge of electricity and aura explodes from his body. Rimmer panics, realizing he pushed it too far. He screams that he hasn't fully recovered yet. Glenn lunges forward, telling Rimmer that since he can still run his mouth, he's healthy enough for a lesson. A massive shockwave rips through the palace as Glenn educates the elf. Rayon, walking outside, can hear the explosion and just keeps moving. Rayon sits on his bed looking at the book. He wonders if this is really only worth a silver tablet. He opens the first page, and his eyes widen. He realizes this swordsmanship is anything but normal. The chapter title cards read, Fangs of Insanity. To survive the monsters, Rayon has to become one. It's time to show the world what happens when an assassin masters the Fangs of Insanity. The book explains that this is an intuition sword of the highest degree. It's based on relentlessly attacking like a savage beast tearing into a throat. Rayon realizes that an intuition sword can't be learned through books. It can only be mastered through raw battle experience. He spends the next few weeks sparring against every trainee in the 5th hall, swinging his blade until the very last day. He gets fiercer and more precise with every strike, pushing himself into a higher realm of combat. By the time of departure, all the other trainees are too bruised to even spar anymore. Rayon finally starts to understand the meaning of the fangs. The night before the exam, Judiel is treating Raon's back. She notes that he's getting a lot more bruises lately. She warns him that Sylvia will be worried if she sees these. Rayon admits he's been pushing himself to learn the new style. Judiel gently dabs his wounds. Rayon looks over his shoulder, his expression serious. He tells Judiel he has something to say before he leaves for a year. He drops the truth. He was lying about feeding her the rage worm back then. There was never any parasite in her body. Judiel goes silent. Rayon notes that judging from her reaction, she might have already suspected it. She admits she wasn't sure, but she had her suspicions. She tells him that at first, her desire to live made her obey him out of fear. But as time passed, the warmth of the annex and the way Reborn treated her like a human being changed her. He even saved her from the central martial palace. She realized that the cold face he showed her was just a mask he used to protect his family. She saw the real Reborn, the one who would do anything to keep the annex safe. She asks him why he's telling her the truth now. Reborn looks at her and says it's because she's changed. He tells her he's been watching her just as much as she's been watching him, and her true feelings have finally started to show. He brings up the day Raiden attacked, and how Judiel was willing to throw herself in the line of fire to protect his mother and Helen. He also notes the information about Habun Castle she left on his bed. It was extremely helpful. He gives her a sincere thank you, Judiel. Judiel is overcome with emotion. She reveals that she has a younger brother. They were separated when they were sold as kids, and she has no idea where he is or if he's even alive. We see a flashback of her crying as her brother is taken away. She explains that she obeyed the Central Martial Palace only because they promised she could see him one day. She starts to cry, apologizing to her young master for her past actions. Reborn looks her in the eye and makes a vow, "I'll save him." He tells her that since Karun Ziakhart is already coming after him, they'll clash eventually. Once he settles that, he'll find her brother by any means necessary. Judiel is stunned. She asks him if he's not afraid that she'll go and deliver this info to Karun right now. Reborn just smirks, saying he figured she wouldn't do that. Judiel lets out a small laugh at his ridiculous but confident response. She drops to her knees, declaring that she will follow him forever. "Please tell me anything you need, Master." Ron tells her to take care of the annex while he's away. She bows deeply, promising to protect their home. The night passes, and the morning sun rises over the Ziakhart training ground. Departure day is finally here. The trainees are lined up with their gear, Rimmer standing before them. He tells them that all they have to do is survive on their own for a year and return. This trial will make them rise even higher. Rimmer asks Raan, as the top trainee, to say a few words to the group. Raan steps forward. He tells them there's a saying that warriors who survive their first battle don't die easily. He reminds them that they all managed to survive a situation where they should have died. He tells them to get stronger and return to be worthy of the 5th training ground's name. The squad erupts into a massive cheer. "Win and survive! Let's go!" Rimmer watches Reborn with a proud smile. He thinks to himself that he knew from the start Reborn wasn't an ordinary person. He lists Reborn's traits: a calm mind, a broad heart that influences others, and a mindset that works harder than any genius. Rimmer recalls their last spar. The vision of a savage wolf appears behind Reborn. He has mastered the fangs of insanity. Reborn moved with such beastly intuition that he managed to do the impossible. He actually surprised Rimmer one last time. Rimmer jokes that he only sparred because Reborn beat up all the other trainees, but instead of being grateful, the kid actually injured him. We see a bruise on Rimmer's wrist. For a trainee to touch the sword of light is a miracle. The other trainees crowd around Reborn, telling him to come back alive. Reborn smiles. He promises he'll be back because he wants to witness the birth of the new king. The trainees give a final unified salute to their head instructor. "Thank you for everything so far." Rimmer waves them off, telling them he'll be waiting right there for their return. Burin tells Reborn he's going to get much stronger over the year, so Reborn better not disappoint him. Martha adds that she's indebted to him, so if he dies, she'll find him and beat him up herself. Classic Martha. Reborn thinks to himself that none of them know how to speak honestly. Runan walks up to Reborn holding a small box. It's bead ice cream. She tells him to take it with him because she has a lot. For her, this is the ultimate sign of love. Reborn thanks her for the treat, and she waves goodbye as she heads toward the Katam jungle. Reborn turns around, ready to start his own journey. He spots Dorian, who looks absolutely miserable. Dorian wonders why the hell he has to go to Habun Castle with Reborn. Reborn starts dragging Dorian away by his bag, saying they have one stop to make beforehand. Dorian asks where they're going. Reborn gives a cool smirk. They're heading to the merchant city, Kamaloon. He declares that they're going to get some top-tier equipment before the real fight begins. The journey of the reincarnated assassin has officially moved to the global stage. The bustling merchant city of Kamaloon is a total sensory overload, with high-end shops and crowded streets everywhere you look. Reborn scans the stalls, but he knows the real high-tier loot isn't sitting out in the open. For what he needs, they have to go deeper. Dorian notices the MC hasn't stopped walking for a second, and realizes he's probably looking for the hidden side of the city. When Rayon mentions the black market, Dorian is genuinely shocked that it's our boy's first time here, yet he knows exactly where to find the shady stuff. Dorian puffs his chest out with pride, reminding Rayon that he might look like a coward, but he was raised in a commercial company and knows these streets like the back of his hand. A quick flashback reminds Rayon of how Dorian's merchant background has already saved them a ton of trouble with supplies in the past. He had a feeling, but seeing Dorian in his element confirms it. The guy is a professional when it comes to trade. Since Dorian brought it up himself, Rayon doesn't have to play games anymore and decides it's time to head to the black market immediately. Dorian leads the way to a secret passageway, but he's still curious about how a noble like Rayon even knew this place existed. Rayon casually blames his knowledge on Instructor Rimmer, knowing the elf's gambling addiction makes him a perfect excuse for knowing about the city's underbelly. The two of them slip on dark cloaks, blending into the shadows as they descend into the hidden depths of the city. They move with purpose, the atmosphere getting heavier and more secretive the further they go. Even the usually composed Dorian is blown away by the scale of the underground market. It's a massive hidden world beneath the cobblestones. It's surprisingly clean and organized, unlike the chaotic surface, and Dorian wonders if they'll actually find the MC's target here. Rayon pulls out an auction catalog, flipping through the pages with a sharp gaze to see if his information holds up. The two take a seat on a bench as Rayon studies the list of rare items up for grabs tonight. There it is, the black butterfly, a rare creature starting at 10 gold coins that Rayon knows is the key to his next power-up. Dorian breaks out in a cold sweat seeing the price, warning Rayon that bidding on this could drain their entire travel fund and leave them broke. Rayon isn't worried and tells Dorian to follow him to a pawn shop. He's got some stuff to sell to make sure they have more than enough cash. An hour later, Rayon is browsing the stalls again, making Dorian wonder why they aren't heading straight to the auction house. Rayon explains they have some time to kill and some extra pocket change, so he's keeping an eye out for any undervalued treasures the shopkeepers missed. He almost gives up, thinking there's nothing but junk, until something catches his eye at a small, unassuming stall. His heart skips a beat as he recognizes a simple gold band. It's the legendary ring of the first head of the Zygarde family. He saw this exact ring in a memory. When he learned his flame cultivation, he can't believe a holy relic of his family is sitting in a pile of trash. The shopkeeper tries to act smooth, claiming the ring increases strength and clears the mind, trying to bait Rayon into a high price. The man asks for 5 gold coins, but Dorian steps in like a man possessed, accusing the guy of trying to rip them off. Dorian slams his hand down on the table, completely taking control of the negotiation and scaring the life out of the shopkeeper. He goes on a legendary rant, tearing the ring's quality to shreds and pointing out every tiny crack and blemish to tank its value. With a look of pure authority, Dorian demands the price be dropped to just 1 gold coin. He points his finger right in the guy's face, not giving him an inch to breathe or argue. The shopkeeper is so broken by the verbal assault that he just gives in, leaving Rayon impressed and a little scared of Dorian's merchant instincts. Even Wrath is impressed by the negotiation, but Rayon realizes that while Dorian is a master at haggling, he still hasn't realized he just bought a priceless family heirloom. As they celebrate the win, a cold, feminine voice interrupts them, asking if they've already paid for that worthless ring. A woman in an elegant dress and a cat mask stares them down, her presence screaming that she's someone important. She offers 10 times whatever they paid, and Dorian's eyes turn into gold coins, thinking they just hit the jackpot on a cheap trinket. Dorian begs Rayon to take the deal, but the MC narrows his eyes. This woman isn't an amateur. She knows exactly what that ring is. Rayon realizes that her high offer implies the ring is worth at least 100 gold coins to the right person, and he isn't about to let it go. The bidding war happens right there in the street, with the woman jumping from 20 to 50 gold coins, but Rayon shuts her down every single time. He bluntly tells her he doesn't like selling his things, leaving the masked woman visibly fuming at the rejection. Her bodyguard steps forward with a veiled threat, telling Rayon he's making a huge mistake by defying his lady. Rayon doesn't even flinch, telling them to stop bothering him and get out of his face, which sends the woman into a silent rage. She demands he hand it over while she's still acting nice, but her eyes show she's anything but cordial. Rayon calls her out on her privileged attitude, asking if she's done throwing a tantrum so he can finally leave. She gives him one last chilling warning, telling him that people who don't know how to bow usually end up dead in a gutter. Unmoved, Rayon simply walks away, leaving the threat hanging in the air. As he walks past, the woman's aura turns dark. She isn't used to being told no, and she isn't planning on letting this slide. Her guard, Sitar, suggests they head to the auction house, figuring out that Raon is likely going there to buy something specific. With a malicious glint in her eyes, she vows to buy whatever it is he wants, just to spite him. The auction kicks off with high energy, with necklaces and artifacts going for massive amounts of gold. Rare mana stones and rings of fire are sold off one by one, the tension in the room rising with every bid. Raon sits in the shadows, bored out of his mind because none of the items so far are what he came for. Finally, the auctioneer introduces the main event, a rare black butterfly that feeds on the highest purity mana. He reveals a beautiful cage containing the glowing insect, calling it the ultimate ornamental piece for any noble. While it's expensive to keep alive, its beauty is unmatched, and the crowd starts buzzing with excitement. The bidding starts, and the room erupts as people scramble to own the rare creature. The price jumps from 2 to 7 gold coins in seconds as the wealthy collectors throw their weight around. Raon calmly raises his hand and calls out 13 gold coins, hoping to end the bidding early with a high jump. He figures no one will pay more than that for a bug that's basically a high-maintenance pet. Suddenly, a voice booms through the hall, 50 gold coins! The entire room goes silent as the masked woman from earlier looks down at Raon with a triumphant smirk. She wins the bid easily, looking absolutely delighted that she just snatched away exactly what Raon wanted. She tells her guard they're leaving, satisfied that she humiliated the arrogant adventurer by outspending him. She's certain the butterfly was his only goal, and now she owns it just to see him suffer. Dorian is panicked, realizing they might have to wait months for another butterfly to appear on the market. Raon tells him to relax and go buy some gear for traveling at night, his voice eerie and calm. He looks at the departing princess and decides that if she won't play fair, he's just going to take what he needs by force. Dorian's jaw drops as Raon confirms it. He's going to rob a princess in the middle of the night. No narration needed. No narration needed. Raon knows that every legendary assassin has their own specialty, whether it's blinding speed or raw power. But in his past life, he was feared because he was the stealthiest ghost on the continent, able to move through a room without a single soul noticing. He hadn't planned on using his old footwork in this life, but the situation with the princess has forced his hand. 10 minutes earlier, Dorian returns with the stealth gear, still worried about who this masked woman might actually be. Dorian hesitates, his face pale as he prepares to tell Ron the bad news he gathered from the locals. He drops a bombshell. The woman is actually Princess Jaina of the Balkar Kingdom, a major political powerhouse. She's a magic prodigy and a VIP of the black market, meaning robbing her is basically declaring war on a kingdom. Raon doesn't care. He knows she's still doing an appraisal on the butterfly, making this the perfect window to strike before it's locked in her personal vault. Before Dorian can even finish his sentence, Raon vanishes into the night, moving with a speed that defies logic. He infiltrates the storage room with ease, watching the guards play cards while the prize sits just a few feet away. The guards are complaining about how rich people spend 50 gold coins on a useless bug, completely unaware they're being watched. The black butterfly is right there in its cage, glowing faintly in the dim light. Raon prepares his mana, but he isn't going to break the cage. He's got a much more assassin-style plan. He releases a tiny thread of his high-purity golden mana, letting it drift toward the cage like bait. The butterfly senses the incredible energy, which is way purer than any mana stone, and naturally phases through the bars to get to the source. It lands perfectly on Raon's finger, drawn in by the irresistible quality of his cultivation. One of the guards finally looks over, a confused expression on his face as he realizes something is off. He screams in terror when he sees the cage is empty. 50 gold coins just vanished into thin air. Raon is already long gone, leaping across the rooftops with a smirk, having stolen the treasure without even touching the lock. Back at the inn, Dorian is pacing around, sweating through his clothes and biting his nails in pure anxiety. He's imagining the diplomatic nightmare that's about to unfold if Raon gets caught. He nearly jumps out of his skin when Raon suddenly appears behind him, asking what all the fuss is about. Dorian screams, clutching his heart because he didn't even hear the MC enter the room. He looks at Raon with wide eyes, realizing the only reason he's back so soon is because the mission was a total success. Raon casually pats a small pouch on his belt, confirming he got the butterfly without leaving a single trace. They prepare to leave, but the sound of footsteps in the hallway makes them freeze as a familiar voice calls out to them. Princess Jaina stands there with her guard, demanding the MC trade the ring for the butterfly she bought, still not knowing she's already been robbed. Raon just looks at her like she's an idiot and repeats that he isn't selling his ring. no matter what. She starts threatening to make sure they never leave the city in one piece, her arrogance reaching a breaking point. Suddenly, one of the black market staff runs up, out of breath, and looking like he's seen a ghost. He blurs out that the butterfly has been stolen, and Rayon lets out a mocking "oh no," acting like he's concerned for her. Jaina sees the sarcastic smile on his face, and the realization hits her like a truck. This guy did it. She's absolutely certain he's the thief, even if she has no idea how he pulled it off so fast. She calls him a wicked thief and asks if he even understands the weight of the name she carries. She removes her mask, revealing her true identity as the royal princess of the Balkar kingdom. She expects him to fall to his knees in terror, but Rayon just stares at her with the same bored expression. She orders her guard to take care of him, determined to beat the location of the butterfly out of him. The guard lunges, but Rayon's internal monologue is ice cold. He doesn't give a damn about her royal status. With a single lightning-fast strike, Rayon counters the guard, his aura flaring with terrifying intensity. The high-level bodyguard is sent crashing to the floor, coughing up blood from a single blow. Jaina screams in disbelief, unable to understand how a random mercenary could one-shot her elite protection. A familiar voice echoes through the hall, calling out Rayon's name and stopping the chaos in its tracks. A pair of expensive boots clicks against the floor as a new player enters the scene. It's Prince Greer of Owen, and he's genuinely happy to see Rayon again, asking if the two of them are friends. Greer tells Jaina that she's looking at the greatest swordsmanship genius in the Zeehart family. The name Zeehart hits the room like a bomb, and Jaina's face goes completely pale. She realizes she just threatened a member of the most violent and powerful warrior family in the north. She looks at Rayon's blonde hair and red eyes, finally connecting the dots. He's the direct bloodline of the destructive king. Rayon stares her down, his eyes glowing with a pressure that feels like a sword at her throat. He asks her what she called him earlier, a wicked thief? Rayon takes a step forward, asking if he should consider her insults an official declaration of hostility from her kingdom toward his family. He gives her one final chance to apologize and overlook her childish behavior before things get real. Jaina is trembling, knowing that an official protest from Zeehart could lead to a full-scale war she can't win. The once arrogant princess bows her head in deep shame, begging for his pardon in front of everyone. Rayon casually accepts, not wanting to waste more time on her, and walks away like she's nothing. His final words are a warning: don't embarrass your kingdom next time. Jaina is left fuming in humiliation, her pride shattered by a guy she thought she could bully. Later, Prince Greer joins them, wondering if he interrupted something bad at the inn. Rayon thanks him for the assist, and the three of them sit down for a civilized cup of tea. Greer promises to keep Jaina in line, showing his deep respect for the MC's power. He asks what brought them all the way to Cameloon, and Rayon explains they're gear hunting for their graduation exam. Rayon mentions he needs a high-quality sword, and Greer's eyes light up. He knows the perfect man for the job. He tells them about a hidden workshop run by a legendary blacksmith that most people don't even know exists. Greer wishes them luck and heads out, looking forward to Rayon's visit to the Owen Kingdom in the future. Dorian collapses in relief, admitting he thought they were done for when the princess started throwing her weight around. Rayon tells him they'll visit the workshop tomorrow, as he has some personal business to handle tonight. In his room, Rayon pulls out the black butterfly, telling the glowing insect it's finally time for it to do its job. No narration needed. The black butterfly is a unique creature that gathers mana it can't digest, while the Teuton flower is a rare plant that can't gather any mana at all. When you bring them together, they release each other's curses, creating a highest-grade elixir that harnesses both fire and water energies. Rayon knows this secret is incredibly rare, and he only has it because of his past life's memories and his flame cultivation. He consumes the combined essence of the flower and the butterfly, feeling the raw power surge through his veins. A status window pops up, a whole strand of his frost curse has vanished, and his energy, willpower, and base stats have all skyrocketed. His current stats are looking monstrous, with his strength and agility hitting the 70s and his indomitable title proving he's becoming a true beast. Rayon smiles to himself, feeling lighter and more powerful than ever before. He's one step closer to breaking his curse entirely. The next morning, he meets up with Dorian, ready to head to the secret workshop Greer mentioned. Dorian stares at him in disbelief, sensing a completely different aura coming off the MC compared to yesterday. He notices Rayon's spirit and mana have increased significantly overnight, making him wonder what kind of training the guy does in his sleep. Dorian keeps his questions to himself, but he's clearly shaken by the sheer speed of Rayon's growth. In a brief internal moment, Dorian reflects on why he follows Rayon. It's because while everyone else looked down on the MC, Rayon never stopped training. He realized that Rayon embodies the Zeoghart name more than anyone else in their training hall. Even though the squad is currently scattered, they all decided to follow Rayon's lead because of the strength he showed. Dorian looks at Rayon's back, feeling like he's following a king into battle. He hopes that by staying with Rayon, he can eventually solve a major problem plaguing his own family. Rayon snaps him out of his daydream, telling him to get his head in the game. They need to get the sword and leave immediately. Habun Castle is a long way away, and they can't afford to waste time. Dorian smiles, resolving to get stronger while following the young master. He catches up, feeling confident that as long as he's with Rayon, everything will turn out just fine. Rayon drops a reality check, telling Dorian he's going to fix his trash posture during the entire journey to the castle. They arrive at the workshop, a small but expertly maintained forge tucked away in a corner of the district. A massive, muscular man working the forge asks if they were actually sent by the third Prince of Owen. The man's back is turned, but his presence is overwhelming, his muscles rippling as he hammers away at glowing metal. He seems skeptical that someone as important as Greer would recommend his humble shop. He turns around and his eyes widen as he takes a long, hard look at the boy standing in his doorway. He realizes that despite his age, Rayon has reached a realm of swordsmanship that even surpasses the prince. He asks if Raon is a Zeoghart, sensing the massive and sharp pressure emanating from him like a sturdy blade. Wrath is annoyed that another noisy human has recognized Raon's talent, while Raon is impressed by the blacksmith's keen eyes. Raon formally introduces himself, and Dorian chirps in with his own name, though no one's really looking at him. The man reveals his name is Kuberad, and Rayon's heart nearly stops when he hears it. Kuberad Jayton is the father of masterpieces, a legend whose name is known across the entire continent. Rayon asks if the legend will forge him a sword, but he admits that someone else has already claimed the right to make his first blade. Kuberad asks if that person is the legendary Vulcan, and Rayon confirms it with a nod. Kuberad bursts into laughter, realizing Vulcan came out of retirement specifically to work for this kid. He won't dream of stealing a client from him. He tells Rayon he can pick any temporary sword from his shop for free, and he even lets the excited Dorian choose one too. The two enter the main display room, which looks like a holy shrine for weapon collectors. Every single sword in the room is a masterpiece, worthy of a king's armory. Rayon is about to pick a solid blade when something strange catches his attention in the corner of his eye. It's a dark, jagged dagger sitting in a bucket, emitting a faint, sinister black smoke. Dorian is struggling to pick between the shiny masterworks, but the blacksmith tells him he can't go wrong with any of them. Kuberad suddenly freezes, a look of pure terror crossing his face as he senses a shift in the room's energy. He spins around, feeling a ghastly power flare up from where Rayon is standing. He sees Rayon holding the dark dagger, and the air in the workshop turns cold and oppressive. The dagger screams with a bloody, vengeful energy that would drive a normal person insane. Rayon stands there perfectly still, his red eyes reflecting the dark aura of the blade as if it's nothing more than a toy. Kuberad yells at him to drop it and pick something else, screaming that the possessed blade will take over his soul. Dorian tries to tell the blacksmith it's probably fine, but the old man is convinced Rayon is about to be consumed by the darkness. He stops mid-sentence, his jaw dropping as he looks closer at the scene. Even though the ghastly energy is erupting from the blade, it can't get anywhere near the boy's body. Rayon's own aura is literally pushing the curse back. Inside Rayon's soul, Wrath is furious, calling the dagger's spirit lowly vermin. Wrath looms behind Rayon, growling that nothing has the right to possess a body that already belongs to the King of Essence. The demon monarch threatens to freeze the dagger's spirit into pieces, but Rayon tells him to stay out of it. Rayon shuts Wrath down, reminding him that he isn't anyone's possession, and he can handle a simple cursed blade on his own. He looks at Kuberad and calmly asks what the deal is with this weird dagger, acting like he didn't just survive a spiritual attack. Kuberad admits the blade is a failure, a possessed weapon that he's been forced to hide away. He tells a tragic story of a peaceful village called Siren that served a sacred tree named Othello. The village was wiped out by the white blood religion, fanatics who murdered half the people and kidnapped the rest. Kuberad took a branch from that sacred tree to forge this dagger, hoping to pray for the souls of the victims. But the blade turned blood red the moment it was finished, absorbing all the resentment and grief of the slaughtered villagers. He's been hiding it because no one could hold it without losing their sanity, and he can't believe Rayon is still standing. Rayon looks at the red steel, feeling the weight of the souls trapped inside. He closes his eyes, letting the memories of the Siren village flow directly into his mind. He feels their pain, their indignation, and their desperate cry for justice against the white blood religion. Close-up of the red energy flaring around the MC. Rayon whispers to the blade, acknowledging that he has a lot to do in this life, and his time is limited. He makes a solemn vow: if he ever encounters the white blood religion on his journey, he will personally exact their revenge. He asks the spirits of the village if they're willing to come with him and see that revenge through. The blade pulses with a soft light, the violent energy finally beginning to settle. Kuberad is stunned as the ghastly energy fades away completely. The blade has officially acknowledged Rayon as its master. Rayon names the weapon the Blade of Requiem, a sword forged for the repose of the dead, and prepares to take it to the front lines.
Announcement panel, no narration needed. No narration needed.
Rayon thanks the legendary blacksmith Kuberad for the incredible weapons, including the soul-filled dagger and a standard sword for regular use. Kuberad is humbled, telling the rising star that seeing his blades in the hands of a genius is the greatest honor a smith could ask for. As Rayon and Dorian walk off into the sunset, the old blacksmith watches them go, feeling like he just witnessed the start of a legend. Kuberad realizes Rayon isn't just talented, the kid already possesses the mind-blade unity usually reserved for masters. He can see that Rayon's potential is a massive vessel that might hold more power than anyone in history. The smith smiles, knowing that the Zeahart name is about to make the entire world tremble once again. A few days later, the duo heads north, and the scenery quickly turns into a frozen hellscape of endless snow. Dorian looks like he's about to freeze solid, while Raon remains perfectly calm, even as the repetitive white landscape starts to set in. Finally, the two exhausted travelers see their destination peeking through the blizzard. They've finally reached Habun Castle, the fortress where Raon's year-long survival test officially begins. As they reach the gates, the air hits them. Dorian nearly gags at the stench of blood and death, while Wrath wakes up, absolutely loving the vibe of a real battlefield. Rayon asks Dorian why he's acting so pathetic, considering the hike here wasn't even that difficult. Dorian looks like his soul is leaving his body, screaming at the MC for being a complete training addict. Apparently, Rayon spent the entire trip critiquing Dorian's sword form and swinging his own blade even while on guard duty at night. Dorian's been running on zero sleep and high-intensity training, so he's not exactly in the mood for Rayon's no-hardship comments. Even Wrath tells Rayon to chill out with the training, because even a demon king needs some peace and quiet. The gate opens, and they're met by a group of stern soldiers who were expecting some mercenaries to show up. The man in charge is Terrian, the deputy commander of the castle, and he doesn't look like he has a sense of humor. Terrian introduces himself formally, making it clear that he's the one Rayon will be answering to from now on. Rayon plays along with the mercenary disguise, while Dorian just collapses on the floor, too tired to even stand. Rayon has to literally drag Dorian inside by his collar as the guy begs to be sent back home to a warm bed. Walking through the castle, Rayon sees the grim reality of the front line, exhausted soldiers and traumatized villagers everywhere. The atmosphere is heavy, with the weight of a war that never seems to end. Rayon notices the walls are covered in scars from monster attacks, bearing the marks of a fortress that has fallen and been rebuilt countless times. The smell of burning corpses and blood is everywhere, exactly how his maid Judiel described it to him. He wonders how she knew so much about this place despite never being here. Her information network is truly terrifying. A young girl with twin tails named Yua spots them, wondering who these two handsome mercenaries are. Her grandfather calls her back to the tavern, but she can't help stealing another glance at the newcomers. She runs off to get ready for opening, though she's clearly distracted by the MC's arrival. Rayon senses someone watching him and looks back, but the girl is already gone. Terrian leads them into the main office, announcing that the mercenaries have arrived for their assignment. The man sitting at the desk is the legendary Milland Braden, the commander of the entire fortress. Milland welcomes the trainees of Zeahart, immediately seeing through their disguise because he knows exactly who sent them. Rayon realizes that Milland isn't just any commander. The guy has a presence that screams veteran warrior. Known as the Giant of the North, Milland has defended this castle for over 2 decades against the worst monsters imaginable. Wrath is actually impressed for once, noting that Milland's eyes are those of a true warrior who survived 1,000 hells. Milland tells them that their status as Zygarde nobles is a top secret. Outside of this room, they are just lowly mercenaries. He knows Instructor Rimmer sent them here to get real-world experience, and he plans to give it to them. He leans in with a terrifying gaze, telling them that in Habun there is no such thing as training or education. There are no hot meals, no comfortable beds, and no mercy, just biting cold and endless war. While Dorian is internally crying, Rayon speaks up with total confidence, telling the commander they came here specifically for the battlefield. Milland likes the kid's attitude, but he's curious to see how long that bravado will last once the blood starts spilling. He tells them they're starting at the absolute bottom of the food chain as standard soldiers. Milland assigns them to the 3rd Reconnaissance Unit under a man named Charles, ordering that they be treated like any other rookie. They are led out of the office to find their quarters, with Dorian looking like he's walking to his execution. Once they leave, the door shuts, leaving the two commanders alone in the quiet office. Tyrion admits he doesn't like the look of the new recruits, thinking they're going to be a burden. He points out that Dorian is shaking with fear, while Rayon looks like he's on a summer vacation. Seeing the flower bracelet on Rayon's wrist, Tyrion scoffs, thinking the kid is a pampered noble who's never seen a real fight. Milland tells him not to be so quick to judge. Appearances can be deceiving, especially with a Zygarde. He reminds Tyrion that these kids survived Zygarde's brutal training hall, so they aren't nearly as green as they look. He tells his son to just keep a close eye on them for now before writing them off as trouble. Tyrion mentions a strange request they received. Someone wants weekly reports on those two boys. He's shocked when Milland reveals the request didn't come from Rimmer, but from House Zeehardt itself. The Annihilation King, Glenn Zeehardt, personally ordered that every single action of his grandson be reported back to him. Cut back to the Zeehardt mansion, where the terrifying patriarch Glenn is casually drinking tea, pretending he's not a doting grandfather. Back at the castle, Rayon enters their new room and is absolutely stunned by what he sees. While Rayon was in the restroom, Dorian used his merchant skills and subspace bag to completely transform the dingy room into a luxury suite. It went from a dreary stone cell to a cozy room with fresh beds and candles in under 5 minutes. Rayon asks where the hell Dorian got golden curtains, and Dorian just smiles, saying he always comes prepared. Dorian even offers to swap out the colors of the decor if the MC isn't feeling the current vibe. Rayon stares at Dorian's bag, wondering if the thing is actually an artifact or if Dorian is just a wizard of interior design. Suddenly, a shadow looms in the doorway, asking if the newbies are done playing house yet. It's Radin, the captain of the 3rd Reconnaissance Unit, and he tells them they're heading out for their first mission immediately. He smirks, telling them an expedition order just came in. It's time for Rayon and Dorian to see what a real war feels like. Meanwhile, back at the Zeehardt mansion, the atmosphere is as quiet and oppressive as ever. Patriarch Glenn sits in his hall, looking like he's ready to kill anyone who breathes too loudly. Rimmer the elf crashes the party, teasing Glenn about mobilizing his secret spy network just to stalk his grandson's progress. Glenn is fuming, realizing his aide Lowen must have spilled the beans to this gambling addict instructor. Rimmer goes on about Rayon's latest achievements, stealing butterflies and humiliating princesses, while Glenn tries to act like he's angry about the dishonor. Rimmer laughs it off, saying even his secret spies couldn't figure out how Rayon stole that butterfly, making the MC even more of a mystery. Glenn suddenly drops a bomb. He's already called back the high-level knights he sent to protect Raon. He claims he did it to prevent family interference, but Rimmer is genuinely surprised Glenn is letting Raon go solo on the front line. Rimmer realizes that Glenn is just going to rely on the Habun Castle reports instead, meaning he's still stalking the kid from a distance. Lowen tries to defend himself as Glenn sends a terrifying glare his way, denying everything with his life on the line. Rimmer keeps pushing Glenn's buttons, telling him he should just admit his grandson is the best instead of being such a tsundere old man. He points out that if Rayon succeeds, it'll fix the relationship between Glenn and Sylvia, which is a win for everyone. Glenn's aura turns lethal as he stands up, telling Rimmer his education last time clearly wasn't enough. The patriarch glows with destructive fire, vowing to engrave the lesson into Rimmer's body as the elf scrambles to escape. A massive explosion rocks the mansion as Glenn lets off some steam at Rimmer's expense. Thousands of miles away, Rayon stops for a second, feeling like he just heard a distant scream of agony. They are standing on Mount Sterlin, a place so dangerous and monster-infested that the soldiers call it Hell on Earth. Captain Raiden looks out at the snowy peaks, admitting the view is beautiful, even if everything out here is trying to kill them. He decides it's time for a test before they start the actual mission, wanting to see if these rookies have any real skills. Raiden points to some tracks in the snow, and Dorian immediately guesses it's a giant ice troll. Rayon steps forward and bluntly shuts him down, saying there's no way those tracks belong to a troll. He kneels down to examine them, explaining that troll tracks are deeper and more human-like, while these clearly belong to a four-legged animal. He correctly identifies them as Kari Mountain goat tracks, leaving Raiden completely speechless that the kid got it right in one go. Raon continues the masterclass, noting the ground hasn't hardened yet, so the tracks are less than a day old. If they head west, they'll catch it. Raiden points to claw marks on a tree next, and Raon instantly identifies them as dire wolf territory markers. But Raon adds a chilling detail: the wolf that made these marks is already dead. Raiden is losing his mind, asking how he could possibly know that, and Rayon explains that dire wolves never leave their territory. These tracks are too old for a living wolf. Raiden starts wondering what kind of monster this mercenary kid actually is, his suspicion growing with every word. Rayon realizes that the hazing in Habun isn't about physical beatings or chores. It's about senior soldiers trying to show rookies how useless their book knowledge is compared to real battlefield experience. But since Rayon knows more than the veterans, the hazing is backfiring spectacularly. Raiden is visibly annoyed and looks over at Dorian, who is just standing there looking confused. Feeling humiliated by Rayon, Raiden takes his frustration out on Dorian, demanding he identify some random tracks to prove himself. Dorian begs the young master to save him as the captain drags him off for a lesson in tracking. Rayon ignores the drama and decides to use his legendary senses to check the surrounding area for real threats. His new soul sword begins to glow, feeding him information through spirit energy as it scans the forest. The blade absorbed energy from the monsters they killed on the way here, giving Rayon a new passive ability related to spirit detection. Wrath pops out and starts a fight with the sword, screaming that his demon senses are way better than some trash parasite's sword. Rayon tells Wrath to shut up, saying he likes that the sword is trying to be helpful and he doesn't need Wrath's help right now. Wrath is offended, yelling that his legendary senses are just a tiny part of his true power. He keeps bragging about being the strongest king in the demon realm, while Rayon just rolls his eyes. Wrath is fuming at being ignored, but he decides he needs to show off his superiority once and for all. Rayon admits he's hesitant to use Wrath's power, because the monarch is always trying to steal his body. Wrath tells him he won't have to worry about that if he learns the proper technique for manipulating cold energy. The demon monarch prepares to teach Rayon a real ice method that is light years beyond anything a human could ever learn. Rayon is surprised, realizing he just stumbled into a major power-up without even trying. The technique is called Glacia, and it's impossible for anyone without high-purity cold energy to master. Wrath tells Rayon to calm his mind and focus, mocking his meager talent while demanding his total attention. Rayon sits in the snow, trying to connect his internal mana to the freezing environment around him. He looks at Wrath's energy and notes that it seems to blend perfectly with the snow and the air. Wrath corrects him, explaining it's not blending, it's the essence of cold energy to cold energy connection. Rayon finds it incredibly difficult, never having thought of mana manipulation in such an abstract way. He realizes that even with his genius, mastering Glacia isn't going to be a walk in the park. He stops trying to force the connection and instead holds a mental image of it, letting his senses drift. Suddenly, it clicks. The entire mountain's cold energy becomes his eyes, ears, and skin. He can feel the movement of every branch and every creature within a huge radius. The world seems to slow down as his brain processes a massive amount of sensory data at once. He realizes his body feels heavy because his mind is working at a speed far beyond normal human limits. His senses have become so sharp that he can perceive the entire mountain as if he's standing in a small room. He sees Dorian getting bullied by Raiden and spots a dire wolf eating its prey a mile away. The sheer scale of the power is insane, and Rayon is blown away by what he's seeing. Since it's his first time, the distance is short and he can't maintain it for long before his head starts to throb. Suddenly, he senses a massive, unnatural vibration moving through the earth at high speed. He jumps up and runs toward his squad, screaming for Captain Raiden to listen to him. He warns them that a shark mole, a massive underground predator, is tunneling toward their position right now. Raiden is skeptical, saying this isn't shark mole territory and he doesn't feel any ground vibrations at all. Before the captain can finish his sentence, the ground explodes behind him in a massive geyser of snow and rock. Everyone freezes in shock as the impossible actually happens right in front of them. Two massive shark moles burst from the ground, their red eyes fixed on the squad with hungry intent. The veteran soldiers are paralyzed. Shark moles are aquatic monsters that should never be this far up the mountain. Radin tries to pull himself together, realizing he has to get the rookies out of here so they can alert the rest of the squad. But in his panic, Radin's foot slips on the ice, and he loses his balance at the worst possible moment. The lead shark mole lunges forward, its massive jaws opening to crush the captain's head in one bite. Suddenly, a flash of silver cuts through the air, and Rayon slams into the monster, knocking its head back with a heavy strike. Rayon tells Radin to go call for reinforcements while he holds the monsters off alone. Radin stares at him in disbelief, his pride taking a back seat to the pure aura of strength Rayon is projecting. Rayon looks back over his shoulder and simply tells the captain to trust his sword, a command that leaves Raiden stunned. Raiden grabs Dorian and starts running, screaming for Rayon to just avoid them and stay alive until help arrives. Rayon watches them go, finally free to use his full power without anyone watching too closely. He draws his blade and faces down the two mountain-sized sharks with a calm, predatory smile. The monsters roar and charge at him, their massive bodies shaking the ground with every step. Rayon stands his ground as the first monster lunges, its shadow looming over him like a cloud of death. He narrows his red eyes, his concentration hitting its peak as he prepares his next move. He unleashes the Rabid Fang sword style, moving with beast-like intuition as he shreds through the monster's tough hide in an instant. He's impressed by the weapon's performance. The cursed dagger is even sharper and more responsive than he expected. He realizes that normally he'd need to use his high-tier aura to hurt these things, but this sword is doing most of the work for him. He's managing to hold them both back, using nothing but pure sword technique and the dagger's unique power. One of the shark moles slams its tail down, shattering the rock where Rayon was standing just a millisecond ago. Rayon realizes his Glacia technique is making him almost untouchable, as he can predict their movements before they even think of them. He realizes that the best way to master these demon techniques isn't through meditation, but through real life-or-death experience. He starts weaving Glacia and his Fang style together, becoming a whirlwind of ice and steel that the monsters can't even touch. He's learning faster than ever, proving that Haben Castle was exactly the meat grinder he needed to reach the next level. Radin returns with a squad of reinforcements, screaming for Rayon to fall back before he gets killed. The captain comes to a dead stop, his jaw hitting the snow as he looks at the battlefield. The shark moles, monsters that can wipe out entire squads, are lying dead on the ground, and Rayon is standing there without a single scratch. Radin stares at the boy, finally asking the question on everyone's mind, who the hell is this guy? Rayon just stays quiet, letting the silence do the talking for him. He knows the captain is at a loss for words after realizing he almost got his newest recruit killed by being an arrogant veteran. Radin walks up to him and bows his head low, apologizing for his behavior and for not believing Rayon's warning. The veteran soldier admits they only survived today because of the MC's power, and he's man enough to admit he was wrong. He refuses to make excuses about experience and gives Rayon the respect a true warrior deserves. Rayon is actually surprised. He didn't expect a rough soldier like Radin to apologize so sincerely and so quickly. He tells Radin it's fine, admitting that he wouldn't have believed a rookie's word on the first day either. Radin looks up with sparkling eyes, saying he finally understands what Rayon is. He grabs Rayon's hands, calling him an angel from heaven sent to save their squad, which is way more praise than Rayon was expecting. Radin shouts to the whole squad that drinks are on him at the tavern tonight to celebrate their survival and their new legendary newbie. The group heads back to the Branch of Frost Tavern, their spirits high after a mission that should have been a disaster. Raiden keeps telling the other soldiers about how Rayon slashed through the monsters like a god, but nobody believes him. The other veterans point out that Rayon doesn't even look 17, so there's no way he's that strong, which just makes Raiden more defensive. Rayon is too busy trying a slice of pineapple pizza, which Wrath claims is the ultimate combination of greasy cheese and acidic fruit. Dorian looks at Rayon's unique food choice and notes that the young master's taste buds are as weird as his sword skills. Wrath screams at Dorian, calling him a pig who doesn't understand the complex flavor profile of high-tier human cuisine. Yua, the tavern girl, approaches them, giggling and saying the rumors are true. The new guy is even more handsome than his sword skills are famous. She introduces herself cheerfully, asking if they want to see the rest of the menu now that they're done with the pizza. Rayon scans the list and is surprised by how diverse the food is in such a remote, frozen fortress. Wrath spots mint chocolate chip ice cream and loses his damn mind, demanding Rayon order it immediately. Rayon tries to ignore him, but Yua notices his gaze and starts hyping up their mint chocolate, saying it's the best in the north. Wrath throws a tantrum, calling Rayon a thankless bastard for not buying him a treat after he taught him a secret technique. Rayon gives in just to make the cat stop screaming and orders the ice cream, much to Wrath's delight. A soldier from across the tavern asks Rayon if the rumors are true about him killing 6 moles, noting that the kid's aura doesn't actually feel that strong. He clarifies he's not doubting him, just genuinely curious how a kid got that strong in such a short time. The veterans tell him not to worry about it, knowing that someone with Rayon's skills is going to be their boss in no time anyway. Dorian is beaming with pride for his friend, while Rayon just feels awkward about all the sudden attention. Yua brings out the massive sundae, and Wrath looks like he's about to ascend to a higher plane of existence. The demon monarch starts narrating the taste, describing the refreshing cold and the sudden sweetness of the chocolate as the peak of sensory experience. Rayon waits until Wrath is in a good mood to ask him about the deeper mechanics of the Glacia technique. Wrath looks up from his ice cream, realizing Rayon has already figured out that Glacia isn't just a detection skill. He confirms it, impressed that a mere human could understand the technique's true purpose so quickly. He explains that just like human internal arts, Glacia is a fundamental method of using cold energy with maximum efficiency. It allows the user to sharpen their offensive and defensive power to an insane degree by linking their mana to the cold world around them. Rayon asks if he can use it in active combat, and Wrath tells him it's possible, but it takes an incredible amount of talent and time. Wrath smirks, saying that while it's easy for a king like him, someone with Rayon's low talent might take a whole year to master it. Rayon scoffs at the idea of taking a year, and Wrath reminds him that he's only been able to learn anything because a king has been babysitting him. Rayon gets a competitive glint in his eyes and challenges Wrath to a bet on his learning speed. He bets that he can master the combat application of Glacia in just 6 months, cutting Wrath's estimate in half. Wrath hesitates, his blue eyes narrowing as he thinks about the terms. Seeing him waver, Rayon ups the stakes and drops the time limit to just 5 months, knowing Wrath can't resist a good wager. Wrath can't help himself. He agrees to the bet, confident that there's no way Rayon can learn a demon art that quickly. Rayon smirks, having tricked the food-obsessed cat once again as he prepares to break another record. The system confirms it. Wrath has accepted the bet, and now Rayon has 5 months to become a master of the frozen arts. Our boy Rayon is finally wrapping up his first day at the tavern, telling Dorian it's time to head back to the dorms and get some rest. Before they can even step out, Yua calls out to them, running over with a bag in her hands. She noticed the MC really liked the pineapple pizza earlier, so she stayed up to bake some pineapple cookies just for him. Ron takes the bag with a small smile, thanking her for the effort, while Yua looks like she's on cloud 9. She tells him to come back whenever he wants more, her face beaming with pure joy as she sees him off. As they walk away, Dorian waves goodbye to the castle's mascot, with Wrath floating along, already thinking about how he's going to steal those cookies. The scene shifts to the pitch-black forests outside the castle, where something dangerous is lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, we see a group of soldiers sprinting through the snow, their faces twisted in pure terror as they flee for their lives. One of the scouts is pushing himself to the limit, knowing that if he doesn't make it back, the entire castle is in trouble. He's grit his teeth, the cold air burning his lungs as he desperately tries to outrun the nightmare behind him. He needs to report to Commander Milland immediately. A massive horde of ice trolls is gathering, and they aren't just roaming, they're organizing. Behind him, the massive gray-skinned trolls roar through the blizzard, their blue eyes glowing with bloodlust as they hunt the scouts down. The title card drops as the stakes for Rayon's graduation exam just hit a whole new level of hell on earth. Back inside the safety of the castle, a heavy snowstorm is blowing against the stone towers, mirroring the tension building inside. Captain Radden finds Rayon and Dorian dropping some heavy news. They've been ordered to eliminate the ice trolls immediately. Dorian is losing it, crying about how their first patrol mission just ended yesterday and they haven't even had a chance to breathe. Radden looks just as stressed, knowing that a mission like this isn't something you can just say no to once the higher-ups decide. Earlier that day, Commander Milland was briefed on the situation near underground pit number 4, where the trolls were first spotted. The report said there were 13 of them, and the commander knows they have to strike first before the trolls can call for reinforcements. Milland doesn't have a good feeling about this, so he orders the vice commander Terrian to personally lead the expedition. He tells Terrian to take the main commanding team and the Wolves mercenaries to clear out the trolls and secure the northern sea region. Terrian is surprised when his father insists on taking Patrol Team 3, which is Rayon's unit, along for the ride. Milland explains that the reports about Raon soloing shark moles were too impressive to ignore. He wants to see the kid's skills with his own eyes. Radin remembers Raon's confident words about fighting on any battlefield, and realizes the kid is finally getting the attention he wanted. Radin tells Raon and Dorian to pack their gear and get as much sleep as possible, because tomorrow is going to be a bloodbath. As the captain leaves, the room falls silent, the weight of the upcoming mission settling on Dorian's shoulders. Dorian starts panicking again, realizing that going from a warm-up mission straight into a troll hunt is basically a death sentence. He asks Raon if it's true that normal swords can't even scratch an ice troll, his eyes wide with fear. Raon confirms it. Ice trolls have skin like reinforced leather and can regenerate from almost any wound unless you cut them with high-tier aura. Dorian crawls into his bed and pulls the covers over his head, claiming he might as well start writing his will right now. Raon sits calmly on the edge of his bed, telling Dorian that if he just uses his speed, he should be able to survive a fight with one. But seeing Dorian is still a shaking mess, Raon mentions there is one more method to get rid of his fear. Raon grips his training sword, telling Dorian that if he duels the MC right now, an ice troll will look like a literal teddy bear in comparison. Our boy gives Dorian a terrifying, murderous smirk, inviting him to a training session that Dorian knows is going to be pure torture. Suddenly, Dorian decides trolls are actually weaklings and goes to sleep instantly, while Wrath just watches, thinking the MC is a total bully. The next morning, the gate is crowded with soldiers as Terrian starts taking attendance for the expedition. Dorian is looking surprisingly refreshed, admitting that he'd rather face 100 trolls than spend another minute in a room with a dueling Raon. A new face approaches Raon, asking if he's the famous rookie everyone's been talking about. It's Beto, the captain of the Wolves mercenaries, and he seems friendly enough, though there's a strange vibe coming off him. He tells Raon that his men are all eager to see the Z-Heart genius in action, offering a handshake as a sign of respect. Raon shakes his hand, but he's already analyzing the guy's grip and posture, like a true assassin. Beto excuses himself to check on his own mercenaries, leaving Raon standing there in deep thought. Wrath pops out and immediately says he doesn't like the guy, suggesting Raon should just take Beto's eyes out right now. The Demon Monarch explains that in his experience, people with snake eyes like Beto's are backstabbers 80% of the time. Raon realizes that even though Wrath is a grumpy cat, his instincts about people are usually spot on. He decides to keep a very close eye on the mercenary captain, sensing that 20% of doubt is still too risky. Beto walks away with a polite smile, but the way his hair covers his face feels a little too calculated for Raon's liking. Suddenly, the sound of running feet cuts through the tension as someone calls out to the soldiers. It's Yua again, carrying a heavy crate of food she prepared for the departing troops. The veteran soldiers all light up, patting her on the head and calling her the pride of Habun Castle for being so thoughtful. Raon watches Yua laugh with the men, realizing she really is the emotional anchor that keeps these tired soldiers going. She spots Raon and immediately runs over, calling out to him with a blush on her face. She hands him a small pouch of homemade beef jerky, telling him it'll keep his strength up during the expedition. Raon awkwardly thanks her and gives her a quick head pat, promising he'll buy some from the tavern when he gets back alive. Vice Commander Terrian calls everyone to order, standing at the head of the formation with a serious expression. He briefs the squads on their 2 goals: kill the trolls and secure the northern sea passage without losing a single man. Raon and Wrath both look toward the distant mountains, the air around them suddenly feeling cold for a completely different reason. Raon senses a strange, dark energy coming off the mountain peaks. It's faint, but his Glacia senses are screaming that something is wrong. Wrath stares intensely into the distance, wondering if a certain someone is lurking in those hills, but he quickly brushes it off. With a loud command, the expedition officially moves out, heading into the White Abyss for a mission that's about to go south very fast. Before they even hit the trail, some veteran soldiers from the snow attack squad dump a massive pile of bags at the feet of the scouts. They mockingly tell the rookies to treat the bags like they're lovers, even though they probably don't know what a woman's touch feels like. Rayon is annoyed, asking Raiden why the main combat unit is dumping their luggage on the scouts who are supposed to be out front. Raiden explains that the veterans think they need to conserve strength for the real fighting, so they use the scouts as literal pack mules. Our boy narrows his eyes, realizing the hierarchy in this castle is even more toxic than he first thought. Dorian steps in and stuffs a massive log-shaped bag into his subspace pocket, amazing the veterans who can't figure out how he's doing it. Raiden warns Raon that in this place, strength and rank are absolute, so they just have to suck it up until they prove themselves. Raon stays quiet, but you can see the rage simmering behind his red eyes. He doesn't take well to being treated like a servant. He thinks about how absurd it is. Scouts are the ones who risk their necks first in every ambush, yet they're the ones being mistreated. He thought there would be brotherhood on the front lines, but it's clear the snow attack squad is only looking out for themselves. Rayon looks at Captain Ediquil, the leader of the veterans, realizing this whole culture of bullying revolves around that one man. He decides right then and there that the easiest way to fix the unit is to simply crush Ediquil and take his authority. The title drops for Chapter 65 as the group finally reaches the outskirts of the troll territory. The soldiers arrive at the reported location, but there's a problem. The cave is empty, and there isn't a single troll in sight. Tyrion turns to Raiden, asking if he's absolutely sure about what his team saw yesterday. Ediquil scoffs, saying this is exactly why scouts shouldn't be trusted to go out without a real swordsman to baby them. Tyrion orders everyone to spread out and search for tracks, telling them to expand their senses to the absolute limit. Hours pass, and even the most skilled trackers are coming up with absolutely nothing, making the scouts look like liars. Rayon notices that even if trolls were being stealthy, they couldn't leave 0 tracks. Someone has definitely covered their trail using magic. He approaches Tyrion, asking for a chance to try a different method of searching. Ediquil tells him to get lost and help set up camp, warning him not to embarrass himself like the rest of the scout trash. Rayon ignores the insults and kneels in the snow, while Ediquil continues to complain about the rookie brat, wasting everyone's time. Rayon closes his eyes, focusing all his energy into a single point as he activates his secret weapon. He unleashes Glacia, his mana rippling out across the mountain like a silent wave of ice. Ediquil is about to yell at him to get up, but he stops when he sees the look of pure focus on the MC's face. Suddenly, Rayon's eyes snap open, and he calmly states, "I found them." He points northeast, saying a large group is hiding near the frozen valley, just beyond Mount Sterlin. Ediquil explodes in anger, calling Rayon a liar and asking how he could possibly pinpoint their location from this distance. Rayon doesn't blink, asking the veteran if he has a problem with a scout actually doing his job for once. Ediquil is fuming, but Tyrion steps in and tells him to calm down, sensing that Rayon isn't the type to joke in a situation like this. Tyrion asks Rayon how he found them, and the MC lies, saying he learned a high-level detection method from a backyard expert back home. Ediquil keeps protesting, saying even an elite scout who's lived here their whole life couldn't see that far in a blizzard. Tyrion is torn. Relying on the energy detection of a rookie with 1 year of experience is risky, to say the least. But he looks into Rayon's red eyes and sees a level of confidence that makes him want to believe in the impossible. He remembers that Rayon was trained by Instructor Rimmer, a man who knows the northern forests better than anyone. Beto, the mercenary captain, suddenly chimes in, saying he's actually interested to see if the kid is right. Rayon estimates it'll take 30 minutes to reach the valley and another 10 to set up a perfect ambush. Beto is impressed, realizing the rookie has already calculated the terrain and tactical advantage for the entire unit. He points out they still have 2 hours of daylight left, so they might as well go check it out instead of sitting around. Tyrion makes the call, ordering everyone to move out and climb the mountain immediately. Ediquil is grit his teeth in frustration, hating that everyone is listening to a brat instead of his veteran experience. As they hike, Rayon catches up to Ediquil, noticing the guy is still grumbling under his breath. Rayon offers him a bet to settle the score once and for all, with no takebacks on the outcome. If the trolls are where Rayon says they are, the snow attack squad has to treat the scouts with respect and handle all their own gear and chores from now on. And if Rayon is wrong? He tells the captain he'll do whatever Ediquil wants, putting his entire reputation on the line. Ediquil accepts with a malicious grin, confident that he's about to put this arrogant kid in his place for good. The unit moves into the frozen valley, unaware that they are being watched by something much more dangerous than trolls. From a high cliff, a group of figures in dark cloaks watches the soldiers approach their hidden position. A man in a hood is confused, wondering why the humans are climbing up here when they should have been lost in the blizzard. He realizes this wasn't part of the original plan, and his voice carries a sinister edge as he watches them close in. He notes that the soldiers are circling around to a perfect ambush point, implying someone in their group knows exactly where the trap is. He's shocked because he personally erased every single troll track to lure them into a different area. He starts to lose his composure, realizing that even an elite tracker shouldn't be able to find them in this visibility. If the soldiers reach the trolls sooner than expected, the cult's entire plan for the castle is going to fall apart. He looks down at the army of powered-up ice trolls he's gathered, knowing he can't let the humans ruin this. His goal was to keep the castle's main forces busy out here while the real attack happens back at Habun. He's running out of time to move the trolls, and he realizes he has to take a more direct approach to delay the humans. He bites his nail in frustration, trying to think of a way to stop the genius who found them. Suddenly, he stops, a dark and twisted idea taking shape in his mind. He lets out a sick laugh, holding up a gray mask with tusks. If the humans want to fight, he's going to give them a massacre. Tyrion and Ediquil come to a dead stop as they reach the edge of the frozen valley, their eyes widening in shock. The trolls are actually there, just like Ryon said, and they're gathered in numbers far greater than the original report. Ediquil has grit his teeth so hard they might crack, unable to believe a rookie outscouted the entire squad. Ryon leans in and whispers, asking if the captain remembered their bet about the chores and the gear. He reminds Ediquil that a captain's word should be ironclad, leaving the veteran fuming, but trapped by his own pride. Ediquil is about to lose his cool and attack Ryon, but Tyrion cuts him off with a single, sharp word. The vice commander tells them to shut up and focus. They are incredibly lucky to have the upper hand thanks to Rayon's senses. He orders all units to prepare for combat, and the sound of crossbows being cocked fills the air. With a roar of fire at will, the valley erupts into chaos as the ambush officially begins. Tyrion leads the charge, his sword glowing with a powerful aura as he leaps into the middle of the troll horde. Crossbow bolts rain down, pinning the trolls to the ground before they can even process that they're under attack. Their movements are hampered by the surprise strike, and Tyrion screams for the soldiers not to give them a single second to recover. The humans press the advantage, the elite snow attack squad living up to their name as they shred the front line. Everyone knows that if you leave a troll alive, its regeneration will bring it back in minutes, so the orders are simple: no survivors. Beto, the mercenary captain, joins the fray, moving with a smoothness that proves he's not just a talker. He tells his men to aim for the necks and hearts, slicing through the thick troll leather like it's butter. Ryon watches the battlefield from the side, noting that despite their toxicity, these men are true veterans who know how to maintain a formation. But he notices something off about Beto. The guy was calm a second ago, but now there's a disturbing manic light in his eyes as he kills. Dorian snaps Ryon out of it, asking why the hell he's just standing there while the rest of the unit is fighting for their lives. Ryon tells Dorian their mission is to protect the scouts in the rear, so they need to stay put and guard the perimeter. But then he drops a bombshell. He's not jumping in because he's already found a separate opponent that the others haven't noticed yet. The scene shifts back to the front line, where Tyrion is screaming for the scouts to provide support from the rear. A massive troll bellows in rage, its healing factor already working to push out the arrows stuck in its chest. Tyrion directs his men to use a pincer movement, with sword users blocking the front and crossbowmen scattering the troll's attention. Radin is leading his scouts with newfound confidence, firing into the chaos to keep the monsters off balance. He notes that the battle is going way better than normal because of the perfect starting position Ryon gave them. The trolls are still confused and unable to mount a counterattack as the humans systematically dismantle them. Radin thinks to himself that they owe this entire victory to the angelic newbie, Ryon. Suddenly, Raiden's intuition screams at him and a cold shiver runs down his spine that has nothing to do with the weather. He spins around just in time to see two massive shadows leaping from the cliffs above. It's an ice troll warrior and an ice troll shaman, high-tier variants that are 10 times stronger than the ones they're currently fighting. Radin is frozen, unable to understand how these monsters could have hidden their presence until the last second. The troll warrior brings down a massive stone club, and Radin realizes he's too slow to dodge the killing blow. Suddenly, Beto intercepts the attack, his blades sparking against the heavy stone as he saves the captain's life. Tarion jumps in to assist, the two veteran captains working together to push the massive brute back. Tarion tells Raiden to pull himself together, while Beto smirks, noting that the real warriors always have to clean up the scouts' mess. A massive wall of ice suddenly erupts from the ground, separating the unit and creating a literal cage of frost. Tarion curses as he realizes the shaman is supporting the warrior with powerful magic from the high ground. If they have to fight the warrior while being bombarded by spells, the casualty rate is going to skyrocket. Tarion roars for all units to keep their guard up, knowing they've just been lured into a second, deeper trap. He orders Edequil and the Snow Attack Squad to suppress the warrior while the scouts try to disrupt the shaman's spells. Raiden shouts for his scouts to reload their crossbows, but before they can aim, a voice booms from the shadows. Ice Bolt! A barrage of glowing blue spears of mana rains down, shredding the scouts' formation in an instant. A flash of silver light cuts through the bolts as Reborn finally makes his move, his blade moving faster than the eye can follow. Reborn stands in front of Raiden, looking up at the cliff and telling the hidden attacker that it's about time they showed their face. A sinister laugh echoes through the valley as the figure in the gray mask steps out, calling Reborn a little child for daring to block his magic. The cultist mockingly praises Tarion's strategy, but you can tell he thinks the humans are already dead. Tarion realizes that the troll's movements weren't just weird, they were being controlled by this masked bastard all along. He identifies the intruder as a member of Eden, the demonic cult, specifically one of their blue spirits. The blue spirit activates a massive purple magic circle, preparing a high-level spell called the Shadow Demon Curse. He declares that not a single one of them will leave this valley alive, his voice dripping with malice. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy washes over the soldiers, and the veterans begin to buckle under the weight of the curse. Raiden and Edequil fall to their knees, their bodies refusing to move as the supernatural cold begins to freeze their internal mana. Tarion struggles to stay upright, realizing this curse is part of some restoration plan that could destroy everything. The cultist looms over the paralyzed Tarion, raising his staff to deliver the final blow and take their lives. With a scream of "Die!" he unleashes the full power of the shadow magic, the air itself turning into a blade of darkness. Suddenly, a white-blonde blur slams into the cultist, shattering his spell and sending him flying across the snow. The blue spirit is in shock, unable to understand how a mere rookie could possibly move while under a demon-tier curse. Reborn tells him he wouldn't understand. He's lived his entire life with a curse far stronger and colder than this child's play magic. Reborn unleashes the Rabid Fang sword, Savage Fang Dance, becoming a whirlwind of bloody strikes that the cultist can't even see coming. The cultist is shredded in seconds, with Reborn pointing out that relying on magic too much has left the villain's physical skills pathetic and weak. Our boy stands over the dying cultist, looking absolutely ice-cold as the purple energy fades from the air. The veterans are stunned as the curse is lifted, staring at Reborn like he's some kind of supernatural being himself. Tarion is the first to recover, shouting for everyone to suppress the remaining trolls before they can reorganize. The soldiers let out a roar of relief and fury, charging back into the fight with everything they've got. Tarion walks up to the wounded blue spirit, noting that despite the ambush, the cultist didn't manage to kill a single person. He demands to know why Eden attacked them, offering a quick and painless death if the cultist talks. The blue spirit just smiles through the blood, telling Tarion that they should be the ones begging for a quick death. He reveals his true motive. This whole operation was just to lure the castle's elite warriors away from the gates. Tarion looks toward the horizon, and his heart stops. Habun Castle is currently being rocked by a massive, fiery explosion, and they're too far away to help. Emotional hook. The trap has been sprung, and the fortress is in flames. It's a race against time where one wrong move means everyone dies. The Eden Blue Spirit mocks the soldiers, telling them their mercy just cost them their home. Tarion looks on in disbelief as the villain laughs, knowing they were completely played. Suddenly, a soldier screams for Tarion to look behind him as a massive shockwave rocks the area. The horizon is choked with black smoke rising from Habun Castle, proving the enemy wasn't bluffing. Tarion and the others are stunned, unable to wrap their heads around how an indestructible fortress could be falling so easily. The blue spirit grins through his mask, explaining that while the original plan was to use them as bait, they had a backup plan already in motion. He reveals a massive magic circle, an incantation used to teleport a literal army of trolls directly into the heart of the castle. As the villain cackles about the chaos inside, Tyrion loses his cool and delivers a brutal strike to shut him up for good. He grabs the dying cultist, telling him to stop talking trash because Habun Castle isn't going down that easily. Our boy Rayon agrees, knowing that even if the elite squads are out here, Commander Milland is a beast who won't let the castle fall to mere trolls. The blue spirit just keeps laughing, a creepy, distorted sound that echoes through the snowy valley. With his final breath, his eyes glow purple as he hints that the trolls were only the beginning of their nightmare. Right then, the soldiers start losing their footing as the very mountain begins to tremble. Edequil and the others realize this isn't just a small tremor, something massive is happening under their feet. Rayon's eyes widen as he realizes this isn't a natural earthquake, it's a sign of a massive disaster approaching. The blue spirit's ghost seems to mock them one last time, reminding them they've been dancing in the palm of Eden's hand since the start. Tyrion's face is a mask of pure fury as he realizes they might be forced to watch their home crumble from a distance. The villain's laughter reaches a fever pitch, celebrating the despair he thinks he's left behind. He tells them to wallow in their helplessness as his life force finally fades away. With a final splash of blood, Tyrion ends the cultist's life, but the damage is already done. Tyrion turns back to the troops, his voice booming with authority as he prepares for a desperate sprint. He orders every single unit to drop everything and move. They are heading back to Habun Castle right now. The scene shifts to the castle, which is currently a literal war zone covered in fire and blood. The structures are collapsing, and the remaining guards are desperately trying to get civilians to safety. Commander Milland stands in the center of the chaos, barked orders to suppress the fires and hold the line against the trolls. Tyrion and the returning units finally burst through the gates, reuniting with the commander in the middle of the burning courtyard. Milland reports they are being swarmed by ice trolls, but he wants to know what happened out in the field. When Tyrion confirms this is all Eden's doing, Milland's eyes narrow. He knew something felt off, but the scale of this is insane. Rayon steps up and explains that while they killed the summoner, the earthquake they just felt suggests a much bigger threat is coming. Tyrion apologizes for not figuring out the full plan, but Rayon interrupts with a grim realization. He warns Milland that the monster wave, the event they all fear, is going to hit the castle way sooner than expected. The trolls were just the appetizers, the earthquake was a signal, and now a massive wave of monsters is heading straight for them. Hearing this, the soldiers start to break. They're exhausted, the castle is on fire, and now they have to face a legendary monster wave? Before the panic can spread, a voice like thunder rips through the air. Milland screams at his men to shut up, asking them when they became such pathetic cowards. He reminds them that this is Habun Castle, the Iron Castle that has never fallen and is the only thing protecting the continent. He points to their flag, asking who will protect their families and friends if they decide to quit now. His aura flares as he grips his sword, telling them they've survived before and they will survive today. He yells for them to fight, not for glory, but for the people they love who are counting on them. The speech works instantly, and the soldiers roar back in unison, their fear replaced by a desperate will to fight. You can see the fire back in their eyes. They're ready to follow Milland into the jaws of hell. Rayon is genuinely impressed, watching how a few words from a true leader can completely flip the morale of an entire army. He realizes this is the true power of a veteran commander who has lived his life on the battlefield. Milland starts assigning positions, telling Rayon and Dorian to stay back and help the squads protecting the civilians. But Tyrion steps in and asks the commander to reconsider. He wants Rayon and Dorian up on the front lines, on the walls. Milland is hesitant, knowing the walls are basically a suicide mission where one slip-up means instant death. Tyrion drops the bombshell. Rayon took down that high-level Eden spirit in a single strike without breaking a sweat. He tells his father to trust his judgment. These two aren't normal kids, and they need their strength where the fighting is thickest. Milland looks Rayon in the eyes, seeing the cold, steady gaze of a true warrior. He finally gives the command. Rayon and Dorian are to head to the top of the walls and hold them at all costs. Rayon doesn't hesitate, shouting his acceptance as his own aura begins to simmer. They rush to the ramparts, and the view from the top is absolutely terrifying. Milland asks a scout for an update, his voice tight with tension as he looks into the distance. The scout looks like he's seen a ghost, trembling as he tells the commander that the situation is far worse than they imagined. Milland rushes forward, his heart sinking as he sees what the scout is talking about. His face goes pale. In all his years of fighting, he's never seen anything like this. He asks Edequil if he's ever seen a wave this big, and the veteran captain can only shake his head in pure shock. Rayon stands at the edge, his eyes locked on the horizon as the ground starts to shake with the rhythm of 1,000 marching feet. He remembers what his instructor Rimmer told him, that the north is a hell's battlefield where you never have a chance to put your sword away. And as the massive shadows of the monster horde emerge from the blizzard, Rayon realizes that hell has finally arrived. The scale is mind-blowing. The scouts initially counted 1,000, but as the snow clears, they realize there are tens of thousands of monsters approaching. Even our guy Rayon feels a chill. He can't even sense the end of the enemy line with his enhanced perception. Milland asks Rayon if he knows what a wave really means, reminding him that these events always leave a trail of bodies. He explains that all their missions and scouting are just to delay this moment and save as many lives as possible. He looks at the graves of fallen soldiers, a grim reminder of the cost of defending this frozen wasteland. Milland gives Rayon one final mission. Forget the walls, forget the gate. His only job is to make sure as many soldiers as possible go home alive. A monstrous roar echoes through the valley, ending their conversation as the first wave of enemies reaches the base of the castle. Milland commands everyone to draw their swords, acknowledging their fear but demanding their courage. The monsters are terrifying, massive, hulking beasts with glowing red eyes and heavy armor. Milland raises his sword high, promising a celebration drink for everyone who survives this night. The archers and shield-bearers take their positions, their hands steadying as the enemy enters range. With a single word, fear, Milland unleashes a rain of death upon the approaching horde. The monsters let out a blood-curdling scream as the arrows start to find their marks. A literal black cloud of arrows descends, but the monsters just keep coming, stepping over the corpses of their own kind. The ground is stained red instantly as the arrows rip through flesh and bone. It's a massacre on both sides, with the sounds of screaming and clashing metal filling the freezing air. Suddenly, a scout screams through his telescope, spotting a new, bigger threat rushing the perimeter. A massive elite orc, twice the size of the others, is sprinting toward the main gates with a giant axe. The soldiers panic as their arrows bounce off the orc's thick skin. He's heading straight for the gate to smash it open. Just before impact, a flash of blue and white light explodes at the gate. Commander Milland has jumped down, blocking the elite orc's strike with his own blade, his aura flaring like a star. Tarion uses the moment to rally the men, telling them to hold their ranks because the commander has their back. While the gate is safe, the other monsters start scaling the walls like insects, using their claws to dig into the stone. The captains order their men to use their aura the second a monster reaches the top, but the sheer numbers are overwhelming. A soldier screams in terror as an orc finally makes it over the rampart, towering over him with a murderous grin. Before the axe can fall, a golden blur streaks across the wall, and the orc's head is separated from its shoulders in a single move. Rayon stands over the trembling soldier, calmly asking if he's hurt as the orc's body collapses behind him. Rayon huffs, his eyes scanning the chaos. He's already killed hundreds, but the enemy horde doesn't look any smaller. The horizon is still filled with monsters and flying beasts, making it look like the entire world is coming to end the castle. Suddenly, Rayon spots something even worse. A boom skull, a suicide bomber monster, is sprinting toward a weak point on the right wall. A massive explosion rocks the castle, throwing stone and fire everywhere as the boom skull detonates. Rayon is thrown back by the blast, coughing through the dust as he frantically checks on the nearby soldiers. He hears a chorus of agonizing screams coming from the hole in the wall. The sight is horrific. Soldiers are lying in the rubble, limbs missing, crying out in the middle of the carnage. Rayon sees a group of injured men about to fall off the edge of the broken wall, right into the jaws of the monsters below. He moves to save them, but a voice rings out in his head, a message sent through aura. It's Milland, telling him to stay on the wall and protect the sections that haven't fallen yet. The commander tells him he has to endure it. If they stop to save every individual, the entire defense will collapse and everyone will die. Rayon looks down at the bleeding soldiers, his heart clenching as he realizes the cold logic of war. He grits his teeth, his past life as an assassin screaming at him to follow orders, but his new life as a swordsman feeling something else. He grips his sword until his knuckles turn white, deciding that he's done taking orders that cost lives. He tells himself he's not a commander, he's a warrior, and his mission is to make sure no more soldiers die today. With a defiant roar, Rayon jumps off the 50-foot wall, diving straight into the sea of monsters below. Wrath pops out, calling him a literal idiot for making such an emotional, suicidal decision. Raon lands in the middle of the horde, surrounded by thousands of enemies, but his aura is burning brighter than ever. Wrath keeps mocking him, telling him he's just chosen a dog's death for a few random soldiers. Raon just smirks, reaching for his red dagger and admitting that yeah, it's an emotional decision, and he doesn't care. He swears to himself that in this life, he won't be a tool used by others. He will live and die on his own terms as a true swordsman. He stands his ground as the monsters close in, declaring that not a single beast will get past him to reach the injured soldiers. The battle turns into a blur of silver and gold as Raon begins his dance of death in the middle of that frozen hell. Hours pass, and Raon doesn't stop for even a second, slashing through everything that breathes. His hands are torn and bleeding, his mana is running on empty, but his will is unbreakable. Eventually, he loses all feeling in his body. The only thing he knows is the sensation of his blade cutting through bone. The world turns red, a haze of blood and fury as he becomes a literal one-man army. He screams a battle cry that echoes across the entire battlefield, terrifying even the monsters. He spins through the air, a whirlwind of steel that shreds an elite giant in seconds. The night seems to last forever, but slowly, the blood-soaked sky begins to change. The moon sets, and the first light of dawn begins to break over the mountains. The scene is unbelievable. Raon stands alone in a field of thousands of dead monsters, his sword still dripping with blood. As the sun rises, he looks up, exhausted but triumphant. There isn't a single monster left standing in front of him. Far away in a dark room, a mysterious masked woman watches the sunrise through a crystal ball, whispering Raon's name with a creepy fascination. She reveals her original goal was just to destroy the castle and find something called an incarnated body. She touches the crystal with her long, sharp nails, a sinister smile spreading across her face. She calls Raon an unexpected harvest, realizing she's found someone much more interesting than a simple fortress. The screen fades to white, marking the end of the longest night in Raon's new life. Birds chirp as the sun shines through a window, a peaceful contrast to the nightmare of the previous night. Raon suddenly bolts upright in bed, gasping for air as if he's still in the middle of the fight. He looks around, confused, remembering the wall collapsing and his desperate stand until the very end. He hears a familiar voice cry out his name, snapping him back to reality. He turns to see Yua standing in the doorway, her eyes wide with shock and relief. She starts tearing up, telling him she's so glad he's finally woken up. Dorian is there too, sitting in a chair with his arms crossed, looking like a huge weight has been lifted off his shoulders. Dorian tells him he's been out cold for 3 whole days and they were genuinely terrified he was going to die. Raon tries to thank him, but Dorian points to Yua, saying she's the one who really saved him. He explains that Yua never left his side, nursing him day and night while everyone else was busy cleaning up the mess. Even with her job at the tavern, she made sure Raon was cared for every single second he was asleep. Yua walks over with a steaming bowl of soup, her face glowing with a kind smile. She tells him she made it extra soft and easy to eat since his body is still recovering from the madness. Raon looks at her, truly touched by her kindness, and calls out her name softly. He thanks her sincerely, but she just laughs it off, joking that it's just good business etiquette to take care of a regular customer. Raon stretches, his stomach growling, and he suggests they all go get some real greasy food at the Branch of Frost tonight. Dorian agrees but says that first, Raon has to show his face to everyone else. Raon is confused, but Dorian just smiles and leads him outside, telling him there's a crowd waiting for him. As Raon steps into the sunlight, someone screams that the hero of Habun Castle has finally awakened. A massive crowd of soldiers and villagers surrounds him, cheering and thanking him for saving their lives and their comrades. One soldier tells him drinks are on him tonight, while others promise they will never forget the debt they owe him. Commander Milland and his officers walk through the crowd, looking at Raon with nothing but pure respect. Milland explains that this wave was the worst in history, larger, faster, and more brutal than anything they'd ever seen. He admits that normally they would have lost hundreds of men, but because Raon didn't hesitate to jump, there wasn't a single casualty in the entire wave. Raon stood at the front and protected everyone single-handedly. Milland places a hand over his heart, offering Raon the sincerest thanks on behalf of the entire Habun Castle. He then mentions that Captain Ediquil, the man who hated Raon, has something he wants to say. Raon looks at Ediquil, who looks incredibly humbled and a bit embarrassed. Ediquil admits he was a total jerk, looking down on Rayon just because he thought he was some rookie mercenary. He says that seeing Rayon jump off that wall changed him. He realized Rayon is the perfect image of a true swordsman they all want to be. He bows deeply, offering a sincere apology for his past behavior, which is a huge deal for a veteran captain. Milland interrupts the heavy moment to announce a castle-wide festival to celebrate their impossible victory. The soldiers go wild as he promises 3 days of free food and drink at the tavern. The men start racing toward the tavern, their spirits higher than they've been in years. Rayon watches them go with a small smile, finally feeling a sense of peace. Milland tells Rayon to go join them, saying he'll catch up after he finishes some officer business. He leads Tyrion and the other captains back into the command room, his face turning serious. Dorian grabs Rayon's arm, dragging him toward the party so they don't miss out on the best seats. The sky above Habun Castle is clear and blue, finally free of the smoke and the shadows of the monsters. Back in the meeting, Milland asks his son if he thinks they should just give Rayon a simple thank you. Tyrion agrees that he needs a reward that matches the fact that he saved thousands of lives. Milland shocks them by saying he's going to give Rayon something more valuable than gold or jewels. He reveals he's going to give Rayon the ultimate Habun Castle artifact. The captains gasp, thinking he means the legendary snow-horned sword, the symbol of the castle itself. Milland laughs, saying that sword is just a symbol, but the thing he's giving Rayon is a real piece of power. He opens a heavy leather case, and even the captains look nervous just being near it. It's the White Soul armor, crafted from the mana stone of an ancient orc lord, a legendary piece of inner armor. Milland explains it's actually more valuable than the castle's symbol, but it's the least they can do for the kid. His eyes soften as he says he'll only feel at ease if he knows Rayon is protected by this armor in the future. The captains agree instantly, knowing that no price is too high for what Rayon did for them. Ediquil speaks up again, asking the question they've all been thinking since the fight. He asks Milland if Rayon is really just an ordinary mercenary, because his skills are way beyond that. He points out that the martial arts Rayon used were high-level secret techniques that no normal mercenary could ever learn. Milland looks out the window at Rayon and Dorian running toward the festival, and he admits he can't tell them everything. He promises them one thing, that Child has been nothing but sincere and loyal to them from day one. He tells them that one day Rayon will reveal his true identity on his own, and they don't need to worry, because he's a good person. The scene shifts back to the tavern, where Raon is surrounded by his friends, clinking mugs and laughing under the sun. And with that, the festival begins, celebrating not just a victory, but the true birth of a legendary hero. Emotional hook. 10 months of blood and snow have passed, and our boy Rayon has transformed from a sickly child into a living legend of the North. Rayon looks out over the mountains, reflecting on how much he's achieved during his time at Habun Castle. He mastered the manipulation of spirit energy thanks to the sword he got from the legendary blacksmith Kuberud. He survived a monster wave that would have turned most men into meat paste, earning his place on this hell's battlefield. Over the last half-year, he's even pushed his glacier ice technique to a level that shouldn't be possible for his age. But more importantly, the rough soldiers of the North, Tyrion, Ediquil, and the others, have become his brothers in arms. A small, rare smile touches his face as he remembers the new nicknames the locals have given him. Little does he know, his heroic stories are spreading like wildfire across the entire continent. In the scorching Levine Desert, far to the northwest, travelers are already whispering his name. Burin Ziakart pauses his training, looking stunned as he hears the title Hero of Habun Castle. A traveler describes the blonde swordsman who fought until dawn to protect the wounded, calling him the Sword Demon. Burin grips his sword, a mix of shock and determination on his face, as he realizes Raon is already light years ahead. He can feel the gap widening, and it's clear Raon isn't just getting stronger, he's becoming a monster. Burin's companion asks if this is the guy he's so desperate to surpass. The friend is confused. Shouldn't Burin be pissed or depressed that his rival is this much of a beast? But Burin just smirks, a genuine spark of respect in his eyes. He says he's actually happy, because the higher Raon climbs, the further Burin has to push himself to reach him. His friend laughs, calling them close, but Burin quickly snaps back that they're strictly rivals. Elsewhere in the desert, Martha Zeighart hears the same rumor, and her reaction is a bit more aggressive. Her partner tells her that the blonde swordsman stopped a monster wave all by himself. Martha curses under her breath, frustrated that the damn bastard is leaving her in the dust. Her partner tries to console her, saying rumors are usually exaggerated and she's probably stronger. The pile of dead monsters behind her is proof of her own insane power, but she isn't satisfied. She knows Reborn is a real prodigy and that good enough isn't in his vocabulary. She can practically feel his aura growing stronger, even from thousands of miles away. Her partner is genuinely curious about who this guy is to make someone as prideful as Martha this worked up. She admits Reborn is both the person who saved her life and the rival she absolutely has to crush. Deep in the Katam jungle, other trainees are debating the same rumor, unable to believe a kid could protect a whole battlefield. They turn to Runan, asking what she thinks since she's actually Reborn's friend. Runan gives a small, confident nod, stating that Reborn is definitely capable of such legendary feats. The other girl is skeptical, thinking Reborn must be weaker than the silver-haired Runan. Runan bluntly tells her she's wrong. Reborn is stronger than her, both in body and in spirit. The girls are shocked, because Runan just cleared a jungle trial in 6 hours that takes Masters 8. They realize Runan's whole vibe changes when she talks about Reborn, asking if she's training to beat him. Runan looks up, a soft, determined expression on her face. She says she isn't training to beat him, she's training so she can stand by his side. She never wants to be a burden, she wants to be the person who helps him when things get real. Back at Habun, Reborn is deep in meditation, the cold wind whipping around him as he enters a trance. He's testing his glacia senses, feeling the world around him become more vivid with every breath. It's a ridiculous technique that allows him to see the entire mountainside even with his eyes closed. Wrath is fuming in the background, hating that Reborn is mastering a demonic skill so easily. Reborn notices the blue cat has been unusually quiet lately, which is never a good sign. Wrath has been staring at the peak of Mount Stirlin, looking like he's planning something. Suddenly, the demon monarch calls out Reborn's name with a serious tone. He proposes a bet, claiming it's been too long since they had a proper wager. Reborn is suspicious, but listens as Wrath says the bet is simple. The original test from Rimmer was to survive here for a year, and Reborn only has 2 months left. Wrath bets that Reborn won't survive those final 2 months, a dark, ominous prediction. Reborn asks if he's serious, and Wrath claims he never lies, despite lying constantly in the past. Wrath gives him a doubtful look, knowing that something massive is about to happen. Reborn thinks it's an easy win. Eden's forces were wiped out, and reinforcements have arrived from Zeehart. He figures he just needs to train for 60 more days, and then head home to see his mom. Thinking he's got this in the bag, Reborn accepts the bet, while Wrath just gives a wicked knowing grin. 1 month later, the sun sets over a peaceful Habun castle as Reborn's graduation draws closer. Despite Wrath's warning, the castle has been eerily quiet and peaceful. Wrath has been yelling at the mountain peak lately, calling it a lazy bum, which just confuses Reborn. Reborn thinks everything is fine until he notices something strange in the sky. A massive murder of crows suddenly swarms over the castle, their caws filling the air with a sense of dread. Reborn realizes they aren't attacking, they're fleeing from something deep in the mountains. Suddenly, he feels a strange vibration under his feet and a sense of wrongness in the air. He draws his sword, his instincts screaming that a disaster is about to strike. He looks down and sees a frog crawling across the frozen ground, an impossible sight in this cold. Frogs should be hibernating. For it to be out now means the natural order is completely broken. He looks at the town's water fountain, noticing the water is acting erratic. A single drop falls, but the ripple it makes is jagged and unnatural. Suddenly, the water explodes upward as the ground begins to violently heave. A massive earthquake rips through the castle, throwing people to the ground and shattering windows. The sound of cracking stone echoes everywhere as the fortress groans under the pressure. Villagers scream in terror, running blindly as the earth continues to shake. The warning bells start to toll, the signal for an immediate monster invasion. Millen, Tarion, and Reborn meet in the courtyard, their faces grim as the scout screams the news. A wave has appeared, but the timing makes no sense. It's not wave season, and the scale is off the charts. Tarion tells Reborn to gear up. They're heading to the walls immediately to meet the threat head-on. Reborn sprints through the streets, noticing more animals fleeing past him toward the south. The dead frogs on the pavement are a chilling omen of the death approaching from the peaks. Reports flood in from all sides. The monsters are already at the gates, and they're desperate. The fighting is brutal and immediate. Trolls and orcs are throwing themselves at the guards with zero regard for their lives. A soldier gasps that this wave is just as big as the last one, but something feels different. The defensive lines are buckling because the monsters are fighting with a level of frantic insanity they've never seen. Tarion asks Milland if Eden is behind this again, but the commander looks uncertain. Rayon notices it too. He doesn't sense any bloodlust or anger from the monsters. It's much worse. The monsters aren't attacking the castle. They're running through it because they're terrified of something behind them. Wrath floats beside him, his voice cold and flat, saying it is coming now. He tells Rayon this is his fate for ignoring the warning, but Rayon demands to know what it is. Wrath says it's too late. The entity has already noticed them, and it won't stop until every last human is erased. He mentions a sacrifice might satisfy it, but the look on Wrath's face suggests that's a lie. Wrath tells him to witness it with his own eyes, refusing to explain any further. Rayon rushes to Milland, asking what the plan is for a foe they simply cannot defeat. Milland looks at him with the eyes of a man who knows he's about to die. He's surprised by the question, but gives the only answer a leader can. He says they will fight to the last man to buy time for the civilians to escape, even if it means total annihilation. That, he says, is the only reason Habun Castle exists. Rayon grits his teeth as a monster lunges at him, realizing he can't retreat when he doesn't even know what he's running from. He slashes through the beast, trying to focus on the immediate fight while his heart pounds with dread. Ediquel shouts for the archers to focus on the flying monsters that are picking off the guards. Rayon pauses, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. The air itself feels like it's becoming heavy and toxic. A herd of deer sprints past the castle walls, following the crows in a desperate exodus. Milland realizes the danger and orders Tarion to evacuate everyone, including the civilians outside the walls. Tarion hesitates for a split second before saluting and rushing to carry out the order. Suddenly, Rayon hears Milland's voice directly in his mind through an aura message. The commander tells him that he saw further than anyone else, and that Rayon's life is too valuable to throw away here. He tells Rayon to save himself, promising that his efforts for the castle will never be forgotten. Rayon flashes back to the celebration, the faces of the people he's protected, and he knows he can't just leave them to rot. His golden flames flare up as he rejects the order. He isn't running away alone. He vows to stand his ground, but then a massive purple pressure crushes the entire area. A sound like a deep, cosmic groan echoes through the valley. The world turns a sickening shade of purple, and Rayon feels his very soul trembling. He stops mid-motion, his eyes wide as a shadow looms over the horizon. A single, massive crow sits on a spire, its red eye reflecting the coming doom. Rayon realizes 12 hours have passed, but the sun hasn't risen. It's like time itself has stopped. The wave wasn't a tide of monsters, it was a tide of darkness. A voice sighs, sounding exhausted and sick of everything. The figure says they woke up and now they have no choice but to erase everything in their path. The ground cracks with every step the entity takes, the purple aura dissolving the very stone. Rayon is paralyzed, sweat pouring down his face as the pressure nearly snaps his knees. Wrath mocks him, asking if he's finally sensed the gap between him and a true high-ranking demon. He identifies the lazy bum as Sloth, the receiver. He is a demon lord on the exact same level of power as Wrath himself. Sloth stands before them, looking bored and tired, draped in purple furs and dark horns. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light. The monarch of laziness has arrived to put the world to sleep. Chapter 72 begins with the ultimate confrontation, a human boy against a literal god of the underworld. Sloth's presence is so heavy that the very air feels like lead, a sluggish energy that drains the will to live. Milland's hand is shaking as he grips his sword, his eyes fixed on the impossible being before them. The commander is horrified, unable to believe such a creature could even exist in the mortal realm. Rayon realizes that because Milland is a master, he can feel the power gap even more clearly than the regular soldiers. Wrath notes that Sloth has gathered an insane amount of energy for someone who spends his life napping. He tells Rayon that at his current level, he wouldn't even be able to understand the depth of Sloth's power. Sloth walks forward slowly, his every movement radiating a calm, unstoppable destruction. Wrath explains that the constant skirmishes and tremors from the last year finally woke Sloth from his slumber at the mountain peak. He used to just drift in and out of sleep, but now he is fully, dangerously awake. Wrath decides to tell Rayon a fun story about his fellow monarch. In the demon world, falling asleep in the open is a death sentence, yet Sloth never stopped sleeping. Rayon wonders how someone that lazy could ever become a demon lord. The answer is terrifying. Sloth indiscriminately slaughtered anything and everything that made a sound near him. He would wake up, wipe out an entire army of high-ranking demons, and then go right back to sleep on their corpses. If you talked to him, you died. If you attacked him, your entire bloodline was erased. He spent 1,000 years killing anyone who disturbed his peace. Eventually, the other demons were so terrified that they just let him be, and he became a lord of the demon world. Sloth's eyes reflect a deep, eternal boredom as he stares at the castle. Reborn realizes Sloth isn't here for conquest. He's just here to quiet the people who woke him up. Wrath confirms it with a wicked grin. Sloth is here to erase every soul in Habun Castle. Reborn desperately asks if there's a way to stop him, but Wrath says it's impossible for any human here. He says only beings on the level of Reborn's grandfather, the Patriarch, could even hope to stand against him. Reborn looks at Milland, who is frozen in despair, and his mind races for a solution. He thinks of his grandfather, Glenn Zyhart, and the sheer power he radiates. Wrath explains that Sloth hates long fights because they keep him awake, making him even more irrational. His sleep is the only thing that dictates his decisions. He is a force of nature with zero empathy. Wrath gives Reborn two choices: give up his body so Wrath can fight Sloth, or stay in control and be annihilated. Reborn looks at the fallen soldiers around him, knowing he has to make a choice right now. If he does nothing, everyone dies. If he gives in to Wrath, he loses his humanity. The descent of two demon lords at once would be the end of the human world. Reborn begins to say, "Wrath, take over," but then Milland speaks his name. The commander stands tall, his fear replaced by a final, desperate resolve. He thanks Reborn for everything he's done for the castle since the day he arrived. Milland says it's time for him to be a model for his men, his eyes fixed on Sloth. He unleashes his full master-level aura, his blade glowing with a brilliant blue light. Reborn tries to stop him, knowing Milland is already exhausted, but the commander won't listen. Milland says Reborn's era hasn't arrived yet, and he has much bigger things to achieve in the future. Reborn is ashamed he even thought about giving up, seeing Milland's courage in the face of certain death. Milland gives the final order. Everyone is to evacuate the castle while he and Reborn hold the line. Tyrion and the others refuse to leave, crying out that they will fight to the end. But Milland screams at them to save at least one more person instead of dying pointlessly here. Tyrion grits his teeth, the weight of the order crushing his heart. He finally turns to his men, ordering them to open the south gate and move as fast as possible. Every second Milland and Reborn hold on is one more life saved, and the soldiers sprint away with tears in their eyes. Wrath mocks the meaningless struggle of the humans, saying it's already over. Sloth finally enters the gate, his purple energy swallowing everything in its path. He mutters that he's cold and tired, and it's all their fault for making so much noise. He says he had to come here, his voice rising with a sudden sharp edge. His red eyes fix on Reborn, a gaze that feels like a physical blow. A massive shockwave of purple mana explodes from Sloth, leveling the nearby buildings. Reborn stands his ground, his golden flames roaring as he tries to shield Milland. He's staggered by the pressure, realizing Sloth hasn't even used a fraction of his real power yet. The waves of energy are crushing his lungs, and he realizes he can't win a direct clash. He wonders if he should just give in, but then his assassin's mind finds a tiny, desperate opening. Wrath keeps pushing for the body, telling Reborn he's out of time. Reborn refuses, thinking through every piece of information he has on Sloth. He analyzes Sloth's traits: cold, sleepy, hates annoyance, and simple-minded. A plan forms in his mind, a gamble that's insane even for him. He calls out to Wrath, proposing a different kind of deal. Wrath is confused, asking what kind of deal a dying brat could possibly offer. Reborn offers to take in all of Wrath's anger, all of it, if Wrath gives him the power to face Sloth right now. Wrath calls it useless, but Reborn threatens to kill himself before the monarch can take over if he refuses. Reborn says he doesn't make empty bluffs, and if they die together. Wrath is stunned, actually feeling a bit of fear as he realizes Reborn is crazy enough to do it. Reborn demands an answer as Milland collapses beside him, his aura flickering out. He screams for Wrath to answer yes or no as the purple darkness closes in. Wrath finally snaps, screaming that Reborn will pay for this, but he unleashes a massive torrent of blue rage. Sloth stops, looking confused as a new familiar energy erupts from the ant in front of him. A pillar of dark blue and gold fire surges into the sky, pushing back Sloth's purple domain. Sloth turns his full attention to Reborn, his eyes narrowing. Reborn looks up, his voice echoing with the power of a demon lord as he calls Sloth trash. He declares that this castle is now the territory of the Lord of Wrath. Reborn claims he is the vessel of wrath, a bold-faced lie meant to trick the simple-minded sloth. Wrath is absolutely losing it in the background, screaming at Reborn for making up such a ridiculous title. Reborn's eyes glow with a mixture of gold and blue, a smirk on his face as he prepares to fight. He tells Sloth he's going to punish him for messing with his vessel, and Sloth actually looks hesitant. The bluff has worked, Sloth is confused, and the real battle for Habun Castle is finally beginning. The screen fades as a notice appears. The Battle of the Demon Lords is on hold for a week-long break. See you on August 8th. Emotional hook. In a world where gods and demons decide the fate of men, one boy is crazy enough to look a demon lord in the eye and lie to his face. Wrath is absolutely losing it, screaming in Reborn's head about why he's being called a vessel, and why this pathetic castle is being labeled his land. Sloth looks confused, repeating the words Wrath's vessel as Reborn doubles down, claiming Wrath is furious that Sloth dared to step onto his turf. The blue fire cat is fuming, shouting that Reborn is just making up things he never actually said. Reborn ignores the protests, knowing that the only thing Sloth can actually feel right now is the massive wave of rage energy Reborn got from their bet. Sloth stares at him, his red eyes narrowing as he senses the unmistakable aura of wrath radiating from this human's body. Our guy Reborn puts on his best performance, telling the Demon Lord to engrave this warning into his heart right now. He takes a deep breath, mentally preparing for the biggest gamble of his life. He roars at Sloth, telling him that if he doesn't stop right now, he'll make sure Sloth never gets another second of sleep for the rest of his eternal life. Wrath thinks Reborn has officially lost his mind, but Sloth actually pauses, looking genuinely troubled by the threat of losing his precious naps. Reborn realizes his gamble is actually working. The Monarch of Laziness is actually taking the bait. Suddenly, Sloth looks toward the peak, sounding almost submissive as he asks Lord Wrath not to go that far. Reborn keeps the pressure on, waving his hand dismissively and telling Sloth that he shouldn't even think about descending any further. He claims Wrath needs all his power to subjugate the continent, not to waste it on someone like Sloth. The Demon Lord stands silent at the gate, looking up at the tiny human standing on the wall. He stops, sensing something else that catches his attention. Sloth notices the flower bracelet on Reborn's wrist and recognizes it as a mark of Wrath's energy. He starts to believe the lie, thinking Wrath is so protective of his subordinate that he'd follow Sloth forever just to keep him awake. The mere thought of a persistent Wrath bothering him while he's trying to sleep is a total nightmare for the Monarch of Laziness. He concludes that Reborn really is the vessel, because no random human could have Wrath's energy and know exactly what Sloth hates most. Reborn breathes a sigh of relief as he realizes things are going exactly as predicted based on Wrath's information. He reintroduces himself with authority, claiming his body is the one prepared for Wrath's eventual descent into the human world. He acknowledges that Sloth was only woken up because of the tremors from the previous battle. But he points out that Sloth has the wrong target. The real culprits are the cult called Eden, who use the monsters as pawns. Sloth realizes that if Reborn is telling the truth, he has absolutely no reason to stay here and pick a fight with another Demon Lord. He turns around, muttering that he's going back to sleep, his terrifying energy finally starting to fade. Reborn tells Wrath to hold back, knowing the blue cat is itching to actually come out and cause chaos. Wrath is still pissed, but Reborn calms him down, saying he'll convey Sloth's message exactly as it is. Sloth apologizes to Wrath, admitting he didn't know he was here and making excuses for the disturbance. Reborn keeps acting the part, telling Sloth not to argue and that he should know the rule, a life for a life. He blames Sloth for the deaths of Wrath's subordinates during the monster wave caused by Sloth's arrival. He offers Sloth a choice as the noble lord of the demon realm. Reborn asks, will Sloth give up his sleep forever, or will he surrender a portion of his power to Wrath's vessel right now? Wrath is stunned, realizing Reborn's goal was to scam a second demon lord for more power all along. Sloth points a finger at Reborn, weighing the cost of his sleep against a small fraction of his mana. For Sloth, it's the easiest choice in the world. He begins to cast a spell while Wrath screams at him that he's being tricked by a human worse than a demon. Wrath is panicking, telling Sloth he could literally kill Reborn with a wave of his hand if he just opened his eyes. But it's too late. The ritual is already beginning. A surge of dark purple energy slams into Reborn, infusing his soul and body with a portion of Sloth's power. Reborn looks at his hands, feeling the heavy, strange energy of the Monarch of Laziness settling into his veins. Wrath feels like he's going to die from the sheer stress of Reborn's audacity. Sloth yawns, declaring that he's too sleepy to care anymore and that he's heading back to bed. But our guy Rayon isn't done yet. He calls out to the Demon Lord one more time. Sloth sighs, sounding like a teenager being asked to do chores on a Saturday morning. For a split second, Sloth's eyes flare with a terrifying red light. Rayon feels a wave of incredible killing intent that almost snaps his spirit. He realized he pushed the bluff just a little too far. He quickly pivots, telling Sloth that he actually has a gift to give him as a peace offering. He pulls something out of his pocket and tosses it down to the Demon Lord. It's the magic stone of the Goblin King, and as Sloth catches it, he marvels at how warm and comforting it feels. Rayon tells him to take the stone and never come down again, no matter what kind of noise happens in the future. Sloth agrees, but he asks if this was also a request from Wrath. Rayon admits this was his own deal, and Sloth notes that compared to the stone, the price of his power was actually cheap. Sloth reaches out, and another wave of energy washes over Rayon's arm. He tells Rayon not to worry, it's just a change that will help him out someday. He claims it was tailored specifically to Rayon's master's taste, meaning Wrath. Sloth finally turns away, leaving the castle behind as he heads back into the deep snow. He wants to leave before Rayon's master can bother him again. Rayon stands on the wall, watch the silhouette of the Demon Lord vanish into the night. He tells himself he cannot collapse yet, he has to stay standing until the sun comes up. He watches as Sloth walks away, the nightmare finally receding from Habun Castle. Wrath is still sulking, calling Rayon a son of a bitch for the dangerous stunt he just pulled. Rayon looks down at the unconscious soldiers, realizing that if anyone had been awake to see that, his secret would be blown. The long, hopeless night that felt like it would never end is finally over. As the Demon King vanishes, the darkness fades and the first rays of dawn hit the castle walls. The nightmare is finished, and Rayon has survived the impossible. Chapter 74 kicks off with a look at the aftermath. Rayon has reached a new level of legendary status. Commander Millen slowly wakes up, rubbing his head and realizing he's actually still alive. He looks at his sword, remembering the final shockwave of energy that felt like the end of the world. He recalls sensing the power of an absolute being, something that reminded him of the Northern King of Annihilation. He wonders how on earth he survived such an encounter with a literal Demon King. Tarion rushes over, relieved to see the commander is okay and reporting that the others are fine too. But when Milland asks about Rayon, Tarion just points toward the sunrise, looking completely stunned. Milland follows his gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Rayon is standing there, bathed in the golden light of the morning sun. He looks like a statue of a god, his back to them as he stares out at the mountains. Rayon turns his head slightly, giving a small, weary smile as he says he kept his promise. Tarion is mind-blown. Even the commander was knocked out, so how did this 16-year-old stay standing against a demon until the very end? Rayon tries to say he's glad they're okay, but his legs finally give out. He collapses onto the stone floor, his body finally shutting down from the sheer exhaustion. Milland catches him, gently telling the boy that the battle is finally over and he can rest now. The scene fades as the narrator calls for a round of applause for the true hero of the North. 3 days pass as the people of Habun Castle work tirelessly to repair the damage from the wave. In the command room, Milland asks if Rayon has woken up yet, his voice filled with concern. Tarion confirms that he's still asleep, though the medics say he's physically fine. They all agree that his body is likely just recovering from the most intense experience of his life. Milland reflects on the entity they faced, admitting that everything after feeling its energy is a total blank. He tells his officers the truth, that being was a demon, and not just a low-ranking one. He explains that an energy signature that powerful could only belong to a Demon King. He notes that usually, no one can fight off a Demon King unless they are a legendary hero like the King of Annihilation. So the big question is, how did Rayon manage to drive it away while keeping everyone alive? Ediquil suggests a theory that makes everyone go quiet. Did Rayon negotiate with the monster? He assumes that Rayon, knowing he couldn't win a fight, chose to sacrifice his own soul and body to buy their safety. Milland remembers hearing the word negotiation as he was passing out, and his heart sinks thinking about what Rayon might have lost. The captains ask Milland to finally tell them Rayon's true identity, as they can't hide it anymore after this. Milland nods, deciding it's only right to tell them who their savior really is. He reveals the truth that sends shockwaves through the room. Rayon is of the Z-Heart bloodline. The officers are stunned, but then it clicks. It makes total sense that a Z-Heart could achieve the impossible. Milland says they are all heavily indebted to the boy, and it's time for the castle to pay him back. He declares that from this moment on, Habun Castle will support Raon Ziahart with everything they have. Back in the medical room, Raon finally opens his eyes, looking up at the ceiling. He recognizes the familiar setting of the castle's infirmary and realizes he survived the slumber. He sits up and is surprised to see someone sleeping at the foot of his bed. It's Yua, the tavern girl, looking exhausted as she rests her head on her arms. He notices the basin of water and realizes she must have been nursing him the entire 3 days. He's touched by her dedication, knowing she didn't even know if he'd ever wake up. Raon checks his own condition and is shocked. He expected his body to be a wreck after sloth. Instead, he feels completely refreshed, and his senses are actually sharper than they were before the fight. Wrath pops up, sounding like a grumpy parent, asking if it's strange that his body feels light. He calls Raon a dirty little fraud and says it's his brain that's strange for being so calm. Raon just smiles and thanks Wrath for saving him, which only makes the demon even angrier. Wrath yells that Raon is the first person in history to scam 2 demon kings and calls Sloth an idiot for falling for it. He then mentions that Raon's soul level has actually increased. A system window pops up, confirming that his soul level rose due to facing a transcendental being. The rewards are insane. His 1,000 Flames and Glacia are now 4-star, and all his stats have been boosted significantly. Raon stares at the blue screens, unable to believe how much he gained from a single night of bluffing. But then he notices one specific reward that catches him off guard. A new trait called Sloth has been created, allowing his stats to increase and his aura to recover drastically while he's sleeping. He laughs, realizing his 3-day nap was basically like 24 hours of pure, high-intensity training. Wrath keeps complaining, calling Sloth a fool for giving Raon such a cheat code ability. He asks Raon how much his stats went up, and Raon gives a number that makes the cat's eyes pop. 11, Raon says calmly, and Wrath looks like he's about to have an aneurysm. The cat screams about how much Raon is ripping off of him, but the noise wakes up the people nearby. Yua and Terrian burst in, seeing Raon awake and looking healthier than ever. Terrian is relieved, but quickly remembers he has an important message. He tells Raon that the commander has been waiting to see him the moment he woke up. Raon heads to the command room, where the sun is shining brightly over the repaired fortress. Millen greets him, stating that in all his years, he's never seen anyone grow as fast as Raon has. He apologizes for asking so soon, but he needs to know one thing for sure. He asks directly how Raon managed to deal with that demon king. Raon is nervous, thinking they might throw him out if they suspect he has a connection to demons. Millen stops him, saying Raon isn't actually obligated to answer if it's too personal. He explains that they're already aware the monster was a demon king, and that Raon must have negotiated with it. Millen says they believe Raon put his own soul and body up as collateral to send the demon back. Raon is stunned. They've completely misinterpreted the situation in his favor, making him look like a tragic hero. Wrath is dying of laughter in the background, mocking the humans for thinking Raon would ever sacrifice himself. Millen places his hand on the table, his voice full of solemn respect. The commander and his officers all bow deeply to Raon, paying respect to the sacrifices they think he made. He declares that Habun Castle will always support Raon Ziahart, no matter what. Raon just smiles, realizing he's accidentally secured the most loyal allies he could ever ask for. Millen tells him to ask for anything he needs, and Raon decides to take him up on it. Raon asks for one final spar with the commander before he leaves the north for good. Chapter 75 begins 1 week before Raon's graduation, with the snow still clinging to the castle walls. Thanks to the sloth trait, Raon's body has reached a level of power he's still trying to fully comprehend. Today is the day he finally leaves Habun Castle, and he wants to test his limits one last time. He stands in the courtyard, his physical condition at its absolute peak as he faces Millen. The soldiers are gathered around, cheering for Raon and telling him they believe he can actually win. Millen asks if he's ready, and Raon confirms he's been preparing for this since he woke up. The commander throws off his heavy cloak, revealing a lean, powerful frame. This isn't just a friendly duel anymore. Millen stomps his foot, and the ground itself seems to buckle under his weight. He draws his sword, a brilliant blue aura crackling around the blade as he enters his stance. Raon feels the pressure, realizing he's finally facing the true master of Habun Castle. The aura is incredible, but Raon just smirks, his red eyes glowing with excitement. He launches himself forward like a cannonball, his speed causing a sonic boom in the small arena. The clash of their blades sends a shockwave through the courtyard, throwing dust and snow into the air. Milland looks calm, blocking the strike with ease while his eyes analyze every inch of Rayon's movement. They exchange a flurry of blows, each strike powerful enough to level a building. Tyrion and Edequil watch from the sidelines, stunned that a simple expert can push a master-level warrior this much. They realize Rayon is only a small step away from becoming a master himself, which is unheard of at his age. Milland knocks Rayon back, telling him his speed is good but his strikes aren't sharp enough to beat a real master. Rayon just grins, stating that he's only just getting started. He unleashes the Rabid Fang sword, his movements becoming unpredictable and beast-like. He spots a tiny opening in Milland's defense and lunges for the win. His sword misses by a hair as Milland tilts his body at an impossible angle. Rayon is shocked as Milland counters instantly with a blow to his ribs. He barely manages to block it, but the force behind the strike is like being hit by a tidal wave. Milland keeps the pressure on, his movements becoming a blur of blue light that Rayon can barely track. Rayon realizes his plan to exploit an opening was completely predicted and countered by the veteran warrior. Milland notes the shock on Rayon's face and decides to teach him a lesson. He explains that he can predict all of Rayon's attacks because he isn't even slightly tired. He points to his chest, revealing the secret to a master's power, the middle energy core. He explains that this core allows a master to manipulate massive amounts of power with only a tiny drop of aura. Rayon realizes he can't win a fight of attrition because Milland's energy efficiency is literally on another level. He stares at the commander, finally understanding the true gap between an expert and a master. Milland asks why the hell he's smiling in a situation where he's clearly outmatched. Rayon says it's because he finally sees the path forward and is happy there's still more to achieve. Milland is impressed that Rayon doesn't back down even when faced with a literal wall. He decides to show Rayon a glimpse of full power, his aura doubling in intensity. His eyes go cold as he prepares his ultimate technique. The air begins to freeze solid around them as the temperature drops instantly. Rayon braces himself, sensing an attack that seems capable of splitting the very world in half. Milland names the skill Ice Dragon's Bane, the move that destroyed an actual dragon. He warns Rayon that while he won't use his full strength, this is the first time he's ever used this on a student. He tells Rayon one simple thing: please try not to die. Rayon thinks about dodging, knowing it's foolish to take an attack of this level head-on. He closes his eyes for a split second, searching his soul for the answer. He decides that dodging would be a waste of this opportunity. He needs to test his growth against the absolute best. Milland asks if that's all he's got, but Rayon just grips his hilt until his knuckles turn white. He combines all his training at Habun with the fragments of memories he got from his fight with Sloth. He unleashes the 10th flame of the Thousand Flames technique, Dragon's Breath. A pillar of golden fire erupts from his sword, clashing directly with Milland's frozen aura. The explosion of fire and ice is blinding, shaking the entire castle to its foundations. A massive cloud of steam and smoke fills the courtyard, obscuring everything. Tyrion covers his face, unable to believe a human could face the commander's ultimate move head-on. Everyone waits with bated breath to see who won the legendary exchange. As the steam clears, Rayon is standing tall, but his sword is trembling and his clothes are scorched. He lets out a long, shaky breath, his mana completely drained to the last drop. He bows deeply, admitting that this was his loss but thanking the commander for the lesson. The soldiers go wild, cheering for both of them because Rayon actually survived a strike that kills dragons. Rayon smiles as the crowd chants his name, finally feeling like he's ready for the next chapter of his life. Milland watches him walk away, thinking that Rayon is an absolutely absurd lad. He admits to himself that he actually had to use his master-level protective energy to stop Rayon's flames from burning him. He looks up at the clear sky, knowing that supporting Rayon Ziahert was the best decision he's ever made. The legendary Habun Castle stands tall against the winter sky, but today, the atmosphere isn't one of war, but of a heartfelt goodbye. Our boy Rayon is finally ready to head back home, and Commander Milland is there to personally see off the kid who saved his entire fortress. The high-ranking officers look on with genuine smiles, telling Rayon he's earned a permanent place here whenever he wants to return. Tyrion steps forward, looking a lot more respectful than when they first met. He's clearly seen the monster Rayon really is. Rayon jokes with him, asking if he's going to go back to being a bully once the hero of Habun is gone. Tyrion's face goes pale as he frantically denies it, reaching out a hand to the young master. Rayon cracks a smile and shakes his hand, telling him it was an honor to fight by his side and hoping they both get way stronger by their next meeting. Tyrion tightens his grip, promising he'll level up just so he can actually be useful to Rayon next time. As Rayon and Dorian walk away, the entire line of soldiers lets out a massive cheer, making sure our guy knows they've always got his back. Dorian checks the map as they hit the snowy trail, realizing they've got a straight shot back to the Sieghard estate. Rayon is focused on making it back before the big graduation ceremony starts, but a sudden shout from behind stops them in their tracks. It's Yua, the red-haired tavern girl, and she's absolutely winded from sprinting all this way just to catch him. She's clutching a wrapped bundle, explaining she was late because she was busy cooking up something special for his long trip. The moment she hands it over, wrath pops out of Rayon's soul, his eyes bulging as he smells the legendary scent of pineapple pizza. Rayon gives her a soft, appreciative smile, thanking her for the food and the thoughtfulness. Yua starts fidgeting, her face turning bright red as she tries to find the words for a huge favor she wants to ask. Rayon tilts his head, waiting for her to spill it, but the poor girl is clearly fighting a battle with her own nerves. She looks up at him with these shimmering eyes, the weight of a confession hanging right there in the air. But at the last second, she chickens out, telling him to just forget it because she can't say it yet. She promises to tell him later, giving us some major foreshadowing for their next reunion. Rayon just nods, telling her not to forget that promise, as a gentle breeze blows through his hair. Dorian waves goodbye like a maniac, while Yua stands still, watching them disappear into the white horizon. She stays there for a long time, the silence of the snow settling around her as her heart keeps racing. A soft smile finally breaks across her face as she keeps staring at the path he took. She whispers to herself that one day she'll have the courage to tell him everything. Her real wish is to walk the same path as Rayon for the rest of her life. Talk about high stakes for a romance subplot! And with that, the journey back to the main family officially begins. Fast forward a bit, and it's been a full year since the 5th training hall started their final exams. The other trainees have been trickling back into the mansion, looking a lot more like seasoned warriors than the kids they used to be. The once empty training hall is now buzzing with energy as everyone prepares for the final step. 2 trainees are hyping each other up, feeling like they've hit a massive power spike over the last 12 months. They look over at their instructor Rimmer, who's sitting there looking as bored and lazy as ever. But even Rimmer's casual look can't hide the sharp edge of a master-level swordsman. The trainees approach him, worried sick because Rayon still hasn't shown his face and graduation is literally tomorrow. Rimmer just scoffs at them, asking if they really think a monster like Rayon is the type to get kidnapped or killed. He tells them to stop wasting time and focus on their own ceremonies, acting like he isn't worried at all. The boys buy it and head off, feeling relieved that their instructor seems so confident. Rimmer keeps that cool, composed smile on his face until they're out of sight. The second they're gone, he completely loses it, screaming for help and looking like he's about to have a mental breakdown. He's literally clinging to Lowen's leg, crying that Rayon and Dorian should have been back a whole month ago. Lowen asks why he doesn't just sneak a letter out to check on them like he usually does, but Rimmer is totally trapped. Turns out, the Heavenly Sword Order is guarding the Shadow Society so hard that even an elf can't sneak a message through. Lowen sighs, explaining that the Patriarch has locked down all info on Rayon, making it high-class intel that even he can't access. Rimmer realizes the Patriarch is basically stalking his grandson from the shadows like a total weirdo instead of just talking to him. Rimmer decides he's had enough and bolts, screaming that he's going to demand answers from the big boss himself. Lowen watches him run off into the night, probably wondering how this chaotic elf ever became an instructor. Lowen adjusts his glasses, looking up at the sky with a face that says, "I'm way too old for this family drama." He looks toward the central martial hall, where the real trouble is brewing. A massive roar of fire and energy erupts from the distant building. The higher-ups are definitely up to something. Inside the Sieghard Central Martial Hall, the atmosphere is heavy and suffocating. Karun Sieghard is sitting at his desk, and he's actually smiling because he thinks Rayon might finally be dead. His subordinate reports that a massive monster wave blocked the path to Habun Castle, making it impossible to confirm Rayon's status. Karun is loving this, calling Rayon a nuisance and celebrating that he might be gone without Karun having to lift a finger. They speculate that the demonic cult Eden might have finished Rayon off after he interfered with their plans in the north, but Karun doesn't care if he's alive or dead. He has a plan to ruin Rayon regardless. He explains that Rimmer's graduation exam is special because it evaluates a whole year's worth of progress. The review process takes a long time, and you can see the trainees working through stacks of paperwork. Since the ceremony is tomorrow, Even if Rayon shows up tonight, he hasn't gone through the evaluation process to qualify. Karun tells his man to keep him posted, wanting to be the first to see the look of despair on Rayon's face when he fails. He leans back, convinced that Rayon has finally hit his limit and won't be a threat to his power anymore. He closes his eyes with a smug grin, dismissing Rayon as nothing more than a temporary source of entertainment. This is a break notice image, no story content here. The big day is finally here. The 5th training hall graduation ceremony is about to kick off under a bright, sunny sky. Sylvia is looking incredibly anxious, clutching her hands as she realizes her son is still nowhere to be found. Up in the VIP seats, Karun is practically glowing with satisfaction, watching the clock run out on Rayon's future. Down on the field, the other trainees are suited up in their official uniforms, feeling the weight of the moment. One of them is bragging about how strong they've become, feeling like they could take on an ogre with their eyes closed. Buren Zeehart walks up, looking sharp and disciplined, immediately shutting down their idle chatter. He tells them to get back to their seats and stay focused. He's clearly stepped up as a leader while Rayon was gone. Buren sighs as they scurry away, wondering when his fellow trainees are actually going to start acting like adults. He turns around and sees Martha, who's looking as fierce and unbothered as ever in her graduation gear. Buren comments that she's still as stiff and rude as the day they met, and Martha just fires right back. She smiles like a predator, telling him that her harsh mouth is the least of his worries. Buren warns her that her attitude won't fly once they're official swordsmen, but Martha just plans to punch anyone who complains. Buren shakes his head, but then his eyes drift toward the massive entrance gates. The tension is thick as they both realize the ceremony is minutes away, and their head trainee is missing in action. Runan Sklon appears behind them, her silver hair flowing as she states with absolute certainty that Rayon will return. Her purple eyes are dead serious. She knows Rayon wouldn't lose to anyone, especially not some low-level cultists. Martha scoffs, saying it might be better if he doesn't show up so she can take the representative spot for herself. Runan snaps at her, raising her voice for once to defend her friend. Martha doesn't back down, shouting that if he was coming he would have been here by now. The words hang heavy, the ceremony is literally starting, and the gates are the only thing left between Rayon and failure. Buren has to step in and play peacemaker before these two start a duel right there on the graduation field. A loud announcement booms through the stadium. It's time for all graduating trainees to take their positions. A heavy set of footsteps echoes through the hall as the eternal son of Zeehart prepares to make his entrance. The patriarch, Glenn Zeehart, sits on his throne, his presence alone making the air feel cold and heavy. Everyone bows in unison, greeting the man who holds the fate of the family in his hands. Rimmer steps forward looking desperate and begs the patriarch to wait just a little longer for the two missing trainees. Glenn's voice is like thunder as he says no, explaining that a warrior who can't meet a deadline doesn't meet the qualifications. Rimmer is stunned into silence. The rules are the rules, even for the most talented grandson in the world. The final roll call begins, and you can see the heartbreak on the faces of the 5th training hall members. The official count is 41 present and 2 missing. The reality is finally sinking in that Rayon won't be graduating today. Glenn gives the final order. Close the gates. The massive stone doors start to creak shut, cutting off the last sliver of hope for our MC. But suddenly, the gates slam to a halt with a violent bang, and the mechanism starts grinding in protest. The trainees look on in confusion as a lone figure emerges through the gap, his aura flaring. Walking slowly and confidently through the center of the field, the missing hero finally arrives. Rimmer's face goes from despair to sheer annoyance, complaining that Rayon really is the best at making people worry. Rayon stands tall in his graduation uniform, gold hair shining as he officially reports his return to the family. Buren and Runan can't contain their relief, shouting his name as he joins the ranks. Rayon apologizes for the delay, but Martha is already there, calling him an idiot for cutting it this close to failure. Dorian is right behind him, waving his hands and trying to get anyone to notice that he's back too. Rayon apologizes to Rimmer, and the elf just tells him to get to his spot because everyone has been waiting on him. But just as Rayon moves to the front, Karun Zeehart stands up and yells, "Stop!" his face twisted in rage. The Central Martial Hall leader isn't about to let his plan fail this easily. He argues to the patriarch that Rayon hasn't proven his qualifications like the others who returned a month ago. Rimmer counters that he's the instructor and he decides who passes, but Karun keeps pushing, saying Rayon is still just a trainee. Karun tells Rayon to leave, trying to humiliate him in front of the entire family. Rimmer just smirks and says he can prove Rayon's qualifications right here and now, looking at the boy for confirmation. Without a word, a massive explosion of golden flames and red light erupts as Rimmer and Rayon clash in an instant! The shockwave sends the other trainees reeling. They can't believe the level of power Rayon is putting out. The two swords lock together, sparks flying as Rimmer tells him that a true swordsman speaks with his blade. Rimmer is actually trying, his master-level aura flaring as he tests his student's limits. Rayon doesn't flinch, his eyes glowing red as he meets his instructor's power head-on with a calm smirk. A beam of pure, blinding energy shoots straight up into the sky, tearing through the clouds. The energy disperses like a million golden fireworks, a visual proof of Raon's monstrous growth. Sylvia is cheering, but Karun is sweating buckets, realizing that Raon just blocked an attack no trainee should ever survive. The crowd is dead silent, staring at the sky and wondering what kind of monster Raon became during his time in the north. Rayon looks up at Karun with a chillingly calm face, asking if that's enough evidence for him. Karun clicks his tongue and sits back down, totally defeated and humiliated in front of the patriarch. Rimmer laughs it off, asking the Lord if they can finally get this ceremony started now that the nuisance is settled. Glenn Zeahart calls Rimmer shameless for the mess he made, but he's clearly satisfied with what he just saw. The patriarch gives the final green light, and Rimmer officially takes center stage to lead the graduation. "Head trainee Rayon Zeahart, to the front!" the words echo, signaling the birth of a new legend. The original squad stands together, Burin, Runan, Rayon, Martha, and Dorian, all 43 trainees present and accounted for. The graduation of the 5th training hall begins, and the world of Zeahart is never going to be the same.